Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Madness. Snape cast the iron armor curse to block the long sword with blue flames and used another magic spell to knock Qin Yu away, who was attacking without defense. The latter fell from midair and fell hard to the ground. Come again. Qin Yu stood up with his sword in hand, wiped the corners of his mouth and said, "By the way, at night, Qin Yu and Professor Snape came to the room of requirement again for a practical confrontation that had been interrupted for 2 months. Qin Yu proposed that he wanted to use that sword. After all, he was not as strong as Professor Snape and wanted to try another weapon. Snape agreed, and then Qin Yu violently attacked him. Even though Professor Snape was proficient in using magic, he was still a little embarrassed by Qin Yu's fighting method learned from the basilisk. After all, this kid relied on Snape not to be ruthless, so the fight was really disorganized. In addition to attacking, basically giving up defense. "You don't have peace of mind, what's the point of training like this?" Professor Snape said coldly. "If the lily in your heart is bullied, will your heart be peaceful?" Qin Yu held swords in both hands and said quietly to Snape. When Snape heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he clenched his fists. "Be serious, Professor," Qin Yu challenged. "Okay." Snape suddenly raised his wand in front of him, waved it down vigorously, and saluted solemnly. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and became highly alert. As long as he didn't eat big melons, he felt that he still had hope of living. Note: Avada Kedavra is pronounced like Avada chewing a big melon, which is a Conger translation. Half an hour later, Qin Yu leaned on Professor Snape's back, covered in wounds. Professor Snape's clothes were also damaged in many places, and there was even a cut on his face. The two of them just sat back to back on the ground, panting, and didn't speak for a long time. "Harry will hate you." After a while, Qin Yu weakly broke the silence first. "Did Hagrid tell you about me?" Snape did not respond but asked abruptly. "Not entirely. You also know that I have many options." Qin Yu didn't want to explain too much. "I heard from Hagrid that he was the child you went to pick up with him," Snape continued to ask. "Well, picking him up on a rocky island is an exaggeration, right? The Dursleys are not too good or bad to him, but you know, children, if they grow up in a bad environment, it's easy to live a very depressed life," Qin Yu said pointedly. It seems that you know a lot about me." Snape obviously understood the meaning of Qin Yu's words. After all, his own childhood was not very good, it could even be said to be very bad. Fortunately, near Spider End Alley where he lived, he met a girl named Lily Evans. She had long, dark red hair and beautiful bright green eyes. Most importantly, she was for such a kind person. The days when he became friends with her were the happiest times in his life. It's a pity that he ruined everything and even lost her forever. "Isn't it normal to care about your past? I really treat you as my brother," Qin Yu said seriously. "Don't try to provoke me again, I don't want to help you heal your injuries again." Snape's tone was filled with seriousness. Then you should be nicer to Hermione in the future." Qin Yu changed the subject. "Sure enough. He is really a person who likes to complain," Snape said quietly. "No, she didn't say anything, but don't I know what your temper is?" Qin Yu said angrily. "Have you rested enough? Come again." "Well, Professor, I think that's all for today. But I feel that you still have a lot of spare energy." Snape stood up and said loudly to Qin Yu, "Pick up that flashy sword of yours. It doesn't have to be so fast. At least 5 more minutes of rest, just 5 minutes. Okay, I'm up." "Wait, you're risking a green light. What kind of curse is this? We won't kill you." Fortunately, the green light is only yellow-green, not the green color of eating a big melon. Later, late at night, the principal's office. Dumbledore invited Snape to sit down and drink tea and looked at the latter's torn robes and 2 wounds on his face with interest. "Do you need me to help you deal with it?" Old Deng made a gesture and said to Snape with a smile in his eyes. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, however I can solve it myself so I won't bother you," Snape said solemnly. "So, Severus, do you think the child can control himself now?" Dumbledore returned to the topic and said solemnly. "I can't guarantee whether he can completely control himself, but I did hit hard today and he didn't use that power." Snape said matter-of-factly. Oh, it seems that he has made great progress, Dumbledore nodded. Yes, he is indeed very talented in magic. The most important thing is that he has an imagination far beyond ordinary people. That's right, magic requires imagination most. Ha, it seems that you admire him very much, Severus. I'm just observing and evaluating him as you say. Yes, I understand. Then wait and see, I will find a chance to talk to the child. The conversation didn't last long. After talking about this, Snape drank all the tea in his cup, stood up, bowed slightly, and left the principal's office. As the principal, Professor Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk thinking about something. Voldemort. Grindelwald's army, Qin, Harry, the power that the Sorting Hat fears. Okay, we can cause more trouble. As he murmured these words, Dumbledore suddenly took out the ancient wand and waved it gently at Fawkes, the phoenix. Immediately afterwards, a long feather fell off from Fawkes's tail, and just after the feather left Phoenix's body, it suddenly burned in the air. Fawkes raised his eyelids and let out a low groan of dissatisfaction. Don't be angry, old man, we need your help, Dumbledore reassured. Phoenix hummed again, closed its eyes again, and continued to sleep. Thanks to Professor Snape's treatment, although Qin Yu was disgraced, there were no serious injuries on his body. When he returned to the Gryffindor dormitory area, he saw Hermione sitting on a chair reading a book in the common lounge area. It was late at night, and Hermione was the only one in the entire public rest area. Obviously, she was waiting for someone to come back. When the little girl saw the injuries on Qin Yu's face, she naturally frowned with a worried look on her face. Actually, it's not too serious. Let's blow it on for me and I'll be fine in no time. Qin Yu leaned his face over. Hermione puffed up her little face and blew a few times. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction and said, Well, the effect is good. I have a more effective method. Hermione looked at him and said softly. Before Qin Yu could ask what the method was, he felt his cheek being lightly pecked. Good night, Quintilda. The little girl who succeeded in the sneak attack ran away immediately and disappeared after leaving these words. Looking at the direction in which she disappeared, Qin Yu touched his cheek and thought to himself. Was this girl admired by her classmates because of her performance today, and then, what hidden attributes did she inspire? Isn't this too strong? However, Qin Yu felt that he could still bear it. Thinking about all this, he also left the common rest area and returned to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. It is Gryffindor's turn to use the Quidditch pitch on Saturday morning, and the Gryffindor Quidditch team will conduct its first official training since the start of the school year. Hermione was very excited about this. She waited in the common rest area early in the morning and then forced herself not to look at the chair where the two of them sat last night, nor to think about her actions last night. The more embarrassed you are, the more embarrassed you are. The less embarrassed you are, the less embarrassed you are. As long as you are not embarrassed, you are not embarrassed. The little girl silently recited the formula Qin once taught her. Although this formula is a bit convoluted, I have to say that it is indeed useful. Even when Qin poked her cheek when no one was paying attention, she could calmly pretend not to understand what he meant, such an obvious hint. Hermione, you have changed. Qin's voice sounded slowly in her ears. I just, Hermione blurted out yesterday. Oh, so you still remember what happened yesterday? Qin's voice sounded again. No, I don't remember, I didn't do anything yesterday, Hermione said decisively. Sure enough, he has become a cheater. Before Qin's voice fell, Hermione felt her hand being held tightly by another hand, and then her body was involuntarily pulled to another secluded corridor. She knew that Qin knew the terrain of the school very well. Qin, what are you going to do? I know I'm wrong, Hermione said quickly when seeing no one around. Oh, what's wrong? Qin Yu asked. Tilda, let me think about it. It seems that you need me to help you recall. No, I remembered. Qin Yu chose that secluded corridor, of course, because it was a shortcut to the auditorium. After all, they had to rush to have breakfast. Then it is reasonable and logical to punish a little girl who becomes bolder when no one is around. For family status, you have to start from small things and accumulate bit by bit. Of course, he just did what she did to him last night and there was no excessive behavior. Well, Qin Yu's policy towards classmate Hermione has always been small punishments but big warnings, cure illnesses and save lives. At this time, Hermione, who was sitting next to the dining table, her face flushed, took a small bite of bread and then looked at Qin Yu with her lips pursed. She recalled what happened just now. Someone said that she had obsessive-compulsive disorder and insisted on receiving the same treatment on both sides of her face. She obviously liked to cheat, but she also said that I cheated. Okay, don't think about it anymore, hurry up and have breakfast. Hermione shook her head, trying to forget what had just happened so she could calm down as soon as possible. Otherwise, your cheeks will always be a little warm. Well, this tastes good, try it. A piece of meat roll was handed over by Qin Yu. The girl naturally opened her mouth to bite it and took it into her mouth. As the food was chewed between her lips and teeth, her taste buds were fully awakened and her eyes gradually lit up. Well, it tastes really good. Then the girl looked expectantly at the food on Qin Yu's plate, waiting to be fed the second piece. Can I fly for a while? I haven't experienced the feeling of riding a broomstick yet. Hermione pulled on the sleeves of Qin Yu's robe and begged with watery eyes. Hermione hasn't had any flying lessons since the start of school, and it's said that their first flying lesson won't be until next week. Not yet, you just ate too much. Qin Yu patted the girl's head and said, "It's all your fault that you had to feed me so much." Hermione was very skilled at raking down the food. "Didn't you say that when we were at the dinner table?" Qin Yu gently pinched the cheek of a girl who was blaming her. Then he got on his broomstick and suddenly took off, bringing with him a gust of wind and grass clippings. Hermione looked at the figure flying in the sky, her eyes full of excitement, and the corners of her mouth gradually turned upward. She finally saw him flying in the sky with her own eyes, not just through the moving magic photo. Thinking about the past year, waiting for the letter from Hogwarts at home, it seemed like a long time ago. At that time, I would go to the attic where he lived almost every day and would lie on the small bed where he lay, imagining what he was doing at that time and whether he would also remember that time. Carve yourself. In a daze, she felt as if time had suddenly been pulled from the past to the present, pulling herself from the small attic to the wide court of this magic school so that she could see him on the court as soon as she raised her head. Flying and chasing figures, so will time suddenly pull me to a long time in the future when both I and him have become adults, and will he be by my side at that time? Thinking of this, Hermione felt sad for no reason. It was the panic and helplessness facing the passage of time. For the first time in her life, this girl with brown hair began to think about the meaning of time and worried about gains and losses because she didn't know how to face the fleeting and changing time. "Hman!" Someone was shouting her name in the sky. The girl looked up and saw a figure flying from far to near. Before she could respond, a strong arm picked her up. Then she was firmly held in a familiar embrace and sat firmly on the side of a broomstick. "Front End, are you ready?" the voice whispered in her ear. "Yeah," she nodded nervously and expectantly. Then she was carried high into the sky. Feeling the strong wind blowing across her cheeks, Hermione struggled to open her eyes, trying to overlook the earth below. However, after she opened her eyes, she immediately closed them again, because she wanted to feel the feeling of being held in his arms and flying. Is this like people rushing by in the long river of time? Then, with his company, everything is so peaceful. Even if the wind in the sky is so cold, his embrace is warm enough. "Qin, will we be together forever?" "I think it will." The girl who asks and answers questions accumulates the courage to face time in her heart. The Gryffindor Quidditch team's first training session after the start of the school year went fairly smoothly. Except everyone was fed a full belly of dog food. "Captain Wood, is it a violation for two people to ride a broomstick, right?" Fred said angrily. "Yes, can this be allowed?" George also asked. Upon hearing this, Oliver Wood, the new captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, shrugged and said helplessly, "Of course it is a violation during the game, but obviously it is not game time. Isn't there anyone who cares about it? This is a serious disruption to the normal training order." The Weasley twins continued to speak righteously. Obviously, Qin has completed the training tasks outstandingly. If he wants to take his daughter, well, sister, to practice flying on the court, there is nothing wrong with that, Senior Wood said with a sigh. The twins were speechless. It seemed that it was Qin who made them speechless last time. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. George and Fred looked at each other for another minute, then walked away sourly, shaking their heads as if they had eaten lemons. After taking Hermione to experience flying for a while, Qin Yu gently put her down. "Are you happy now?" Qin Yu said this and helped Hermione straighten her messy hair. When he was training just now, he saw this girl kicking the grass with her head down, looking bored and unhappy. Thinking about what she said before, Qin Yu took advantage of the break in training to fly down and fly several times in the sky with Hermione in his arms. "Actually, I'm not unhappy, I just thought of something." Hermione pursed her lips and said, "Huh, what is it? Does it have anything to do with me?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said in a slightly teasing tone, "Yes, yes." Hermione looked at him and nodded very seriously. "So, have you figured it out?" Qin Yu asked curiously. I didn't really understand it, but I already have a direction." Hermione tilted her head and thought about it and finally said firmly, "That's good." Qin Yu nodded and didn't ask too much. After all, if Hermione wanted to tell him, she would definitely tell him. Then he frowned and said dissatisfiedly to the girl, "Dear Miss Granger, I have been practicing for so long, don't you want to say something?" Hearing this, Hermione smiled, put her hands behind her back and hooked her fingers together. Then she bit her lip, stood on tiptoes, and whispered into Qin Yu's ear, "Very handsome, great, great." Although the voice was small, it penetrated into Qin Yu's ears accurately, making him feel half of his scalp numb and his heart trembling slightly. Well, it must be because the sound is too close and the vibration of the sound triggers the bone sound transmission mechanism, causing this strange feeling. Qin Yu explained this in his heart. Seeing Qin Yu's serious and indifferent expression, classmate Hermione felt a little stunned for no reason. She looked around and found that no one was paying attention, so she quickly pecked someone on the cheek, just like last night. However, this time she didn't run away immediately. Instead, he raised his chin and looked at the stern look cast by Qin, unwilling to be outdone. At worst, he would be taken to a secluded corridor again. At worst, he would be punished, or his obsessive-compulsive needs would be satisfied. Hermione classmate thought so openly in her heart. Finally, after Qin Yu showed a helpless smile, Hermione won the final victory in this confrontation with him. "Be good, after I finish training, let's go to the wooden house for a picnic." Qin Yu patted the girl's head and said, "Yeah." Hermione nodded repeatedly. The wooden house is naturally Hagrid's wooden house. It's been a week since school started. Taking advantage of the weekend, Qin Yu made an appointment with Hagrid and the others to go there for a picnic and have a little get-together. Of course, Hermione was looking forward to this. Seeing Qin Yu re-engage in training, chasing red quaffles and black bludgers in the air, Hermione's eyes were full of smiles and some kind of indescribable emotion. Then, she subconsciously pursed her lips and tasted a slightly salty taste on her lips, probably because she had just touched the sweat on his cheeks. Thinking of this, instead of feeling disgusted, she actually liked this special, slightly salty taste. Isn't it a little strange that I have such a preference?" Hermione tasted the faded lips again, her face feeling slightly warm, and she thought to herself, "Well, this matter can be verified and studied in the future. For now, it is better to concentrate on watching Qin's training." The girl pushed those thoughts away from her mind and concentrated on watching Qin Yu's training, cheering from time to time. Well, to save him, he said that he didn't cheer for him. Not long after the Gryffindor Quidditch team started training again, several first-year students came over after hearing the news. "Ron, why didn't you tell me earlier that Qin and the others were training today?" Harry said breathlessly. "When I went to find George and Fred, I heard what their classmates said. If I had known that they were training so early today, I would have been the first one here," Ron also said with some annoyance. Relatively speaking, Ron likes Quidditch more than Harry, at least so far. Harry's motivation was more to see how powerful Qin was and to learn about Quidditch, a wizarding sport. Who are those people?" Ron saw 3 familiar figures from a distance and had a bad feeling in his heart. "It's Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle." Harry recognized the identities of the 3 people at a glance. After all, he really hated the blonde-haired boy. This is probably because Draco Malfoy was the first wizard of his own age that he hated, so he left such a deep impression on him. Just like Qin is the first wizard of his own age that he likes, and he is also a very special existence. It's really disappointing. Ron also didn't have a good impression of Malfoy. Harry and Ron had a brief discussion and decided to ignore these three Slytherin guys. Harry Potter, you came to the stadium too. You've probably never even touched a broomstick, right? Malfoy's annoying, arrogant voice came from a long way away. I don't need to explain my affairs to you. Harry stopped and choked. He felt that he could just treat this annoying blonde wizard like Dudley, that stupid pig. After all, the way and the tone of their speech were exactly the same. HMPH, be careful of getting hit by the bludger later. Malfoy was just as angry as Dudley, and then, as if he had discovered something ridiculous, he continued to mock. Haha, you probably don't even know what you don't even know about the bludgers, right? Hey. This is our Gryffindor training. What are you doing here? Ron boldly asked Malfoy. These words made the three Malfoys blush immediately. This is the school's stadium. We can come if we want. Besides, I want to see if that guy Qin is as powerful as the rumors say. Don't be bragging. Malfoy finally found a reasonable excuse. Then just open your eyes and take a good look. Harry left these words and went in another direction with Ron. Anyway, the stadium is very big. Since we are tired of looking at each other, it is better to stay away from each other. If we are out of sight, we will be out of mind. After waiting some distance away from Malfoy and the others, Harry was sure that they couldn't hear his voice, so he leaned close to his companion's ear and asked in a low voice. Ron, what is a bludger? Harry, are you serious? Ron said in surprise. Harry, are you serious? Ron was really surprised when Harry asked what a bludger was, thinking he was probably joking. After all, how could anyone not know what a bludger is? To be honest, I don't even know how many people attended the Quidditch match. Harry shrugged and said calmly. In front of Malfoy, Harry didn't want to reveal his ignorance of Quidditch knowledge, but with Ron, he had no such worries at all and just said what he had to say. Seeing the serious look on his companion's face, Ron finally realized that Harry probably wasn't lying, so he cleared his throat and said, Then let me tell you the rules of Quidditch. There are 3 kinds of balls in Quidditch, namely the quaffle, the bludger, and the golden snitch. So many, Harry didn't expect that in ball games in the wizarding world, there were even more balls than in the muggle world. Isn't this normal? A group of people can't just compete for one ball, Harry, haha. Ron thought Harry's question was a bit strange. I mean in the muggle world there is really only one ball, whether it's football, basketball, or table tennis, Harry said with a shrug. That's really hard to understand, Ron said with some surprise. Well, this is the difference in concepts between 2 children who grew up in different worlds. Just like Harry couldn't imagine how to play with 3 kinds of balls on the field, Ron couldn't imagine how a group of people would fight for a ball that couldn't even fly. If you can't fly and can only run around on the ground, what's there to watch? Of course, as their knowledge and horizons broaden, they will surely have a deeper understanding of the differences between the 2 worlds. Just like today, Ron was talking about a lot of Quidditch knowledge while gesticulating on his hands and knees, and Harry finally had a certain idea of this magical sport. Harry and Ron were talking as they approached the court, and then they saw a girl yelling. If not the eldest sister, Hermione Granger, who else could it be? In other words, since Friday's potions class, the first years have automatically promoted Hermione's status. A girl who likes to answer questions and show off in class may be considered a bit annoying, but a person who dares to contradict the teacher in class will be regarded as a real warrior. And with Qin behind her, Harry naturally respects her, not to mention Ron. Both of his older brothers are Qin's little brothers, and his school supplies were indirectly obtained because of Qin. In short, this layer of relationship made Harry and Ron quite respectful of sister he. Harry, Ron, you're here too? Hermione also saw the 2 approaching and greeted her warmly. Then she asked doubtfully, Where's Adam? Aren't you 3 together all day long? Adam is still sleeping. He never seems to get enough sleep. Harry and Ron replied one after another. I guess he hasn't adjusted from the holiday routine yet. Hermione made a bold guess based on her own experience. If Qin hadn't asked her to adjust her schedule before school started, she probably wouldn't have been able to get out of bed in the morning. In this way, the 3 of them gathered together, watching the training of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and cheering for the people on the field. And soon, they noticed 3 people dozens of meters away from them cheering from time to time. It was the Malfoy trio. Malfoy actually didn't want to shout, but when he saw the lightning-fast batsman in the air casually hitting those difficult moves, he really couldn't control his excitement. Quidditch, that is the dream of many boys in the wizarding world. At this moment, Malfoy finally knew how powerful Qin really was. Of course, he soon noticed the gazes of Harry Potter and others, so he forced himself not to show it so obviously. And when Qin Yu hit a V-shaped double combo with the cooperation of another red-haired batter, Malfoy shouted again. A V-shaped double hit, also known as a valley double hit, is when the first batter hits the bludger downward and the second batter below hits the bludger again. Hit upward, thus forming a surprisingly winning V-shaped turning attack route. This is basically only seen in larger professional leagues. Malfoy only saw his father a limited number of times. It would be great if Qin was a senior in Slytherin. I would definitely go to him to ask for Quidditch tips, Draco Malfoy murmured. Draco, what were you talking about just now? Goyle asked blankly. It's nothing. Gryffindor is really lucky to have Qin here, Malfoy said quietly. Yes, such an excellent Quidditch batter should come to Slytherin, Crabbe said with a look of regret. Thank you for your hard work, that's it for today. The next training time is scheduled for Wednesday afternoon. After the training, Captain Oliver Wood said to the players in the sky. Then they dispersed on the spot. Everyone held down the broom handle, lowered their bodies, and flew in different directions. Qin Yu, George, and Fred flew to where Hermione, Harry, and Ron were. Qin, you are great. Qin, you are the most powerful hitter I have ever seen. Harry and Ron leaned forward excitedly. This made George and Fred very dissatisfied. After all, their younger brothers seemed to have forgotten that their two brothers were also batsmen and they ignored them. Hermione looked helplessly as Qin was surrounded by two fans asking questions. She felt like she couldn't squeeze through for a while. And while several people were chatting lively, three young uninvited guests came, Draco Malfoy and his two followers. When Master Malfoy came up, he said seriously that Qin was wasting his talents in Gryffindor. If he were Qin, he would rather drop out of school. That's why you rarely stay in Slytherin, Harry said angrily. He was now very glad that he did not choose to go to Slytherin. If he had gone to that house, stayed with Malfoy all day, or even slept in the same dormitory, he couldn't imagine whether he would go crazy. I'm not talking to you. Besides, Harry Potter, do you think anyone can enter Slytherin? Someone like you who is similar to a mudblood can't even step into Slytherin. Go! Malfoy felt that he hated Harry extremely now. Note: Mudblood refers to wizards of non-pure blood origin who are muggles. It is a very contemptuous term. This guy is always against him, Malfoy said angrily in his heart. Oh, even if the Sorting Hat asked me to go, I wouldn't go there. Malfoy's words made Harry want to laugh a little, because the Sorting Hat had indeed asked him to enter Slytherin before. Of course, Harry also knew that he couldn't tell others about such secretive things at will. After all, the matter involved the Sorting Hat and the sorting ceremony of Hogwarts. Okay, Draco, don't you think you three little ones are a little too brave to say these things in front of us Gryffindor students? Qin Yu said to Malfoy in a very calm tone. Only then did Malfoy realize that besides the three of them, they were surrounded by Gryffindors as well as a second-year student and two third-year students. He swallowed and said calmly, If you bully me, Professor Snape will definitely deduct points from your college. Ha! Qin Yu was happy. He turned to the Weasley twins and asked, George, Fred, how many points did I lose last year? A few dozen. There are too many, I can't remember them clearly. The twin brothers looked like they had a bad memory. So, do you think I'm afraid of being deducted by Professor Snape Jr.? Qin Yu said this and pointed at Malfoy and the other three. Malfoy was stunned. He didn't expect that Qin would be a problem student with so many points deducted. Oh, I remembered. I once deducted points because I chased Jerome, a sophomore in your college, with a sword. Regarding this matter, I don't know about the freshmen in your college. Did Jerome mention it at the meeting or other exchange meeting? Qin Yu continued. Malfoy's already pale face turned even whiter with fear. He had heard more or less that Jerome was afraid of Qin Yu, but he didn't expect that he was actually beaten by him. Let's go. Malfoy felt that he was in danger now and called Crabbe and Goyle to leave in a hurry. At first, they didn't dare to walk too fast for fear of making too much noise and offending some evil Gryffindors. After walking a certain distance, Malfoy couldn't bear the fear in his heart and started running faster and faster. Ha ha ha, you made me laugh so hard. George and Fred laughed so hard that they were in tears by the end. Harry and Ron looked confused. Qin, is everything you said true? Harry finally couldn't help but ask. He felt that even if Qin Zhen was the dominant figure in Hogwarts, he would still follow him. Well, that's the power of example. And the harm? Of course it's true, George answered on behalf of Qin Yu. It's just that he wanted to teach Jerome a lesson because that kid bullied Qin's roommate, Fred continued. Well, that's the guy named Elvis, George added. So that's it? Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't mind hanging out with the school bully, it would definitely be very tiring, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do well. Hermione certainly knew about these things. She watched Qin Yu's performance throughout the whole process and also saw the reactions of Harry and Ron. So she walked over, poked Qin Yu's chest, and said dissatisfied, "Why do you have to pretend to be a bad guy? The way you looked just now, if I didn't know the truth, I would have thought you were like a bully. To deal with different people, use different faces. This is the way to survive." Qin Yu sighed seriously, taking the opportunity to teach these children a lesson. Moreover, how can you deal with a naughty kid like Malfoy if you don't be more aggressive? Then, he grabbed Hermione's little hand and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go. We have been training all morning and we are already starving. Yes, let's go to Hagrid's place quickly. We didn't see Anna before, but maybe we can see Qin this time. Yes, Qin, you haven't seen each other for 2 months. Anna must miss you very much. Yes, Anna likes you the most." George and Fred were talking to each other. Little did they know that every time they said a word, Hermione's little face turned cold. At the end, the girl simply stopped, raised her head, and slowly asked, "So, who is Anna?" Although she was smiling when she asked this question, everyone present could feel the chill in her words. George and Fred looked at each other quickly and then both looked at Qin Yu. "You haven't told Hermione about Anna. This is your fault. Why didn't you tell Hermione about what happened with Anna?" As soon as the two of them finished speaking, Qin Yu felt a pain in his hand before he could scold these two idiots. That's when Hermione's nails dug hard into his flesh. Qin Yu looked over and saw that the girl's mouth was pursed and her eyes were already red. "You two wait!" Qin Yu glared at George and Fred fiercely. The two brothers knew they were in trouble and quickly told Harry and Ron to get away. Well, they were just unhappy because they ate too much dog food, so they just fanned the flames. However, the consequences seem to be serious, and I don't know how Qin will teach them a lesson. Qin Yu thought about his correspondence with Hermione. It seems that the name Anna has never been mentioned. The main thing is that he only mentioned the unicorn once or twice, let alone the name. I know I'm not good enough. Is this senior named Anna a Gryffindor, a Ravenclaw, or a Hufflepuff? She can't be a Slytherin, right? Just after George and Fred left with Harry and Ron, Hermione lowered her head, looked at her toes, and babbled. The tone in which he tried his best to restrain himself was really aggrieved. Only she knew that no matter how proud and positive she acted, among these students who all came from wizarding families, she would inevitably have a feeling of inferiority or frustration in her heart. She is eager to prove herself, so she is very active in everything. She also longed to be not just a so-called sister when standing with Qin, but a wizard who, even if not as good as him, could be called good enough. However, now a girl named Anna suddenly appeared, directly breaking the calm she had tried to maintain, and releasing all the inferiority, fear, and worry hidden in her heart. Anna, a name that sounds like a princess, must also be like a princess, noble, elegant, and extremely talented. Thinking of this, Hermione felt as if her heart was blocked by something. Her nose felt sour and her tears could no longer be controlled. They fell like broken beads. Hermione's reaction caught Qin Yu off guard. He originally wanted to explain immediately, but when the girl was having an emotional outburst, a sudden explanation would prevent her from venting her emotions. Qin Yu didn't know if there was any theoretical support for this. He just instinctively felt that a simple misunderstanding of species, misunderstanding a unicorn as a human, would not cause such a big reaction. So, does this girl have something else on her mind? Qin Yu thought in his heart while holding Hermione in his arms. When a person is angry or happy, many times it is not simply caused by something. For example, if you have a big fight with your best friend, the trigger may be just because the other person said something that was too harsh. However, both of you actually know that the root cause may be traced back to a few days ago. Qin Yu knew this, so he also tried his best to think about this girl's mentality. Then, he could more or less guess that it was related to the fact that she was in a new group and was under too much psychological pressure. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but blame himself. After so many days of school, I only took care of this girl to play with, and I was more or less immersed in the joy of being able to go to school together. Instead, I ignored the sensitive changes in her mentality. Even if Hermione is smart, she is only a young girl. The little girl has not experienced too many things. She will definitely need time to adapt to the sudden change in her environment. Qin Yu gently stroked the girl's back until he felt the shirt on his chest was soaked, until Hermione gradually stopped crying. Am I stupid? The girl in her arms said something with a heavy nasal voice and a shaky voice. Yes, you are stupid. Qin Yu stroked her long brown hair and said softly. Then you, just go find the one named Anna. I still have history of magic homework that I haven't finished yet. Yes, I'm going to do my homework. Hermione resisted the urge to cry again, not knowing what she was saying. After she said this, she wanted to break away from Qin's arms but found that he hugged her tighter as if he was trying to rub her into his body. It's like this every time, and I think a hug will be enough. Have you ever hugged that person named Anna in the same way? Hermione became more and more angry when she thought of this and used more strength to break free from Qin's arms. However, after all, he was not as powerful as Qin, so his efforts were all in vain. You forced me! Hermione raised her head and looked at his face, her eyes red, thinking viciously in her heart. Then, she stood up slightly on her toes, stretched her neck and bit Qin Yu's shoulder. Since the weather in early autumn was not too cold and Qin Yu participated in Quidditch training today, he wore very thin clothes. At this time, there was only a layer of clothing between Hermione's bite. When she entered her mouth, she tasted the familiar salty taste again. I clearly liked it just now, but now I find that I hate it so much. Even the guy in front of me is so annoying. Thinking of this, the girl's heart became angry and she used 2 rows of neat teeth to bite hard beef shank. Hissed Tilda. The sound of gasping for air due to pain rang in her ears, which made Hermione relieved a lot, so she increased her strength. Ha Tilda. The voice seemed a little more painful. You deserve it. Who made you so annoying? Hermione thought to herself. Ah, Tilda. The sound sounded like it was extremely painful. Did I push too hard? He must be in pain. Now Hermione was a little panicked, especially when she felt a trace of rust coming between her lips and teeth. She has bitten his shoulder. When she realized this, Hermione suddenly let go of her mouth and raised her head to look at him, her eyes full of panic and horror. Now, I guess I can't even be my sister. Hermione opened her mouth and said, however, as soon as she started to speak, those gentle lips tapped her eyes one by one. This made her originally chaotic heart calm down instantly. All the anger, resentment, and panic just now seemed to disappear in an instant. Then, her originally tense body relaxed instantly, and she seemed to have lost all her strength, leaning against his arms without wanting to get up. Are you feeling better? Qin Yu said warmly, stroking the girl's long hair. Much better. Hermione nodded in his arms and then asked guiltily, do you feel any pain? It hurts, Qin Yu said miserably. Then. I'll let you bite it back, okay? Hermione raised her head and said with an apologetic look. She couldn't think of any other way to undo what she had just done. No, Qin Yu shook his head decisively. Aren't you ready to forgive me? The girl pursed her lips and looked about to cry again. Because I don't want to let go, my dear Miss Granger. Qin Yu said this and pinched the girl's face. It was my fault just now. I don't know what happened just. In short, I will only be your sister from now on. You, Anna or Anne, I don't even care. Hermione apologized at first, but in the end her originally calm tone became more and more aggrieved. Qin Yu hugged the girl tightly again and murmured, how could I treat you as my sister? Huh, what do you mean by that? Hermione's heart moved and she blinked and looked at him. What do you mean? Let's wait until you grow up. Qin Yu said calmly. When will that take place? The girl continued to ask. I think we can refer to the age mentioned by Aunt Jenny, Qin Yu replied. Hermione's face instantly turned red when she heard this. So what exactly did you think of? Qin Yu was once again curious about what Granger and his daughter talked about that day. After crying for a while, he bit Qin Yu again and then heard something he wanted to hear from him. Hermione felt much better. The wound on Qin Yu's shoulder was not deep. After all, even if the little girl lost control of her emotions, she didn't use too much force and could just deal with it simply. The clothes that were soaked by Hermione's tears were even easier to handle. The little girl knew a lot of simple magic spells and helped Qin Yu dry them herself. She also carefully smoothed the wrinkles so that others could do it. Nothing can be seen. Then Qin Yu took her hand and continued walking towards Hagrid's cabin. "So it's just that Anna likes you and you don't like her, right?" Hermione thought this guess was more reasonable. After all, Qin's favorite must be her sister, well, more than just a sister. Who knew? Qin Yu shook his head and said, "No, I actually like Anna quite a bit. She is very beautiful." When Hermione heard this, her originally calm eyes instantly lit up with small flames. She had just vented her feelings, but her inferiority complex had gone somewhere, leaving only endless anger and fighting spirit. "I think if you meet Anna, you will definitely like her," Qin Yu said with a smile. Seeing the fire in Hermione's eyes that seemed to burn him to death, Qin Yu was completely relieved and was not in a hurry to explain. So he pulled the girl who seemed to be about to explode at any moment and continued to move forward with a smile on his lips. "Damn, since this girl has the potential to be a bit yandir, how can I improve the CP matching degree if I don't commit suicide?" From the Quidditch pitch to Hagrid's cabin, you have to pass through a large lawn. The wild daisies swaying in the wind, the small beetles flying up and landing in the grass, and the unique fragrance of autumn grass floating in the air gradually calmed down Hermione's originally angry mood. When she walked through a hillside and could see the small wooden house in the distance, the girl broke away from Qin Yu's hand and started running on the grass. In Qin Yu's view, this girl was like a graceful little butterfly passing through the weeds and wild flowers. Soon, the little butterfly came to the fence outside the wooden house. Then, Qin Yu, who caught up slowly, squatted down in front of her and helped her remove the grass blades and prickly cockleburs stuck to the hem of her robe and socks. Hermione, on the other hand, followed his example and put her hand on his black hair and touched it. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth because the touch reminded her of the little yellow cat they raised, Crookshanks. "Crookshanks is mine and so are you," the girl murmured. "Huh, what did you say?" Qin Yu took off the last hay stem from her cotton stockings, raised his head and asked doubtfully. "I said, let's go meet your friends." Hermione emphasized the word friends. After saying this, she also hooked Qin's chin and raised her eyebrows proudly. The two of them were moving up and down, and Qin Yu immediately felt that his momentum was weakened by 3 points. "However, I somehow feel that this girl is a bit handsome, so what's wrong with her?" Putting these thoughts away, Qin Yu grabbed Hermione's hand that was stretched out to him and stood up with a little help. Then he took the girl's little hand and walked towards the wooden house. "Wow, look who this beautiful and spirited little girl is." It was Hagrid who opened the door for them with unconcealable joy in his hearty voice. "Nice to see you again, Hagrid." Hermione greeted the giant with a smile. Qin Yu also waved to Hagrid and said, "Long time no see." Then he felt a burst of force in the little hand in his hand, and the owner of the hand was looking into the room. The house is not big and there are not many people. There were George and Fred who looked anxious and Harry and Ron who each had a piece of cake and were chewing on it but obviously didn't want to. There is no one else left. This made Hermione, who had been quite prepared, frown slightly. She looked at Qin Yu and asked hesitantly, "Is the others not here yet?" "Everyone is here, you are the last two," Uncle Hagrid answered for Qin Yu. Then he enthusiastically promoted his new rock biscuit, the thing that Harry and Ron were nibbling reluctantly. "Thanks, Hagrid." Hermione took it subconsciously. After she and Qin sat down next to each other, she leaned into his ear and whispered in his ear. "Didn't you say that I could see that Anna? Why isn't she here?" "You can see it later." Qin Yu continued to show off and at the same time snatched the pancake that the girl was about to put into her mouth. "I haven't eaten yet," Hermione said dissatisfiedly. "Believe me, you won't regret not trying it." After Qin Yu said this, he took a bite and chewed it with difficulty. Seeing the painful look on his face as he struggled to eat the cake, Hermione burst out laughing. Well, Qin told her with practical actions that Hagrid's cake was indeed not suitable for her teeth. Well, Hermione's emotional out of control just now was actually more due to the pressure accumulated during this period, and it was much better to release it. This was due to Qin Yu's constant company. After she woke up, she felt that Anna was suspicious even more. Based on the many clues so far, how could Hermione still not guess that Anna was probably not the same person? The only thing she's not sure about now is what Anna is. Maybe it's a puppy or a cute owl. Clever Miss Granger considered the possibilities in her mind. Looking at Qin Yu and Hermione sitting there talking quietly, especially seeing Hermione laughing, George and Fred breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Because just before Qin brought Hermione here, they solemnly asked Hagrid and asked him if he would stop the two brothers if they were chased by Qin. And Hagrid's answer was, "Qin did what I have always wanted to do, why should I stop him?" Such an answer made George and Fred extremely sad and disheartened. Now seeing Hermione smiling happily, even if they were fed a mouthful of dog food, at least they felt relieved and no longer had to worry about their lives being in danger. Thinking of this, they all felt much better when they ate Hagrid's rock biscuits. When the beautiful unicorn walked out of the Forbidden Forest with brisk and elegant steps, Qin Yu and the others were preparing a picnic in the open space in front of the wooden house. The rock cake was obviously just an appetizer. The first one of them to see the unicorn was Hermione. When the sun shines on the white body of the unicorn, her whole body reflects dazzling light, looking noble and mysterious. Hermione was stunned as she watched the magical creature walking towards them. She wiped her eyes subconsciously because she thought she might be dazzled and hallucinating. However, it turns out that she really did see a legendary unicorn. She must be Anna. Hermione said softly, "Such a beautiful princess-like creature should have such a beautiful princess-like name." The question I had just been thinking about suddenly had a clear answer. "Yes, she is Anna," Qin's voice sounded in her ears. After 2 months of absence, Anna's coat color has changed from golden to snow white, declaring that she has reached adulthood. In some way, she sensed that Qin Yu was nearby and came over happily. After George and Fred saw the unicorn, they excitedly took out the carrots they had washed and ran to please her. However, they saw some unkind looks from Qin Yu. The two of them stopped immediately and handed the carrot to Hermione obediently. Between Anna and Hermione, they wisely chose to please the latter. "Unicorns like to eat cleanly washed carrots," Qin Yu explained to his sister. "Oh, I see, then can I go feed her?" Hermione said with stars in her eyes. "Of course I'll take you there," Qin Yu said, pulling Hermione to meet the unicorn Anna. "George, Fred, can we go too?" Ron came over and asked his two brothers. "Yeah, we want to go too." Harry really wanted to go along. "You just want to go? We still want to go." I don't know if it was George or Fred who muttered. They knew they were in the wrong, so they naturally did not dare to disturb Qin Yu, Hermione, and Anna's interactions at this time. After Anna saw Qin Yu approaching, she walked happily on the spot. Ever since she was rescued by this human boy in the forest, her heart has been completely impressed by him, full of admiration and dependence on him. There was no way the young unicorn suddenly encountered a disaster and a human boy saved her at the critical moment. How could that not be a deep impression? "Anna, long time no see," Qin Yu greeted the little unicorn. Anna snorted lightly, then rubbed Qin Yu's clothes. "Let me introduce you, this is Hermione, a member of my family." Qin Yu pulled Hermione to the unicorn and introduced him. "Hi, Anna, nice to meet you," the girl waved nervously to Anna. The unicorn looked at Qin Yu, then at Hermione, then reached over and took a bite of the carrot in the girl's hand. "Qin." She ate," Hermione said excitedly, grabbing Qin Yu's arm. "Oh, it seems she likes you very much," Qin Yu said with a smile. Just like that, Hermione surrounded the little unicorn and fed 2 carrots in succession. The whole process was as cautious and exciting as a starstruck girl. Anna didn't stay here for too long. After chatting with Qin Yu for a while and eating a few carrots, she turned back to the Forbidden Forest because the call of the big unicorn Kelly came from the Forbidden Forest. Voice, I don't know why, but since the summer vacation, the animals in the Forbidden Forest have been feeling uneasy. Hagrid looked at the leaving unicorn and said in a low voice, and there was unconcealed worry in his tone. Maybe they sensed some kind of danger coming. Qin Yu couldn't help but look in the direction of Hogwarts Castle. "I don't know, I hope nothing big will happen." Hagrid scratched his head and said. The unicorn came and went in a hurry, but George and Fred were reluctant to leave. After finally meeting each other, Anna didn't even take a bite of their carrots, which made them very regretful. Even more regretful than them were Harry and Ron. Both little boys saw unicorns for the first time in their lives, but they only spent a while with Qin and Hermione before turning around and leaving. The two of them really wished they could become Qin's sister so that they could feed the beautiful and mysterious unicorn carrots with their own hands. Unfortunately, this is impossible and they can only feel envious. Fortunately, the rest of the picnic was pretty good. Under Qin's command, George and Fred grilled a lot of delicious things, including kebabs, grilled vegetables, and grilled mushrooms, which made everyone enjoy themselves. After the picnic, Uncle Hagrid made a large pot of tea, and everyone sat around to drink tea and chat. During this time, Hagrid asked about Harry's life after arriving at Hogwarts, and Harry told him from beginning to end. "I think Professor Snape definitely doesn't like me and even hates me." The little boy came to such a conclusion after mentioning his experience in potions class. "Nonsense, how could it be possible?" Hagrid said immediately. "Harry, I know something about Professor Snape. It's not that he really hates you, but that he doesn't know how to deal with the relationship between you," Qin Yu said, carefully considering the words. Yes, if you ask me, Snape is too vindictive. Oh, it's not just about vengeance. He may blame himself more, after all." As Hagrid spoke, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with him. "It was inconvenient to say more, so I quickly shut up." "After all, what?" Harry looked at Hagrid blankly. "Nothing, I think that's the end of today's picnic. I still have some work to do, haha." Hagrid changed the subject awkwardly. "I happen to have something to do, so let's clean it up together." Qin Yu continued. "There are too many grievances between Snape and Harry's parents' generation that cannot be explained in one sentence, and this is not the right time to talk about them." Then, Qin Yu and others helped Uncle Hagrid clean the picnic items and bring them into the house. While they were cleaning up the room, Harry found a new issue of the Daily Prophet and read a report about the theft of Gringotts. "Qin, the date mentioned here is the day you and Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley. That day happened to be my birthday, I remember it very clearly." Harry pointed to the contents of the newspaper and said. When Qin Yu heard this, he looked at Hagrid, who quickly dodged his eyes and looked away. "Let me see." Qin Yu took the newspaper from Harry's hand. "I saw it said. Regarding the theft of the Gringotts vault on July 31, the wizard who committed the theft has still not been caught. The goblin spokesperson of Gringotts pointed out that they had received the information long before the thief entered Gringotts. Warning, the security force was increased. Not only did the thief fail to steal any items in the Gringotts vault, but he was also seriously injured. Moreover, the contents of the vault that the thief went to it was also taken away that day. As for what it was, Gringotts officials said they had no comment and reiterated that Gringotts security is trustworthy as always. Qin Yu had seen reports of the theft of the Gringotts vault before, but there was no new progress this time because they still had not caught the thief. Emphasizing that the thief was seriously injured and that nothing was lost is probably to save some face. After all, security is a bank's reputation and even its life. "Qin, do you think that thing in Gringotts is?" Harry whispered to Qin Yu and finally looked at Hagrid. His suspicion was not unfounded. The time was right, it was July 31st, and the things were right. Hagrid took the small paper package from the vault that afternoon. And most importantly, since it was Professor Dumbledore who told Hagrid to take something away, it must be something extraordinary. Even if the small paper bag looks ordinary, there is a high chance that it will be targeted by thieves. "I can't give you an answer to this question," Qin Yu said with a shrug. Of course he knew who that person was and what the target of that person's theft was, but it would be in vain because it would only cause a new time backtracking. Then Qin Yu looked at Hagrid again, hoping that Uncle Hagrid, who was tight-lipped, could tell the story. "Don't look at me. I really have a lot of unfinished work." Hagrid avoided the eyes of Qin Yu and Harry and then stuffed the rock cakes she made into their hands. And said in his mouth, "Take it back. If you are hungry at night, you can eat a piece to satisfy your hunger." Who would be okay eating this? Everyone was holding cakes as hard as stone, and these words came to their minds at the same time. On the way back to Hogwarts Castle, Harry carried a pocket full of rock biscuits and was always worried. He wanted to exchange his views with Qin Yu, but for a while he didn't know where to start. After all, he couldn't explain many of his ideas clearly, and it was even more difficult to explain them to Qin. What's more, the person he was most curious about was Snape. There is one thing that Harry has never told anyone, that is, when he first saw Snape in the Great Hall on the first day of school, he felt the scar on his forehead hurt for a while, which made him think that this gloomy potions professor might it's related to the legendary Voldemort. In fact, Snape really fit Harry's idea of a Death Eater: cold, arrogant, and fierce. However, Hagrid did not want to say much about Snape, and Qin seemed to have a good relationship with Snape. Could it be that Qin? No, how can I doubt Qin? I will never doubt Qin in this life. Harry felt that his mind was too confused. These things are simply not something that a child who has just entered first grade should think about. It is really more tiring than attending several classes. Stop thinking all day long. What you have to do now is to enjoy the campus life at Hogwarts. Moreover, only if you learn magic well can you solve various problems. Qin Yu patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "Well, I understand, Qin." Harry thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. He felt that what Qin said made sense, and he still had to focus on learning magic, otherwise even if he knew who the bad guys were, he would not be able to deal with them. Soon after entering the castle, several people separated. Qin Yu and Hermione were going to the library to read. Harry and Ron returned to the Gryffindor dormitory and gave some pancakes to their roommates for late-night snacks, while brothers George and Fred went there mysteriously for unknown reasons. There's nothing surprising about this, they've always been elusive. Before parting, Qin Yu kindly invited George and Fred to have time to train together. This made the two brothers tremble because the training Qin Yu mentioned was for 3 people to train individually in private, not for the team to train together. It's obvious that I want to settle a score with them. George and Fred looked at Hermione pleadingly. Who knew that the little girl also held a grudge? Because of the Weasley brothers' deliberate concealment and misleading, she had already embarrassed herself in front of Qin, so how could she still help them? Therefore, George and Fred could only look at Qin sadly, hoping that he would be merciful and leave them a way to survive. Of course, Qin Yu didn't bother to pay attention to them and pulled Hermione away. "What did you and Harry talk about?" Hermione asked curiously. "Well, let's talk about life. This child is preoccupied and has many ideas. I asked him to focus more on his studies and enjoy life here." Qin Yu thought for a while and said, "Oh." Hermione nodded, feeling reassured. Then, she looked at Qin Yu and said seriously, "Since you care about him so much, I will definitely take good care of him for you in the future." "Take care of him? You are still a child yourself and you still want to take care of others." Qin Yu was amused by this girl. "I've grown up, okay, my birthday will be in a few days." Hermione straightened her body and said, "Well, I have grown up and am much taller than last year." Qin Yu patted her head and said, "Of course, don't worry, I will supervise the studies of Harry, Ron, Adam, and Neville from now on," Hermione said with her fingers. Counting so many people at once, Hermione suddenly felt a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. "Are you sure they will listen to you?" Qin Yu said with a raised eyebrow. "Isn't there still you?" "I am the little fox following your tiger." The girl raised her chin and said seriously. She really understood the idiom of a fox pretending to be a tiger. However, the little fox is not following the tiger but walking in front of the tiger, Qin Yu corrected. "Oh, I see," Hermione nodded, then grabbed Qin Yu's arm and said with a smile, "I think it depends on the situation. If it is too dangerous, I still hope to hide behind the tiger." "Well, this is indeed a cunning little fox." Qin Yu squeezed the girl's soft, boneless hand and pulled her slowly along the corridor to the library, chatting at random. In fact, Qin Yu has been paying attention to the changes in Hermione's mood since she lost control of her mood on the court. Fortunately, after crying and biting, the little girl seemed to be a lot stronger after venting her anger. Of course, Qin Yu didn't think that she had really grown into a strong woman with an invulnerable heart all of a sudden. He just hoped that he wouldn't be so slow in the future and wouldn't find out the problem until she cried. "Qin, we seem to be going in the wrong direction," Hermione suddenly reminded. Qin Yu looked around and found that this corridor did not lead to the library, and it was obvious that few people passed by it. Probably because he was just thinking about something, he didn't pay attention to the fork in the road and led Hermione here by mistake. "If you go astray, go astray. Once you get there, make peace with it." There was no one around, so Qin Yu simply held the girl in his arms, dismissing the self-blame and uneasiness he had just felt, and felt a lot more at ease. Then his lips touched the girl's forehead lightly, and then he said seriously, "If I said that I didn't walk into this corridor on purpose, would you believe it?" Hermione raised her head, her face flushed, and her eyes couldn't help but blink a few times after hearing his words. Then she opened her mouth and thought helplessly in her heart, "You just said that you walked in on purpose, what can I say?" Dimensional wall. In fact, I have written nearly 2,000 words for this chapter in the past 2 days. I always felt that there was something wrong with it, so I didn't post it. Because after Hermione expressed her emotions, she didn't take it back, so she felt that there was something short in the narrative. I added the ending today, and I managed to contain my emotions before posting it. The most important thing is that recently I feel that there are some problems with the arrangement of the plot, not only the plot points, but also the roles of the protagonist and supporting characters. How should I put it? I can't find that comfortable feeling anymore, so to speak. The whole story is a bit on the verge of getting out of control, which is why I was struggling during this period. Then, I watched an American drama in the past few days, Stranger Things. This drama is a very typical contained storytelling drama. The plot relies on the characters to push forward little by little while the core suspense setting is hidden. This has inspired me to some extent, but I don't know if I can also write a more comfortable and smooth plot. I also know that as a fan writer, I don't need to be too entangled, but when I get stuck, it's really uncomfortable to write. I hope I can smooth it out slowly. Okay, that's all. I wish you all a happy weekend. The two of them delayed for some time, and after taking a detour, Qin Yu finally took Hermione to the library on the second floor of the castle. In the library, Hermione found many books about flying to read, because she was still a little unsure about the flying lessons she was going to take, and wanted to increase her knowledge of flying through reading books. After all, she experienced flying on a broomstick for the first time today, and she still had Qin by her side. Her books also included a book called The Magical Quidditch, which gave her a more comprehensive understanding of this sport that is closely related to flying, and knew its origin, development, and status quo and various rules. There are more than 700 foul actions. Can the referee remember them? Hermione stuck out her tongue and said in surprise, "You have to ask Mrs. Hooch." Qin Yu shrugged, then raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly, "But most of the time, I think Mrs. Hooch judges whether the player has violated the rules based on feeling." Mrs. Hooch is the flying teacher and chief Quidditch referee at Hogwarts. She is the referee for large-scale inter-house Quidditch games, and she is also responsible for the recruitment and selection of Quidditch players. Qin Yu's words made Hermione chuckle, and then the little girl said regretfully, "The book doesn't write down the specific methods of fouling. Otherwise, if I write them down, I might be able to apply to be the referee of our college team." "There is a reason why I didn't write it down," Qin Yu replied. "What's the reason?" Hermione asked curiously. "If you write it down, there is a high probability that others will imitate it and use it, which will cause even more headaches for the referees," Qin Yu explained. "Oh, okay, so I probably won't have a chance to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Hermione sighed and said helplessly. She thought about it carefully. The goalkeeper needs steady and solid flying skills, the batter needs the drive to kill everyone, the chaser needs the courage to fight, and the seeker needs keen eyesight and superb flight speed. If she wanted to join the Quidditch team, and refereeing seemed to be the best fit for her. However, reality is not always satisfactory, and the book did not teach her how to become a Quidditch referee. You can't learn this just by reading books. If you really want to be a referee, you can usually participate in our training. You can also learn some Quidditch knowledge from Moni. She will occasionally guest star as our referee. Believe me, Hermione knows far more about Quidditch than what is in this book. Seeing that Hermione was very serious and didn't seem to be joking, Qin Yu said this to her after thinking about it. "Money?" Hermione asked, confused. "That's the girl with short brown hair that I met on the train. She is a cousin of the Weasley family," Qin Yu introduced briefly. "Well, I remembered, she is a girl with a very cheerful personality." Hermione obviously still had an impression of her. "Scott, you're eating these snot-like gummies in the library again. Do you think the library's rules are optional nonsense?" A stern female voice suddenly sounded. "Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Pinksy, I'm really hungry," a boy wearing glasses said timidly. Then you go out now, fill your belly, wash your hands, and come back. Okay, okay. The boy left in despair, because the librarian Mrs. Pince's feather duster seemed to be hitting him at any time. And you, don't let me hear your voices again. Mrs. Pinksy looked at Qin Yu and Hermione and said sternly. Hermione immediately shrank her head and then secretly made a face at Qin Yu. Qin Yu is used to it. Among the students who often come to the library to read or borrow books, who has never experienced Mrs. Pinksy's temper. This is a figure that even Principal Dumbledore must give 3 points of courtesy to, because in the Hogwarts library Mrs. Pince has the absolute right to speak. Now that this powerful administrator has spoken, Qin Yu will certainly not commit crimes against the odds. He gave Hermione a look and told the girl to read carefully while he looked through the potions books he had found to prepare for his potions paper. Yes, he didn't come to the library just to spend time with Hermione, he also had something serious to do. In short, soon, both of them began to read the books at hand seriously as if they were back at home during the summer vacation when they stayed together quietly like this. The sunshine in the afternoon of autumn shines through the windows into the library of this ancient castle. It is filled with the mist of time, covering the bookshelves full of books, the long wooden tables and the people who are reading seriously and dare not make a sound. Young wizard? When Hermione got tired from reading, she would rest on Qin Yu's shoulder for a while. Or she picked up a quill pen and drew a few random strokes on the paper, and then she became a little person reading a book. Then she pulled Qin Yu's clothes to let him see her painting, biting her lip to hold back the pain. Let yourself laugh. In exchange for this, Qin Yu pinched her cheek and then drew another villain next to her. The painting is so ugly, she commented on the previous sentence in a low voice with dissatisfaction, because the little person he added was obviously her. In this way, they successfully missed dinner time. Fortunately, Qin Yu has some food in his dormitory. The two had their dinner in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione also tasted the rock cake given by Hagrid with great interest, but she could only take one bite. In the next few days, life at Hogwarts was uneventful. Of course, Hermione was still a little troubled. She found that she might not be able to fulfill her promise of taking care of Harry, Ron, Adam, and Neville. Supervise the study of several of them. This task is very simple, however Malfoy, who can't stand Slytherin, is always provocative. During our first flying lesson, Neville accidentally broke his arm and was sent to the school doctor. Then, his memory ball was picked up by Malfoy. Harry went asked him for it, but Malfoy didn't give it, so the two of them rode broomsticks to grab it in the sky. Then, Harry was taken away by the angry Professor McGonagall. During lunchtime on Thursday, Hermione said, "Tell Qin Yu what happened in the morning." What happened next? Qin Yu was somewhat disapproving. Later, he didn't come back. After Hermione finished saying this, she then said with a lot of self-blame, "It's all my fault that I failed to stop Harry and let him get into trouble. Qin, do you think he will be fired?" Qin Yu took a bite of the bacon steak, chewed it carefully and muttered, "It will definitely not be fired. If he is fired, the hard work of fighting Voldemort cannot fall on me." "What are you fighting for? What kind of chore?" Because he spoke very vaguely, Hermione didn't hear clearly, so she asked with some confusion. "It's nothing, you will know when Harry comes here later. He will definitely be fine." "Oh okay, does that taste good?" "It's not bad, it's made by wrapping the steak pieces with bacon and grilling it. The saltiness of the bacon and the tenderness of the beef are combined together. The taste is quite unique. Do you want to try it?" "Gulu, okay. Then open your mouth." "Awutilde." Since Qin Yu said it was okay and there was delicious food on hand, Hermione put aside those little worries for the time being and concentrated on eating. Moreover, as Qin Yu expected, Harry quickly came to the auditorium, lowered his voice, and excitedly told Qin Yu and others about his experience. It turned out that Harry was snatching the egg-sized memory ball in the flying class and was accidentally caught by Professor McGonagall, who introduced him to Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, because Harry was snatching the memory ball in the sky. This scene made Professor McGonagall think that Gryffindor just lacked an excellent seeker. "So, I am the second player after Qin to join the Quidditch Academy team in the first grade in recent years," Harry said with burning eyes. When he thought that he had joined the Quidditch team in the first grade like Qin, he was excited to follow the path that Qin had taken. However, it is difficult for others to understand such a mood. After all, over the years they were the only two who became Quidditch players so early. However, Oliver Wood asked Harry to keep this matter secret for the time being and not let too many people know about it, so that when the competition comes, the opponents will not know their true and false facts so clearly. In this regard, Qin Yu certainly feels that it is necessary. The arena is like a battlefield and there is no harm in having multiple minds. Then, unknowingly, Malfoy thought that Harry Potter was going to be kicked out of Hogwarts and glanced at them with gloating from time to time. Of course, he didn't dare to come over and make sarcastic remarks because he was a little afraid of getting beaten. HMPH, isn't it just relying on Chin as a backer? What will happen even if he is here? Can he be more powerful than Professor McGonagall? Malfoy thought to himself. At this moment, he wished he could have a senior like Chin so that he could severely humiliate that Harry Potter. Unfortunately, he wasn't as lucky as Harry. While the little wizards at Hogwarts are learning magic, Diagon Alley is still busy with people coming and going. In the evening, the handsome clerk at Florin's cold drink shop will take advantage of his free time to go to the warehouse behind the shop to inventory the goods, and receive cream, condensed milk, white sugar, trehalose and various jams shipped from far-away places. These things are important materials for making ice cream. Then, he will take these things out of the carton one by one and then put them on the material storage shelf in an orderly manner for easy access at any time. Obviously, as a wizard, he does not need to move them by himself. He only needs a few simple sorting spells to complete the work skillfully. After doing this, he waved his wand again and pointed at the pile of empty cardboard boxes. A flame suddenly rose up, instantly wrapping those cardboard boxes into flames. When he saw the last trace of fire extinguished, leaving only a pile of warm ashes, he nodded lightly with satisfaction, then leaned over and picked out 7 pale golden metal discs from the ashes. Each disc is the size of a gold coin. He wiped it clean carefully and put it into a metal cylinder engraved with simple and complicated patterns. 7 pieces, just enough to fill the cylinder. After he closed the lid of the cylinder, he put it away and put it in his pocket. Soon after, the cold drink shop clerk who always had a smile on his face went outside for a walk. When he came back again, his pockets were empty. Not long after he returned to the store, a tall, bearded giant walked out of a wizard's pharmacy in another part of Diagon Alley. Seriously, give me some acromantula venom next time. Many customers are anxious to get it. The pharmacy owner's voice sounded behind the giant with a hint of sincerity in his tone. Sorry, I can't make the decision on this matter. You can send a letter to Hogwarts for communication, the bearded giant said in a muffled voice. Oh, it's not like I haven't written a letter to ask. Forget it, I'll write another letter and ask, the boss said helplessly. Well, see you later. See you later. The giant, acting as a drugstore owner, wandered around Diagon Alley, bought some of his favorite drinks and food, and filled his pockets. When passing an alley at No. 93 Diagon Alley, he turned in, and when no one was paying attention, he took out a red umbrella and tapped the wall a few times with the tip of the umbrella. Soon, a gap appeared in the wall. He reached in and took out something from inside. As night fell, a visitor arrived in the Hogwarts principal's office, the bearded giant who had returned from Diagon Alley. After he came in, he threw a gray drawstring bag onto Dumbledore's desk. In the process, the bag made a jingling sound. There are a lot of them this time. All 7 secret mailboxes are full, he said with some worry. It seems that there has been a lot of trouble recently. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly and sighed. Hopefully these troubles will stay away from the school. Since you said that, you must have felt something. I don't know either, I just have a very uncomfortable feeling. The two chatted for a few more words, and the giant left here. Then, he walked alone outside the castle and finally returned to a small wooden house on the edge of the forbidden forest. In the wooden house, he pointed the red umbrella into the fireplace, and a flame ignited inside, quickly dispelling the autumn chill in the room. Then, he baked sausages and pancakes next to the fireplace for today's dinner. Thinking of Dumbledore's words, he was a little stunned. It wasn't until his nose smelled the smell of burnt meat that he suddenly woke up. I don't want to let Dumbledore and the others worry about these things. I just have to do my own thing. The giant shook his head and put the troubles behind him. then concentrated on grilling the sausages and swallowed from time to time. He was so hungry, especially after thinking about various problems, that he urgently needed to eat a lot of food. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Qin Yu dragged his tired body back to the Gryffindor public rest area. There he met an anxiously waiting Hermione. "Something's going to happen, Qin," Hermione said the first thing she said after seeing Qin Yu. "What's wrong?" Qin Yu asked curiously. Then Hermione told him something that made her very angry. "After dinner, after you left, Malfoy had a conflict with Harry. Malfoy made an appointment with Harry for a wizard's duel tonight." "Huh, wizard's duel? Have they learned any magic spells for fighting?" Qin Yu felt that two first-grade wizards were dueling, and it was like a kindergarten kid having a date with each other. "I don't know," Hermione shook her head and then said angrily, "I asked Harry not to agree to such a meaningless thing, but Harry said that you also helped your classmates teach Slytherin a lesson when you were in first grade. A good person, if he says you can do something, he should work hard to do it." After the little girl said this, she looked at Qin Yu with complicated eyes. She never expected that the tiger she relied on would become an excuse to gag her. "Therefore, the power of role models is terrible. No matter what behavior you perform, it is easy to be imitated by admirers. Well, idols are responsible for fan behavior." "Ha, this kid!" Qin Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled awkwardly. "I actually don't want to speak ill of Harry behind his back, but don't you think his whole attitude has changed since he became the Quidditch seeker?" Hermione said with a frown. "Indeed, this child is a little bit arrogant. This is normal, after all, he is still young." Qin Yu sighed helplessly. "So what he should learn most is your stability." The little girl crossed her arms in front of her chest and said seriously. Seeing her like this, Qin Yu was amused. In that case, let him hit the wall by himself. Although Qin Yu didn't remember whether there was a duel, he instinctively felt that Malfoy was causing trouble, and Harry was obviously angered by Malfoy's provocation and hastily agreed to the so-called duel. Since it is a conflict between children, let them resolve it themselves. Qin Yu felt that he did not need to intervene too much. "But our college will be deducted points," Hermione said rather reluctantly. "As long as no one finds out." "Oh, by the way, do you know the specific time and place they made an appointment?" Qin Yu asked. "At midnight in the trophy room." Hermione knew better. "Then, if you are really worried, I will follow them secretly to prevent them from being discovered by the night guard." Qin Yu thought for a while and said, "I'm going too," Hermione said, grabbing his arm. Seeing the eager look in this girl's eyes, Qin Yu couldn't tell for a moment whether she really cared about Harry and the others or whether she wanted to watch the fun. "However, no matter what, if you follow me, nothing big will happen." So after thinking for a moment, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Okay then, let's meet here at about 11:50. "Yeah," Hermione nodded sharply, her eyes bright. "This excitement, you just want to watch the excitement." Qin Yu is now leaning toward this possibility. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Just as Qin Yu was lying on the bed waiting to meet Hermione at 12 o'clock and then following Harry and Ron, a few lines of words appeared in front of his eyes. "Qin, if you haven't gone to bed, please come to my office and see me. Albus Dumbledore." Qin Yu had no idea how Dumbledore's words appeared in front of him, but he only guessed that it must be some kind of very clever information transmission spell. Since Lao Deng asked him to go there now, there is a high probability that he has something important to say. So, Qin Yu summoned an owl and sent a text message to Hermione, informing her that he had something to do tonight and that the tracking plan was cancelled, leaving Harry and the others to do their own thing. Then he followed Dumbledore's message and went to the principal's office on the 8th floor of the castle. "Sorry, Qin, I didn't notice that it was so late just now. I wanted to send you a message after I realized this, but I found that you are no longer in the dormitory." "When we met," Lao Deng said apologetically. From his words, Qin Yu knew two things. First, the matter is not too urgent, but Dumbledore obviously pays more attention to it. Second, the message transmission spell probably requires knowing the location of the recipient in advance. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have received Dumbledore's message asking him to go back to sleep on the way, and he would not have had to come over. These thoughts flashed past. Qin Yu shrugged and said, "It's okay, Professor Dumbledore, I just have insomnia and I didn't fall asleep." Of course, he wouldn't say that he was waiting to follow Harry and others who were causing trouble with Hermione. "Okay, let's get down to business," Dumbledore said, motioning for the little Oriental boy to sit down on the chair. Just after Qin Yu sat down, an exquisite white porcelain teapot with gold embroidery flew slowly in front of him and then tilted gracefully, pouring an orange-red water line into an equally exquisite teacup on the table next to him. "You don't seem to like adding milk or sugar to your tea, I remember correctly, right?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. "Yes, Professor, I am still used to drinking the original taste of black tea," Qin Yu nodded. The last time he drank tea in the principal's office seemed to be the time Lucius came. Obviously, he didn't like adding any messy things to the tea. "Before I talk about those troublesome things, let me give you a gift first. This thing was just delivered to me today. I just took this opportunity to give it to you." Dumbledore said this, picked up a slender wooden box on the table, and handed it over. The moment Qin Yu received the wooden box, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, because he saw the logo of Ollivander's wand shop on the wooden box, as well as the shop's slogan that represents professional wand making for more than 2,000 years. It has been making excellent wands since 382 BC. Qin Yu couldn't help but look at Lao Deng. "That's right, a new wand." Dumbledore didn't show off. "I commissioned Mr. Ollivander to customize it. Its core uses phoenix tail feathers." After hearing his words, Qin Yu subconsciously glanced at Phoenix Fox, who was squatting and napping in midair. As if he felt Qin Yu's gaze, Fox raised his eyelids and glanced at him lazily, then closed his eyes and continued to sleep. "He is so cold and cold, worthy of being a phoenix." "Well, I just like how you look at me with such indifferent eyes," Qin Yu secretly praised. Opening the wooden box, he saw a gray-white wand lying inside. "You can try it out and see if it works for you," Dumbledore suggested. "Good." With the wand in his hand, Qin Yu's first impression was that it was slightly heavier than the one he had before, and it was obviously longer. However, he tried waving it and found it just right. Presumably, Mr. Ollivander took into account his physical growth in the past year. Then he closed his eyes and experienced it carefully. He felt as if the wand in his hand had become an extension of his arm, and the wand core made of phoenix tail feathers also screamed at this moment. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Phoenix Fox cast another look. This time, Fox's eyes were a little more thoughtful and solemn. On Qin Yu's side, when he heard the chirp of the phoenix's tail feathers, he also felt the joy and excitement it conveyed. So he suddenly opened his eyes, raised his right hand holding the wand, drew a powerful trajectory in the air, and said in his mouth, "Incendio tilde." Immediately, the room was filled with fire, the temperature suddenly rose, and a blazing flame shot out, threatening to burn down Dumbledore's desk. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Dumbledore waved his wand casually and the flames were eliminated with ease as if they had never appeared. "I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't control my strength well," Qin Yu said quickly. If he had followed his original wand and his feeling of casting the spell just now, the fire spell shouldn't be so powerful. And this phoenix tail feather serves as the core of the wand, which obviously enhances the magic spell. "It doesn't matter, that's why I gave you this wand," Dumbledore responded with a smile. His words made Qin Yu think more about it. Sure enough, Dumbledore continued. "Although you are still young and I had planned to expose you to these things in a few years, the development of the situation seems to be getting more and more beyond my expectations." In Qin Yu's view, Dumbledore's brows were obviously more worried when he said these words. The greatest wizard in the world was like a troubled old man thinking about some difficult problems. Well, Qin Yu almost forgot that Dumbledore is indeed an old man who is over 100 years old. Perhaps I was used to only seeing Dumbledore's strength and ignoring his age. "Is it related to what I discovered at Christmas?" Qin Yu asked tentatively. During the last Christmas vacation, Qin Yu accidentally stumbled upon the transaction of two suspicious wizards in Diagon Alley and roughly guessed their identities, a Death Eater and a GA member. See Chapter 53 of this book for details. The most important thing is that he seized a bottle of suspicious black liquid that can turn mice into zombie. According to Professor Swinton's research and analysis, it is a product of life alchemy which comes from the dark alchemy of the North American witch god cult. Its functions are not limited to creating zombie mice, there must be many more. As for its specific uses, Professor Swinton did not study it clearly in the follow-up. After all, the samples were too small to test too many times. See Chapter 56 of this book for details. In short, the meeting between Death Eaters and GA members was not a good sign, so Qin Yu thought of them immediately. Well, it has something to do with that time. Those people who were originally only active in South America have now gone to North America. The development speed is indeed beyond my expectation. Dumbledore said, showing a world map like a projection of the Earth in front of Qin Yu. This is the place where those people were first discovered to be active. And then, here, recently, their whereabouts have appeared frequently in North America, and the attitude of the Magical Congress of North America seems very ambiguous. This is also what worries me, and it seems that a considerable number of people in the Magic Congress agree with their views. Lao Deng waved his hand and turned the Earth projection while introducing the current situation to Qin Yu. Looking at the faint blue flames that lit up little by little on the map, from being concentrated in a certain place in Brazil at first, to eventually becoming dotted and scattered all over North America, Qin Yu really felt a sense of urgency that the fire was about to start a prairie fire. He also didn't expect that the group of people under the banner of Grindelwald would develop so rapidly. This is much more awesome than the huddled Death Eaters. I know you may feel a little stressed when I tell you this now. Dumbledore also saw Qin Yu's nervousness. But you also said, are you trying to put a burden on me? I'm just in the 2nd grade, okay? Can't you just let me enjoy my 2 years of school in peace? Someone secretly complained in his heart. Of course, Dumbledore couldn't hear what he was saying, so he continued slowly. However, I think you are different from other children. You are mature far beyond your peers, especially when you dealt with Lucius's 2 attacks. The performance, well, the calmness shown in making things difficult surprised me, and it also satisfied me. Although you acted as if nothing had happened after temporarily changing your words, you actually wanted to talk about your acting skills, right? Qin Yu added in his mind. Anyway, I am telling you this to let you know that there will be many difficulties in the future. You must be mentally prepared because the future belongs to you. Dumbledore summed up with a smile and his expression became relaxed. Quite a few, as if they were saying something very interesting. Qin Yu felt that there was nothing interesting about this matter. Of course, he couldn't understand the thoughts of an old man who had lived for more than 100 years. Probably, Lao Deng had different thinking about life, death, and time than young people. He actually wanted to say if you borrow another 500 years from heaven, then you might not know whose future it will belong to. However, various signs indicate that even as the greatest wizard in the world, Dumbledore is indeed in his twilight years. Even if he is safe and does not encounter any accidents in the future, the old man probably does not have much life left. Perhaps it was precisely because time was running out that Dumbledore wanted to resolve the matter at once. This was also the reason why he made many plans in his later years. Qin Yu thought about all these things and found that there seemed to be not much he could do. However, he knew that at the critical moment he would definitely stand on the opposite side of those people because he could not just watch these people around him. People were killed one by one since there is no other choice then it's done. Thinking of this, he felt a lot relieved and no longer felt overwhelmed by the approaching crisis. Qin Yu pinched his wand, chuckled and joked. So, you gave me this wand, do you want me to use my spare time to fight with Death Eaters or GA? Hahaha, you are thinking too much. I have no idea of pushing you to the battlefield. I just thought that you would probably become the backbone of this group of children. I will tell you these things in advance. Moreover, from Professor Snape's words judging from the feedback, you really need a new wand. Dumbledore was amused by Qin Yu, laughed, shook his head, and explained simply. The wand that Qin Yu held previously could not use more lethal black magic. This was due to the wand core because the unicorn hair wand core repels black magic and Qin Yu's abilities were unstable. There are too many uncertain factors in using black magic. Now, after-school tutoring from 2 professors, Snape and Swinton, Qin Yu has already mastered the control of his emotions and strength, and it is time to learn more powerful tricks. Then Dumbledore sighed slightly, made a face, and continued, Actually, I don't know what I want you to do specifically. Maybe I just feel a little powerless and want you to share the burden. It's strange to say. After telling you this, I feel much better and not so stressed anymore. Oh, you are less stressed and I am more stressed. Qin Yu lamented in his heart and complained secretly. That night, Dumbledore actually just gave Qin Yu a wand, talked about the current situation, and encouraged him to unite the children and let them grow up quickly. As for the specific arrangements, Lao Deng didn't say anything because he didn't know it himself. The old and the young drank tea and chatted for some time, then ended the conversation that was later speculated and given a legendary tone by many people. After that, Qin Yu left the principal's office and walked downstairs. And just after he walked a few steps, he felt a rapid vibration in his waist. It was an alchemy artifact he carried with him, and there was a whistle that came from the same source and resonated with the alchemy artifact. The whistle hung around Hermione's neck. Qin Yu took off the gold chain object from his waist. But it was a hollow bell, slightly smaller than a table tennis ball. The special thing about this bell is that there are no balls inside. However, even if there is no hitting ball, the bell can keep buzzing at this time, as if it is being hit by some force inside. The sound of the bell means that the whistle of the same origin has been blown. The whistle and the bell were originally prepared by Qin Yu to prevent Hermione from getting lost in the castle. Since giving her the whistle, Hermione has only blown it twice, but those 2 times were during the day, and as the girl got familiar with Hogwarts under the guidance of Qin Yu, she even went there occasionally in some secluded corridors and other places. The possibility of getting lost is unlikely. But now it was midnight and the whistle suddenly sounded. Thinking about the time now, their tracking plan tonight, and the low possibility of Hermione getting lost, Qin Yu quickly came to a conclusion. This girl is in danger. His thoughts were spinning and he couldn't help but stop. This was the whistle's first real warning, and the first thing he had to do was quickly know where Hermione was. Thinking of this, Qin Yu closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Of course, it is definitely not some kind of spiritual consciousness released to the outside world. This is not a world where mortals practice immortality, but a magical world. Divine consciousness does not exist. At least he has not cultivated it to the level of divine consciousness radar. The purpose of closing his eyes was to feel the collision direction of the bell in his hand, and through this direction he could roughly determine the position of the whistle. As a result, the bell in his hand kept hitting and shaking downwards. Think about it, the place where Malfoy and Harry agreed to duel was the trophy display room on the 4th floor of the castle, right below him. Based on this information, Qin Yu quickly located Hermione's most likely location, which was on the 4th floor of the castle. All kinds of thoughts flashed by in an instant. After quickly determining the target, Qin Yu quickly went downstairs. He didn't think anything too dangerous would happen. After all, Principal Dumbledore's office was on the 8th floor. If something serious happened, Qin Yu believed that Lao Deng would not sit idly by if he was so close. Of course, even if he knew this was the case, he would inevitably be worried. He walked quickly, jumped down from the stairs, and soon reached the corridor on the 4th floor. Qin. Hermione's voice came from the dimly lit corridor. She didn't expect that as soon as she blew the whistle, Qin Yu would arrive here in just a short time, which surprised her more or less. Qin Yu also heard the tone in Hermione's words and knew that there should be no danger. However, his steps still did not slow down and even accelerated a little. When he held that familiar little hand in his hand, he felt completely at ease. Be practical. What happened? Are you okay? Qin Yu asked, holding the girl's hand. It's okay now, we just had a close call, we met a big dog. No, there were 3. No, it wasn't 3, it should be 1 with 3. I think I've seen a big dog in a book, it's a 3-headed dog. Probably because Qin Yu finally let go of her nervousness and fear after arriving, Hermione kept talking to him with her little face raised. What happened just now? While Qin Yu was telling her story, he looked at her carefully to make sure that her face, arms, and legs were not injured by the 3-headed dog. Hermione moved her neck a few times in response so that he could see more fully. Then, the little girl frowned and said in confusion, "It's strange to say that the big dog was yelling at us fiercely just now, but then one of its heads came closer and sniffed me, and then it calmed down." After saying this, she continued with lingering fear, "At that time, the dog's head was less than 2 feet away from me. I could clearly see its wet nose and drooling mouth. I was scared. My legs were a little weak. Later, seeing that it relaxed its vigilance, we ran out and then I blew the whistle and you came not long after. I didn't expect it to come so fast." Looking at the girl who was smiling at the last word, Qin Yu couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek and said angrily, "I sent you a letter before and asked you to stay in the dormitory, why do you have to follow me?" Hermione knew that he was really angry this time, otherwise she wouldn't have felt the pain. After all, she had only been pinched lightly before. "Ouch, it hurts, Qin, I know I was wrong." The little girl quickly cried out in pain and quickly admitted her mistake. Qin Yu only used 1 point of strength, but she screamed out 12 points of pain. Seeing her like this, Qin Yu couldn't bear to blame her too much, so he sighed and said, "Fortunately, the three-headed dog didn't attack you. If it becomes ferocious, you will inevitably be injured or even eaten." At that time, it was too late to say anything. Hermione nodded repeatedly, not daring to say anything for fear of offending the angry Qin again. The three-headed dog, if nothing else, is the big dog named Luwei raised by Hagrid. Qin Yu has only seen Qin Yu a few times. However, Hagrid has trained the big dog to remember that he has the smell of the Weasley twins. In this way, they will not be disturbed when feeding or approaching the dog. Attacked. As for Hermione, probably because she stayed with Qin Yu all day long and had his scent on her body, Lu Wei, the three-headed dog, mistakenly thought that this little girl was Qin Yu. Only then did she change her mind after getting close to Hermione and smelling it. Gotta quiet down. After thinking about this, Qin Yu noticed the other children. In addition to Harry and Ron, a pair of inseparable guys, there was also Adam, who was short of sleep and stayed up late at night. What surprised Qin Yu even more was that Neville, who had always been dull, was also shrinking among them. Finally, he looked frightened. Seeing Qin Yu looking at them, Harry and Ron naturally lowered their heads and felt uneasy. Adam yawned, obviously feeling sleepy again, and Neville's mouth was open, full of grievances. He was probably still a little confused. "Tell me, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, what was the result of today's duel? Who won and who lost?" Qin Yu teased the two troublemakers in a strange way. "Malfoy wasn't even here," Harry whispered like a mosquito. "What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." Qin Yu rolled his eyes. "Malfoy lied to us and didn't come at all. He's just a liar." Harry raised his head and said angrily, "Yes, not only did he not come, he might have even notified the administrator in advance to come here to catch us. Otherwise we wouldn't have hidden in the room with the big dog," Ron said boldly. The thing was very simple. Malfoy asked Harry for a duel in the middle of the night, but he didn't come. Instead, he reported to the administrator of Hogwarts. Not long after they arrived, they were chased by the administrator of the Night Watch, and they entered by mistake. The one with the big dogs. Seeing the angry expressions of the two of them, Qin Yu was actually happy and said with a smile, "Oh, someone else calculated it so easily. I don't know how you can still have the nerve to blame someone else for being too cunning." As soon as these words were spoken, Harry and Ron's heads that had just been raised lowered again. They were indeed careless this time and did not expect to fall into such a simple trap as Malfoy's. "Okay, don't be stunned, go back to sleep. If you have anything else, we'll talk about it tomorrow." After Qin Yu said this, he pulled Hermione and turned around to leave. The other 4 children quickly followed. After chatting briefly along the way, Qin Yu realized that Adam got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and happened to see Harry and Ron going out, so he followed them out of curiosity. As for Neville, he was injured during the flying lesson during the day and went to the infirmary to recuperate. He wanted to go back to the dormitory to sleep in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, he got lost. He met Harry and his party who were going to duel, so they got together. After all, he was already in the castle. "I've been wandering around like a fly for more than an hour." In short, when Qin Yu was invited to drink tea by Lao Deng, several children experienced a somewhat chaotic encounter, and finally returned to the Gryffindor dormitory area under the leadership of Qin Yu. "Everyone go back to your room and sleep, stop messing around," Qin Yu said to several people. Several children responded one after another and dispersed. After everyone else left, Qin Yu and Hermione were left in the public rest area. The moon was shining like water, and in the dead of night the two of them just stayed in the empty rest area. "Qin, this time Hermione looked at him, bit her lip lightly and said aggrievedly. But before she finished speaking, she was held in Qin Yu's arms. From the original gentle hug, it became tighter and tighter. She truly felt the care and worry conveyed by him. Since we already know each other's inner thoughts, there is no need to say too many words. Hermione hugged Qin Yu tightly with her arms, rubbed her little face against his chest like a kitten, and smelled the familiar smell with her nose. The smell made her feel at ease and warm, and it also brought a bit of joy to her heart. At this time, her heart, which had been frightened all night, finally calmed down. Regarding the discovery of the three-headed dog on the fourth floor of the castle, Qin Yu certainly knew what was going on. It should have been something Dumbledore borrowed from Hagrid to act as a guard in order to protect the Philosopher's Stone. The place where the Philosopher's Stone was before was the underground vault No. 713 of Gringotts in Diagon Alley. It was Qin Yu who accompanied Hagrid to retrieve it during the summer vacation. Harry Potter was also with him at the time. When he was taking it, Qin Yu revealed the secret of the magic stone which triggered time regression. At that time, he made a lot of troubles and attempts to study this mechanism. In Qin Yu's view, the three-headed dog was certainly not enough to protect the magical stone. After all, this dog could not compare to the fire dragon underground in Gringotts. However, who told the Sorcerer's Stone to be stored on the fourth floor of the castle? That place was just downstairs from Dumbledore's office. And Dumbledore is the most powerful guarantee for the Sorcerer's Stone. If someone really dares to steal something under the nose of the greatest white wizard in the world, then he really has to weigh whether he has enough weight. I'm afraid Lao Deng is not fishing with the magic stone. What a good fishing law enforcement. After sorting out these things, Qin Yu lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. While half asleep, he recalled what Dumbledore had said to him. Old Deng told him that the current situation was very worrying and asked him to unite the children at Hogwarts. However, it is obvious that this is not an easy task. For example, Qin Yu has a way to defeat Jerome and his group this year, and they basically have no temper. But if those young children in the next class still use this method, it may be difficult for Hogwarts to achieve the so-called combat effectiveness. They will all succumb to his lust, and there will be no personality and courage to speak of. So he had to think of a way to allow those children to compete and grow. This is a bit difficult to handle. These seem to be things that a teacher should consider, but Dumbledore put the burden on Qin Yu through some understatement. Even though Lao Deng said that he did not ask Qin Yu to bear anything, there was some meaning of entrusting an orphan in his words. Of course, he does not rule out that he is a casual move of this old fox. After all, Qin Yu has reason to suspect that Dumbledore has spent several years planning something, and with the talent and patience of an alchemist, Qin Yu the great magic stone that controls the world. Anyway, let me worry about doing the work without having to pay wages. This is probably Lao Deng's wishful thinking. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu fell asleep in a daze. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and Hogwarts was still as calm as a wise man, unhurried and unhurried. However, Malfoy felt a little surprised and agitated because he did not hear the news that Harry was punished. This annoying boy with a scar on his forehead was neither expelled from school nor received any other punishment. Showed up early in the morning to have breakfast in the auditorium as usual. This made Malfoy a little annoyed and hesitant because he knew that the trap he set did not work. While he was disappointed, he was more or less worried about being retaliated against. He wasn't afraid of Harry, but he was afraid of the thigh Harry was holding, Qin Yu. At this moment, he became jealous of Harry Potter again and felt infinite resentment and hatred towards Qin Yu. Of course, he did not dare to express this hatred. Also extremely annoyed was Harry Potter. He was sitting at the Gryffindor table looking at Malfoy with eyes that seemed to be on fire. It was an angry flame. If eyes could cast a spell, this evil Malfoy would have been burnt bald by the fire, and his golden hair seemed to be covered with oil. "Sooner or later I will make Malfoy receive the lesson he deserves," Harry Potter said angrily, snorting. What happened yesterday really made him feel aggrieved. He found that he had put Malfoy in the column of the most hated people along with his cousin Dudley. Qin Yu looked at Harry and then at Malfoy, who was sitting at the Slytherin table not far away. He felt as if countless lightning and fire were surging between the two of them. Well, the two little kids seemed to be at war with each other. However, Qin Yu noticed that after Malfoy noticed his gaze, his aura immediately weakened and he lowered his head and stopped looking at Gryffindor. "Tusk, it seems that my weight is a bit too heavy," Qin Yu couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. If Harry and Malfoy were on the left and right ends of the scale, they might be able to maintain a dynamic balance of up and down. However, if Qin Yu stood on Harry's side, that end of the scale would fall directly. This was not in line with the competition and growth situation he had imagined last night. After all, although Malfoy is a naughty kid, he still has good intentions. What he lacks is correct guidance. Qin Yu doesn't want to suppress this kid and turn him into a quail. Then Harry will probably lack some fighting spirit. "What's too heavy?" Hermione asked, confused, and put what she was eating on the plate. Qin Yu looked at her uneasy look and peeked at the food from time to time, knowing that this girl must have misunderstood something. So he smiled and said, "It's definitely not that you are too heavy. Come on, try this. It tastes sweet and sour, very delicious." "I still won't eat. I feel like my face has become rounder and rounder since school started." Hermione shook her head, pouting her little mouth and saying in distress, "Is there any? I didn't think so." Qin Yu said after looking at it carefully. "Why not? Look at me," Hermione said, pointing to her cheek. "Then let me give it a try." The girl looked so cute Qin Yu couldn't resist pinching her. "Huh, what are you doing?" Hermione said, dissatisfied. "It feels good. It seems that it has indeed grown some flesh. I was in a hurry last night and didn't notice this." Qin Yu said seriously, You actually called me fat just to see if I won't bite you." Hermione said this and immediately bit the hand that Qin Yu stretched out. "Hiss, Tilda, it hurts," Qin Yu cried out in pain. "HMPH?" Hermione let go and snorted. "Well, no one thinks you are fat. Only when you eat more can you grow faster. Otherwise, I would be a head taller than you. Then don't eat so much until I catch up." "Okay, I'll wait for you." "Well, I'm thirsty. Have a glass of juice." Qin Yu casually handed over a glass of juice. "Does your hand hurt?" It hurts. "Then let me use a healing spell on you." "No, just blow it for me. The effect last time was pretty good." "Last time?" "Well, last time it seemed that he was in the public rest area. In order to make the treatment effect better, I even kissed him on the face." Hermione thought about this and quickly lowered her head to drink the juice one sip after another, pretending to be nonchalant, but her face turned red little by little. The two made some childish remarks and Hermione returned to her snack food nature and continued to eat the delicious food. Qin Yu also quickly finished his breakfast. Then everyone left the auditorium and walked to their respective classrooms. Hermione is going to take the charms class while Qin Yu is taking the history of magic class. While Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, was floating in the air, talking about the boring war between wizards and goblins in a rigid tone, Qin Yu was holding his head with one hand in a state of distraction. He was thinking about how he could help Malfoy to strengthen himself so that the boy would have the courage to continue confronting Harry. Of course, if he was asked to publicly support Malfoy, Qin Yu would definitely not be able to do it, and he still didn't want to see Malfoy's tail raised. This matter is not easy to handle, Qin Yu thought to himself. Forget it, don't think about it now. Putting these distressing thoughts aside for the time being, he recalled the topic he had talked with Hermione in the morning and couldn't help but imagine the girl turning into a fat girl. Haha, that's like changing a person. Wait, he's a different person. Qin Yu muttered this sentence, frowning slightly, then relaxed, and an idea arose in his heart. What I was worrying about just now actually inspired this girl. Well, I have to say that it is beneficial to think about her more when nothing happens. Someone came to this conclusion. Draco Malfoy, the only son of the Malfoy family of pureblood wizards. As one of the 28 holy families, the Malfoy family has a long history and infinite glory. As a member of the Malfoy family and the only future heir of the family, Draco also has a natural sense of pride and honor. Therefore, in the past 11 years he has lived with great pride like a proud man of heaven. Although sometimes he feels very tired and feels a lot of pressure on himself, but he understands that this is all his fault. Should bear it. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to hold a rose, you must bear its wounds. He understands this truth and is willing to sacrifice for the glory of his family. Until this summer, I met two people in the robe shop in Diagon Alley, first a quiet boy with black hair and glasses, and then a slightly older Oriental boy with the same black hair but who looked very powerful. On that day he found that his pride and glory were despised for the first time. To despise him is to despise the Malfoy family. This is something that absolutely cannot be tolerated. Then, on the first day of school on the Hogwarts Express, he sincerely went to make friends with the legendary Harry Potter, only to find that this man was the quiet boy he met in the robe shop. That time, he was despised again. And he was looked down upon in front of the ridiculous Ron Weasley, and as we all know, the Weasley family is a joke among pure-blood wizarding families, and they are poor paupers. All these things made him feel insulted like never before. After school started, he tried to fight back and retaliate but found that Harry Potter was always hiding next to Qin, and Qin was a person that he could not surpass and shake for a while because this guy didn't know how to use it. Gained support from many teachers including Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. The most important thing is that this rude guy Qin has a bad temper and likes to bully the weak. He is simply a bully who persecutes good students at Hogwarts. Yes, Qin is a complete bully. He will definitely become a scum among wizards when he grows up. Draco believed this. Then, yesterday in the flying class, he just picked up the memory ball from the idiot Neville, and that damn Harry shouted hand over the ball, as if the ball belonged to him. Why should I give him the ball? Why should he ask me to listen to him, this damn arrogant Harry Potter? Even thinking about it now, Draco Malfoy had uncontrollable anger in his chest, and he was so angry that his brain ached. Later, he and Harry rode broomsticks in the sky to snatch the memory ball. I have to admit, this kid has two brushes. Before I came to Hogwarts, I had specially practiced flying, but I was still chased closely by him. Fortunately, I suddenly thought of it and threw the broken ball. Draco thought proudly to himself while recalling Harry's actions at that time. Although the kid successfully grabbed the ball, he was caught by Professor McGonagall and was called away. From Draco's point of view, it was inevitable that Harry's points would be deducted from Gryffindor because of his wanton behavior and blatant violation of school rules. Later, he set a trap for him, deliberately angered him, and arranged a duel at midnight. However, I notified the administrator in advance through a secret method and asked the administrator to arrest the person at that time. All of this was planned very carefully and seamlessly. But why is this boy Harry still fine? Do the teachers at Hogwarts just protect a student who has repeatedly violated school rules and regulations? This is so unfair. The angry Draco said these words bitterly through his teeth, full of resentment. What's unfair? Gore asked in a loud voice. At this time, the morning class had ended and the three of them had just finished lunch in the auditorium. Goyle and Crabbe each held a pile of food, looking satisfied. Draco looked at Goyle's stupid and blank expression, couldn't help but glared at him and said angrily, "Nothing. Eat your bread." After saying this, Draco left without looking back and walked towards Slytherin's dormitory area. He really didn't want to see this idiot follower who couldn't help but only knew how to eat. Did I do something wrong? Goyle turned to look at Crabbe, who was also a follower. Crabbe shook his head and said, "I don't know either." "I must have done something wrong, otherwise he wouldn't be so angry," Gower murmured. Then he quickly ate the croissant in his hand and Crabbe caught up with Draco, who had already walked away. "After lunch, there will be some free time, nap, or whatever you want." Draco was not in the mood to play around, he just wanted to go back to the dormitory for a while. Of course, he would not admit that he was afraid of having more contact with Harry and Qin's gang to avoid being retaliated against. He was just a little tired. Well, that's right, he was just tired. The spells class in the morning was too exhausting, so he wanted to go back and take a rest. However, the clenched hands showed that he did not agree with this view in his heart and he was just a little scared. I, the heir to the majestic Malfoy family, the descendant of the purest wizarding family in the wizarding world, the younger generation of talented wizards, why do I have to suffer such humiliation? Draco shouted in his heart. Then, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips. He didn't expect that less than a month after arriving at Hogwarts, he would encounter this series of things that made him suffer internally. But what can he do? He could only endure it all silently. With such a humiliating understanding, Draco walked step by step towards Slytherin's dormitory. The sunshine in the autumn afternoon was warm, but he found it irritating. Unconsciously, Draco turned into a deserted corridor because he didn't want to meet other people. He subconsciously chose a place less traveled by. Just when he was about one-third of the way down the corridor, a strong wind suddenly rose from the courtyard and blew toward the corridor. For a moment, there was flying sand and rocks and strong winds. Draco's face was painfully hit by gravel and the like. He quickly raised his arms and covered his head and face with the wide sleeves of his robe. However, this strong wind came suddenly and went away quickly. In just a moment, it calmed down. Draco lowered the sleeves that covered his face, revealing his blank eyes. Then he looked around and couldn't figure out what this strange wind was about. "It's really unlucky, how can anything happen to me?" Draco was complaining more and more irritably when he suddenly lowered his head and saw a pile of fallen leaves on the ground, and was stunned. The fallen leaves themselves are not unusual, but the pile of fallen leaves at this time is clearly arranged into letters. And these fallen leaf letters are combined in a certain order to form a dazzling word. COWRD, coward. A flush of excitement instantly appeared on the boy's pale face, a sign of extreme anger, because the word coward was exactly what he was trying to avoid but had to admit. Yes, he thought he was a coward from the bottom of his heart. Now, having this word clearly put in front of him, Draco was extremely embarrassed and angry. "I'm not a coward. I'm not." Looking at the word made of fallen leaves on the ground, Draco rubbed his neck and shouted loudly. The red face and angry shouting made the expression of this proud man of heaven look a bit ferocious at this time. And the humiliating look flashing in his eyes made his ferocious look a little pitiful. "Who is it who is playing tricks on me?" Draco said this angrily, took out the delicate wand from the inner pocket of his robe, and then waved it around, casting any spell he could think of. He felt that someone must be hiding nearby to watch his joke. However, no matter how much wind, fire, thunder, and lightning brought by those spells were running around in the corridor, they could not force the pretender out. In addition to bringing a mess to this corridor, why do everyone bully me? Draco waved his wand wildly and kept shouting accusations. As he shouted, his voice became hoarse, his nose became sore, his eyes became red, and tears flowed from his eyes, sliding down his pale and flushed cheeks. He finally broke down emotionally and started crying. "Woo, why, I am Draco Malfoy, I should be the pride of Hogwarts. Woo, I am not a coward, they bullied me. It's the bad people. They bullied me." No matter how proud he is only an 11-year-old child after all. After the long-term mental oppression of the big devil Qin and the failure of yesterday's plan, he was already worried and uneasy. He was afraid of being retaliated, and even the auditorium was full of fear. Don't dare to stay too long. Now that a mysterious person had exposed his inner pretense, he collapsed completely, just like an ordinary child venting his panic and grievances in a child's way. Draco Malfoy felt extremely vulnerable at this moment. "It turns out that I am really a worthless coward, a mediocre coward, a waste who only knows how to cry but can do nothing." After a long time, Draco put down his wand and stopped casting spells and shouting. The corridor became quiet again. He leaned his back against a pillar and sat slumped on the ground, his face still stained with undried tears, and his silver-gray eyes stared blankly at the empty corridor. Maybe it's good to be a waste. Draco's lips twisted into a sad smile. He fell to the ground and babbled a bunch of words like complaints. "Are you still there? If you want to humiliate me, feel free to humiliate me. I know I can't beat you, I can't even find you. I hate this place, I hate Hogwarts, I hate Harry Potter, I hate Qin, I hate everyone. I want to leave here, I want to go to another school, I never want to see these people again." However, no one responded to him, only the occasional breeze blowing through the corridor, blowing on his forehead covered by messy golden hair. "I'm probably leaving, how can a coward like me deserve other people's attention?" Draco laughed at himself again, raised his thin chin, looked up at the sky, his eyes were dull and empty. Sha tilde. Just when Draco thought that the mysterious man had left after humiliating him, there was a small friction sound on the ground. He frowned and looked at the source of the sound and found that it was coming from a pile of leaves moving on the ground. And those leaves, like flexible swimming fish, quickly formed new letters, and these letters formed new words. "That person hasn't left yet." Draco looked at the new words on the ground. Apparently, the mysterious man had written a new message for him. "Have you cried enough? Draco wiped the tears on his face carelessly, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond to such a simple question, because his heart was full of grievances and embarrassment at this time. The mysterious figure didn't seem to be expecting Draco's answer. He continued to use the rustling leaves to form new words and form a new sentence. There is no shame in crying when you are young, it is better than regretting when you grow up. Draco looked at this sentence and didn't understand what it meant, but he felt it had a profound meaning. Moreover, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he saw an emotion similar to care in this sentence. Is this person trying to comfort me? Draco thought to himself. You feel like your pride and self-esteem are gone, right? Do I still have it? Seeing this, Draco subconsciously replied while his eyes dimmed again. You should ask, have you ever had true pride and self-respect? What do you mean? Don't I even deserve to be proud? Draco felt that he might have been delusional just now and that this person was not here to comfort him. What you call pride comes from the long-standing family called Malfoy, from the so-called pure blood, and these flashy things are not really something to be proud of. Because this sentence has too many words, it is divided into 4 paragraphs, just like movie subtitles. After one paragraph is put out, it is immediately replaced by the next paragraph. Therefore, the rustling sound of moving leaves lasted for a long time. Draco also finished reading this long message amidst the rustling sound, and then a blank look appeared in his eyes. Because the family's glory and pure wizard bloodline were originally the source of his pride, but now they are said to be flashy things. You're talking nonsense, Draco retorted weakly. He meant to say that this person was talking nonsense, that family and bloodline were the real things to be proud of. However, when he thought about it, it seemed that Qin and Harry had never cared about these 2 things about him. You must have thought about it yourself. Neither Qin nor Harry Potter took your family and blood seriously. The mysterious man seemed to have read Draco's mind and wrote a new message, which surprised Draco. He knew that there was a magic spell called legilimency that could read the thoughts in other people's brains. Could this mysterious man also have a similar spell? These thoughts arose and Draco's eyes became more frightened. Then what is true pride? He asked. True pride should come from yourself, not anything else. Myself, Draco looked thoughtful. That's right. I have no ideas. Draco lowered his head. He wanted to say that he didn't know that he had anything to be proud of. Yes, compared with people like Qin, he felt from the bottom of his heart that he was completely humble and insignificant. What was there to be proud of? You think you are weak, right? The mysterious man seemed to have read through his mind. Draco nodded, admitting that you are weak is the first step to pride. You have already taken the first step. This is another sentence that people seem to understand, but it is very meaningful. However, Draco's originally depressed heart was slightly touched. He seemed to understand something, but he couldn't tell what it was for a while. Admitting that you are weak is the first step to pride, Draco murmured and repeated. Yes, there is a proverb in the East, knowing one's own shame is a kind of great courage. Eastern proverb? Draco felt that this Eastern proverb was indeed very wise. The proverb is not important. What is important is that you understand that admitting that you are weak is not a bad thing. Thank you, I seem to understand a little bit of what you mean. Draco thanked him sincerely. Regardless of whether this person was mocking him or not, he felt that he had gained something today. Like the courage to admit that you are weak. Perhaps you may ask, what is the second step of pride? The leaves formed a new message. What is it? Draco asked subconsciously. It's strength, it's you who becomes stronger. It's you who have the power to defeat others. Draco's eyes widened and his expression became intense. What does this person mean? Why did he say these things to me? Could it be that he? So kid, do you want to have the power to become stronger? Draco looked at this sentence and the excitement and ecstasy in his heart could not be increased. He eats slowly. Hermione reminded the voracious Qin, and then watched him eat a ham sandwich she handed over and lick the crumbs from his fingers. His next move made the little girl feel a little shy. Fortunately, no one around her seemed to notice this. This discovery made her feel a lot calmer. I'm so hungry. After Qin swallowed the food, he said with a little satisfaction as if he had finally calmed down. What on earth did you do? Are you so tired in such a short time? Hermione asked curiously. Qin was having lunch just now and suddenly said he had something to go out for. When he came back after a while, he looked starving. How should I put it? Well, Tilda, I just put on a vest and opened a trumpet account. You have to know that opening a trumpet account is very tiring. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and said seriously, "What nonsense are you talking about again?" Of course, Hermione knew that this guy often said some strange things, but she was not surprised. "I want to eat that," Qin Yu pointed at a certain food. Seeing how hungry he was, Hermione stopped asking questions, picked up the food and handed it over. Qin Yu swallowed it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then, just as he was about to habitually lick the little hand with only the remains of food in it to avoid wasting food, however, the little hand retracted with a swish. Then Qin Yu saw the owner of the little hand looking at him proudly. "That probably means, I didn't succeed this time." Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. "Well, I'm still a little hungry. In order to guide a certain naughty kid, not only did I use a high-level phantom spell to make myself invisible, but I also had to dodge the various magic spells that kid threw randomly. It took a lot of effort. It was really difficult for Qin Panghu to move those leaves to send a message. So he ordered another food and the girl handed it over as he was told. This time he didn't let the girl be proud. He swallowed the finger that was stretched out with quick eyes and mouth and bit it lightly as punishment. Hermione blushed, looked at him angrily and snorted. "We'll see," the little girl whispered viciously. "It has been more than a year since Qin Yu came to this world." As time went by, especially after entering Hogwarts, his abilities continued to increase. Among them, he can naturally complete the learning goals excellently in the school's regular courses such as charms, transfiguration, and potions, far exceeding his peers. In addition to these regular courses, he also received after-school tutoring from Professor Snape and Professor Swinton, and his practical ability improved by leaps and bounds. After all, Professor Snape was really capable of doing things, sometimes even to the point of death, who let Qin Yu occasionally have convulsions, itchy skin, and mouth irritation. And Qin Yu, who had lived under Professor Snape for more than half of the school year, received the legacy from Professor Swinton. It was a gift, that is, the gorgeous alchemy long sword. This sword is fully functional. It can breathe fire and freeze, it can protect against poison and become invisible, it can be large or small, it can be soft or hard, and most importantly, it can fly. With this sword, Qin Yu easily realized his dream of flying with a sword. Of course, as a sword or a weapon, one of the most important functions is attack power. Qin Yu took it with him and jumped into Slytherin's secret room, where he took the initiative to provoke the basilisk and cleared dungeons several times. Not only did he further hone his actual combat capabilities, but he also relied on exploiting loopholes in the system at critical moments, and earned a lot of rewards. Unfortunately, when he went to fight the basilisk a few times, the system ignored him. In addition to these abilities obtained through his own hard work and practice, Qin Yu also has several abilities that come from system rewards, such as the high-level phantom spell he obtained on Christmas. The illusion body spell, in short, is to confuse others by transforming oneself or the target object, and the high-level illusion body spell can achieve the effect of invisibility. It was through this magic spell, coupled with some auxiliary small spells, that Qin Yu was able to quietly appear in a certain corridor, showing Draco Malfoy a wave of elusive master style. I have to say that this operation was quite successful. Draco was stunned for a while, but it was not an easy thing. Using the high-level phantom spell itself was very energy-consuming, and Qin, it took a lot of effort for you to avoid the messy spells unleashed by the naughty boy when he was out of control. After all, it was difficult for him to use many of his abilities while invisible. Fortunately, with the previous actual battle with Professor Snape and the experience of challenging the basilisk to death, Qin Yu narrowly avoided those scurrying flames or water lines, leaving no trace and avoiding the vest falling off. The embarrassing situation of social death on the spot. But now that I think about it, what Qin Yu is most proud of is the thought of controlling the leaves to express that sentence. Who makes me not as awesome as Lao Deng? I can only choose this method, he thought helplessly in his heart. This method was of course inspired by Dumbledore's message transmission technique last night. However, old Deng could make handwriting appear out of thin air in front of Qin Yu, while Qin Yu could only control physical objects to place letters one by one. The gap was still quite large. Fortunately, the overall effect is good. Qin Yu has initially achieved his goal. It depends on how Draco behaves in the future. Well, this matter cannot be rushed. While eating and sorting out his thoughts, Qin Yu quickly finished lunch. Then he helped Hermione clean her hands and took the girl back to the Gryffindor common room. "Is there anything you don't understand about the magic class in the morning?" Qin Yu asked on the way. Fortunately, what Professor Flitwick is talking about so far is quite simple. However, there is one part of what he said that I don't quite understand. After asking him, he said that he will talk about it later. Now it's not good to know too much, Hermione shrugged and said helplessly. "So, you still want to figure out the questionable part?" Qin Yu looked at her and asked with a smile. Hermione nodded, tilted her head and said, "Yes, I want to understand. Didn't you say that you should leave no doubts when studying? This is your learning secret." "Okay, I'll tell you when I get back." Looking at Hermione's cute and serious look, Qin Yu smiled, squeezed the soft little hand, couldn't help but rub it twice, and then, before the owner of the little hand could protest in embarrassment, he pulled her to speed up the pace and he said, "Time is limited, I will teach you quickly." The little girl could only trot along with him, and the shame and annoyance that had just arisen dissipated in the trot. Next, the two of them spent their lunch break studying. I have to say that tutoring Hermione is really easy and enjoyable. The little girl is very smart and can understand everything. She also studies very seriously. She can understand what Qin Yu said attentively, and sometimes she can draw inferences from one example. The most important thing is that from time to time he will show surprise that that's it, or look at Qin Yu with stars in his eyes full of admiration. Who can handle being looked at by such a cute girl? Fortunately, there were many people in the public rest area during lunch break, otherwise this girl might have suffered some dangers, such as having her face pinched or her head being rubbed. Seeing Qin Yu's occasional daze and regretful expression, the little girl couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She understood more or less what this guy was putting up with. After all, some of his habits were what she had learned when they were alone during the summer vacation. You will know when the time comes, and some of his habits she was also somewhat used to, but there are too many people now. "One last question?" Hermione looked at the time. The lunch break was almost over, so she flipped through a page in the textbook and said seriously, "Well, what's the problem?" Qin Yu asked as he picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. "Here, take a look." Hermione stretched out her finger and pointed at a place. Qin Yu then poked his head over, paused slightly and read the above content. "The key to casting this kind of magic spell is based on the different materials of the wand core," and then, as soon as he read the beginning, he felt something pecked his cheek. "Class is about to start. I'll go back to the dormitory to get the afternoon textbooks." The girl who succeeded in her conspiracy dropped this sentence and disappeared before Qin Yu could react. "I was taken advantage of again. I was so angry," someone secretly thought in his heart. "Did Malfoy take the wrong potion from Professor Snape?" Ron whispered to Harry at the next table. At this time they were taking a defense against the dark arts class, and Professor Quirrell's stumbling way of speaking made people distracted frequently. "Huh, what happened to him?" Harry didn't know what was going on. "Didn't you notice? This guy has been giggling from time to time all afternoon. Look, he's laughing again. Isn't it weird?" Ron said, pointing to Della not far away. Malfoy motioned for Harry to look at it with a slightly horrified expression on his face. "A person smiles inexplicably from time to time. In the eyes of others, it is indeed a somewhat disturbing thing." Harry followed the instructions and looked over, nodded and said, "That's true." He looked unhappy in the morning, but he often smiled in the afternoon. "I didn't think so before, but now I hear you say this, it does feel a bit weird." "Right, if he hadn't taken the wrong potion, he might have lost his mind," Ron guessed maliciously. "He really hates Malfoy. Anyone who exposes his shortcomings passively or is scolded as a weakling will probably hate him." "Ha ha." Harry couldn't help but chuckle. "Po, Mr. Potter, and way, Mr. Weasley, please maintain class discipline," Professor Quirrell said solemnly. "Sorry, Professor Quirrell, we were wrong, Professor Quirrell." The two quickly bowed their heads and admitted their mistake. Okay, listen carefully," Professor Quirrell said, and then continued to explain with a lizard. When Harry and Ron raised their heads again, they happened to see Malfoy giving them a gloating smile. Harrow and the other two glared back at him, and the three of them looked at each other with murderous intent, making it difficult to tell who was superior and who was inferior. Then, Ron looked at Harry, made a gesture on his head, and muttered a word silently. Harry instantly judged from Ron's mouth shape that the word was idiot. That means this guy is out of his mind. That's why he giggled from time to time before. The two smiled again, but this time they were more restrained and did not make a sound so as not to be scolded by Professor Quirrell again. On Malfoy's side, he saw the two of them laughing. Although he didn't know what they were laughing at, they were just instinctively unhappy. He snorted coldly and said viciously in his heart, "Wait and see, when I become stronger I will make you look good." Thinking of the message from the mysterious man, Malfoy suddenly became happy and smiled again. This smile has appeared many times this afternoon. Because he is full of ardent expectations and unlimited imagination for the future. During dinner, Ron and Harry used Malfoy's giggle as a funny thing to tell everyone. George and Fred listened with great interest and couldn't help but look at the long Slytherin table. They spent a long time observing Malfoy and finally became convinced of what their brother and Harry said. "On average, I laugh every 2 minutes. And there is no sign of it when you smile." The two brothers spoke to each other one by one. "Yes, that's it," Ron nodded sharply. "Yes, there is no warning," Harry nodded in agreement. Hermione rolled her eyes and said angrily, "You two have had enough of staring at him all afternoon. Can't you do something else?" Malfoy, well, he probably encountered something happy. Qin Yu made a casual analysis, then waved his hand and said, "Okay. Stop paying attention to others all day long. Do your own thing well, is the most important thing." "That's right, you have already been scolded by Professor Quirrell once. Haven't you learned your lesson?" The eldest sister had someone backing her up and raised a stern eyebrow. When Qin and Hermione said this, Harry and Ron shrank their necks, looked at each other and made faces, and the topic was dropped. After all, no matter how annoying Malfoy is, it shouldn't be all of their lives. They still have many things worthy of care and attention. As a result, the content of the chat changed to something else. For example, Ron remembered that he had seen a trophy when he was rushing through the trophy room yesterday, and it said James Potter on it. Everyone present knew that this was the name of Harry's father. "You will definitely become an excellent seeker because you have a father who is an excellent seeker," Ron said to Harry quite confidently. These words made the latter look a little complicated for a moment because father was a longing and unfamiliar word to him. Now in this magic school where his parents once stayed, Harry suddenly heard something related to one of them. Harry felt excited but also confused and sad. In short, it was difficult to describe the feeling to outsiders. "I hope it's what you said," Harry muttered softly. "Since you want to be an excellent seeker, you have to train hard. Quidditch can't be played just by talking about it," Qin Yu said, half admonishing and half changing the subject. "Yeah, I'll try my best, Qin," Harry said immediately and solemnly. The little boy Harry would listen especially carefully to what Qin said, as if he regarded him as the most important teacher and role model. Seeing Harry's upright attitude, Qin Yu nodded slightly, and then, after thinking for a while, he added, "You must be unable to keep up with the daily training of the college team. Senior Wood has arranged an urgent special training for you to help you quickly getting started. Will you teach me, Qin?" Harry adjusted his glasses and said expectantly. With the help of his good friend Ron, Harry already had a more detailed understanding of Quidditch, and then had a clearer understanding of Qin's strength in this area. Needless to say, Qin is the best. "It would be really great if I could get Qin's guidance." "It depends. Maybe Wood and I will take turns teaching you. It mainly depends on which of us has free time," Qin Yu replied. "Great," Harry said excitedly. He was already satisfied if Qin could teach him. As for whether he should take turns teaching with Captain Wood, he wouldn't ask for too much. In a good mood, Harry had a huge appetite, picked up a large plate full of food, and ate it heartily. Ron was quite envious of his friends and thought it would be great if he could join the Quidditch team. Unfortunately, he couldn't even ride a broomstick well, so joining the Quidditch team was probably a luxury. Thinking of this, Ron felt a little depressed. Then when he raised his head, his eyes met Qin's eyes accidentally. Then when he saw Qin Chong, he nodded slightly and said, "When Senior Wood graduates, the Quidditch team will be short of a goalkeeper. If you are interested, you can prepare and wait for next year or the year after to join the team selection. Can I? Ron stuttered with excitement when he heard this. I'm just saying that if you want to participate, you can prepare. Qin Yu emphasized the meaning of his words. I understand. I will work hard to practice flying, Ron said with fighting spirit. Well, come on, Qin Yu encouraged. Thank you, Qin. Ron was in a better mood now. He put more food on the plate than Harry and ate with his mouth wider than Harry's. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu nodded slightly. I know how to coax children. Hermione leaned closer and whispered something in his ear. Qin Yu was amused and said angrily, Aren't you a child too? You still call others children. I'm not, Humph, Hermione retorted with a pout. Well, no, you are already a big kid. Qin Yu nodded perfunctorily. My lord, Hermione corrected dissatisfiedly, raising her chin slightly. Dear Miss Granger, only children long to be adults. After Qin Yu said this, he stuffed a piece of mousse cake into the girl's mouth to block her mouth. Eat more to grow up faster, Qin Yu added, so Hermione could only puff up her cheeks and eat the food. The autumn night at Hogwarts is getting colder and the castle shows its tall and dark silhouette in the scattered lights just like it did thousands of years ago. In a dark corridor of the castle, a thin figure wearing a thick black cloak was walking cautiously. Judging from his size, this person was more likely to be a first-year freshman. Judging from the direction, this figure is walking towards the outside of the castle. The quiet night and the empty campus made his move seem a bit sneaky, but it was obvious that he had a reason enough for him to be willing to risk violating the school rule of no night travel. At midnight, under the oak tree between the greenhouse and the vegetable patch, the figure murmured this sentence, and as he said this sentence, his eyes seemed to shine brightly in the night. Yes, this person is none other than Draco Malfoy, the first-year student of Slytherin House. But that sentence just now was what he saw in an adventure today. That must be a very powerful and mysterious person. Imagining the words and sentences that the pile of leaves produced at that time, Malfoy couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. Since the other party is a powerful and mysterious person, what is his purpose in looking for me? Will he become the chosen one just like the legend says? Thinking about various possibilities, Malfoy became more and more excited and his eyes became brighter. A sneeze. A sneeze. A sneeze. A series of sneezes sounded in the dim morning mist outside the castle. Through the misty mist, the source of the sneezing sound can be distinguished under a tall oak tree. There sat a boy with blonde hair and pale skin. His originally beautiful gray eyes were now covered with bloodshot eyes, looking up at a 45-degree angle at the sky that had just shimmered. The dew wetted the hair on his forehead, indicating that he had been sitting here for a long time. Not far in front of him, there was a pile of large and small acorns. The round acorns were regularly arranged into 4 letters on the ground, from left to right. HSWW. It is the abbreviation of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Apparently, there weren't enough acorns to display the full spelling of the school's name or the word Hogwarts. Of course, for a squirrel hiding nearby, this pile of acorns is considered rich and is already worth less than half of its winter storage granary. However, an uninvited guest came to this food gathering place that originally belonged to it tonight. After arriving, he stayed all night. This pile of acorns was the person's harvest for one night. The squirrel neither dared to fight for it or drive it away but was reluctant to leave, so it could only follow it and watch it all night long. Stay away, this is not a place for you to play, a dull roar came from a distance. The squirrel that had been watching next to it all night suddenly became excited, turned its head and pricked up its ears to listen. Of course it cannot understand human language, but that does not prevent it from warning of danger. After standing frozen in place for a moment, the squirrel took a deep look at the pile of acorns again, then turned around and scurried into the bushes and soon disappeared. Also foreboding the danger was the boy sitting on the ground. His dazed expression was suddenly shattered, and he stood up from the ground in a hurry. He finally looked around aimlessly as if expecting someone to appear, but after all he didn't see it, so he could only sigh and hurriedly left the oak tree. It was very close to the vegetable patch, and he didn't want to be regarded by Hagrid as a troublemaker who destroyed the vegetable plot. As the manager of the vegetable field, Hagrid must always be wary of students who are close to the vegetable field, such as the Weasley brothers. Of course, these two have become much more honest in the past year. The squirrels have gone and so have the people, leaving a field of acorns in this place waiting for their final destination. Qin Yu slept well at night. They even had a dream, the details of which are almost forgot, but they knew it was a sweet dream because they vaguely remembered a brown-haired girl in the dream. The two of them also watched a movie about aliens about to invade the Earth, and the alien has the face of a cat owner. The dream was a bit messy but very warm. When I woke up, it was a sunny day and the sunlight shone through the windows of the castle into the dormitory, driving away the chill in the room and bringing a comfortable warmth. After saying hello to Elvis and the other 3 sleeping animals, Qin Yu left the dormitory. The brown-haired girl who met him in the public rest area held her hand just like in the dream and talked about some topics that had no beginning or end as they walked. "How is Crookshanks doing lately? Is he still not energetic?" While chatting, Qin Yu thought of the cat-faced alien in his dream and Qin Yu thought of Hermione's little yellow cat. It was probably due to acclimatization. Ever since the cat was brought to school, it has been a little sick and has stayed in the room all day without coming out to move around. "Much better. If I had known better, I would have let him stay at home and wait until he is stronger before bringing him here," Hermione replied with a little worry in her tone. "Perhaps we can let him live with Hagrid for a while. You know, Hagrid is always very good at dealing with animals." Qin Yu thought for a while and said, "Before, I thought the kitten would adapt quickly, so Qin Yu didn't care too much. But now it seems that he still needs to find a professional to take a look." "Good idea, we'll take Crookshanks to Hagrid's cabin later." Hermione's eyes lit up after hearing this. Uncle Hagrid's affinity with animals was undeniable, and Hermione knew this. After making up their mind, the two went to the hall to have a hasty breakfast, then returned to Gryffindor Tower, took Crookshanks with them, and headed to Hagrid's cabin next to the Forbidden Forest. After leaving the castle and passing the greenhouse in charge of Professor Sprout, there was a relatively flat grassland with a tall oak tree growing on the grass. At this moment, Crookshanks, who was lying in Hermione's arms with squinted eyes, suddenly turned his head, raised his head, and looked forward. Qin Yu and Hermione followed the cat's gaze and immediately understood the reason for the cat's behavior. There was a little squirrel squatting with an acorn in his arms. The little squirrel also discovered the two people and the cat almost at the same time and left in a hurry after being stunned for a moment. However, due to too much panic, the acorn it was holding fell to the ground. "Is this squirrel about to turn into a goblin? It actually made 2 letters out of acorns." Hermione approached, looked at the ground, and said in a rather surprised tone, "The acorns on the ground formed 2 Ws. As for the concept of becoming a spirit, of course it was mentioned in the story Qin Yu once told her." Qin Yu looked at the pile of acorns and then at the grass next to the acorns where someone had obviously been sitting. He twitched the corner of his mouth and showed an unintelligible smile, then nodded and said, "Well, probably he's a squirrel who loves to learn and he doesn't forget to spell the letters when collecting food." "You're talking nonsense again." Hermione curled her lips, obviously not believing Qin Yu's statement, but she didn't know how to explain this strange phenomenon. "Perhaps some bored Hogwarts student helped the squirrel." Qin Yu didn't argue about the matter. He leaned over and picked up an acorn and threw it to Crookshanks. The kitten got the round fruit and pawed at it curiously. The two of them didn't stop any longer and continued to look for Hagrid. When they arrived at the familiar wooden house, they met Uncle Hagrid. After Qin Yu explained his purpose, the uncle took the kitten over. The kitten was a little nervous at first, but soon became familiar with this giant human and even used its paws to scratch his thick and messy beard. When Qin Yu and Hermione saw this scene, they looked at each other and thought at the same time, Hagrid is indeed very capable. Crookshanks probably isn't used to the environment of the castle. "Let him live with me for a while, I will take good care of him." Hagrid saved Beard from the two cats' paws and smiled, said to Qin Yu and Hermione, "Thank you very much, Hagrid," Qin Yu responded. "Thank you, Hagrid," Hermione echoed. Then Hagrid talked about his experience in getting along with animals, which is also his best field. "Actually, for many animals, as long as you get along with them sincerely, you will gain their friendship." After talking a lot, Hagrid briefly summarized. Sincerity is important, but sometimes appropriate tough measures are still necessary, Qin Yu said with a shrug. Hearing this, Hagrid subconsciously looked in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Thinking of his old friend the Acromantula, he couldn't help but coughed dryly. You can't say that. Anyway, first of all, we need to learn more about the different habits of different animals so that we can prescribe the right medicine. Qin Yu nodded and said, "Well, I agree with this point. For example, to deal with unruly eagles in the East, a method called stoking the eagle is used to prevent the eagle from sleeping, to temper the eagle's patience, and to their savage nature becomes tame." "I've heard of this method, but it's still quite painful for the eagle," Hagrid expressed sympathy. "A sword can only become sharp after being polished." Qin Yu shrugged again and said a famous Eastern poem. "Well, you are a long sword that is getting sharper and sharper." Hagrid obviously thought of Qin Yu's changes in the past year or so. Qin Yu smiled and said nothing, leaving the topic behind. Then, Hagrid got up to make tea and enthusiastically recommended the desserts he made. Hermione learned her lesson this time and only dared to eat after seeing Qin Yu eat the dessert for fear of damaging her teeth. In this way, a leisurely morning was spent happily by the three of them, drinking tea and chatting. Maybe because Uncle Hagrid is somewhat allergic to cats, he sneezed a few times while helping Crookshanks clean up the cat's nest. However, according to Hagrid, if the contact time is not long, there will be no problem, and cats like this creatures either sleep or play by themselves, and they are not very clingy. The kitten Crookshanks was fostered with Hagrid, which made Qin Yu and Hermione feel more at ease. On the way back, I passed the tall oak tree again. The two letters W composed of acorns on the ground had been removed, leaving only fallen leaves on the ground. "That squirrel is quite diligent," Qin Yu praised sincerely. "Fortunately, we didn't scare it, otherwise it would be a shame if it left so many acorns alone," Hermione said with a relieved smile. "Probably because of the pressure of life, I am not willing to give up so much food." After saying this, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel emotional. Think about your previous life. For a salary of several $1,000s, you voluntarily worked overtime until 8 or 9 every day. On weekends, you had to turn on your mobile phone and be on standby at any time. Isn't this good? If you don't get involved, don't work overtime, and don't answer work calls on weekends, could it be that you don't want to do this? It's not forced by life. Therefore, whether it is an animal or a human being, there are always things that they do not want to do but must do. Therefore, some flowers in the greenhouse still have to go through some wind and rain before they can understand the difficulty of being born as a human being, and understand that some things are not so easy to obtain. Qin Yu thought this in his heart and glanced at the grassland where people had obviously been squatting for a long time and had now recovered a lot, feeling more and more at ease. "Let's go, lunchtime is almost here," he called to Hermione. The latter was picking up a round fruit that had just fallen from the tree, looked at the sun, put it into the pocket of his robe with great satisfaction, and then happily walked to school with Qin Yu. When Qin Yu was in the cabin before, he talked to Hagrid about eagle cooking because he thought of Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy is a naughty kid, there is no doubt about it. Now that he knew this, how could he let that kid easily obtain the so-called adventure? It would only make Malfoy even more bearish. As said before, Qin Yu didn't need Draco and Harry to become good friends who loved each other. At least, he didn't think about taking the initiative to bring them together to resolve their differences or anything like that. He just asked Draco to cheer up again to prevent the boy from becoming useless under the pressure from the outside world, mainly from Qin Yu himself. Thinking about it this way, it's not like being an eagle but like being a parent raising a child. Not only afraid that the child will become a waste due to spoiling, but also afraid that the child will lose vitality due to too much pressure. Anyway, it's not easy. I'm so worried about Merlin's beard. Lucius should give me some nanny fees or tutoring fees or something. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but complain secretly in his heart. At about this time in the underground Slytherin rest area in a first-year boys' dormitory, Crabbe and Goyle were happily talking about the upcoming lunch. As they talked, the two couldn't help but swallow their saliva several times. "Draco, do you want to come together?" Goyle asked the blond boy lying on the bed carefully. Malfoy was speechless and gave him a cold and fierce look. Feeling the eyes that seemed to release two green lights, Goyle and Crabbe shrank their necks at the same time and swallowed again. Then, the two of them smiled sarcastically and backed away slowly under the gaze of those two eyes. When they retreated to the door, they turned around and left quickly, not daring to stay any longer. Listening to the series of panicked footsteps gradually moving away, the coldness and ferocity in Malfoy's eyes gradually disappeared, turning into empty and blank again, looking completely powerless and wanting to do nothing. "Why on earth, why?" Malfoy whispered over and over again. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn Furrend Chi ND MW Ojg equals. In the end, he couldn't resist the tiredness of a sleepless night, so he lay on his bed and fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how much time had passed, but when Goyle and Crabbe came back with a pile of muffins and croissants, they saw their boss sleeping with a smile on his lips as if he was having a beautiful dream. Saturday and Sunday, the two-day weekend, passed by in a hurry. Entering Monday, a new week of classes begins. In the classroom, the ghostly Professor Binns floats in midair, telling a certain period of history in an unchanging tone. Well, he's not a ghost, he's a ghost himself. Harry felt that the content of Professor Binns' lecture was not as attractive as himself. Harry thought about this and resisted the urge to fall asleep due to the boring history of magic class content. And when he subconsciously looked around, he found that Hermione was the one who listened most attentively. Just when Harry turned his gaze, the eldest sister even raised her hand to answer a question, but Harry Potter was confused and didn't understand this question at all. As for everyone else like Harry, they were struggling on the edge between wakefulness and sleep and had even begun to fall asleep, such as Ron. No, there is another person who is very energetic, but a little too mentally disturbed. This was what Harry added in his mind after seeing Malfoy not far away again. There's no way around it, Malfoy is really a bit strange lately. Unlike last Friday when he kept giggling, his whole person has been filled with an indescribable restlessness these past 2 days. Just like now, Malfoy clenched and unclenched his fists and looked straight at Professor Binns floating in the air. Of course, Harry knew that this guy was definitely not paying attention because his eyes were not focused on the professor at all. Anxiety, restlessness, longing, loss, confusion. His eyes are really complicated. Looking at the emotion in Malfoy's eyes and thinking about how bad-tempered he had been in the past few days that even Goyle and Crabbe avoided him, Harry felt that this guy might really have lost his mind, just like Ron. That's what I said the other day. Thanks to the interest brought by observing Malfoy, Harry Potter actually resisted his sleepiness and did not doze off again until the end of Get Out of Class, becoming the third energetic person in this class. Okay, it's time for Get Out of Class to end. Let's go and enjoy dinner. After the professor said this, he floated straight to the blackboard, passed through it, and disappeared. The little magicians are already used to this. After the professor left, most of the people showed relaxed and cheerful smiles because they had finished the afternoon class, and they talked in 2s and 3s about what they would do in the next few days until curfew. Ron, wake up, wake up! Harry pushed Ron, who was still sleeping. Harry, is it daylight yet? Ron raised his head, stretched, and said vaguely while rubbing his eyes, "Ha ha ha." The students around him burst into cheerful laughter. Harry curled his lips helplessly. He was somewhat used to Ron's behavior and didn't even bother to hide away to show that he wasn't familiar with him. After all, everyone knew that they were good friends and it was impossible to distance themselves from each other even if they wanted to. Get out of class is over, we should go, Harry said hurriedly to Ron while packing his things. Then Harry looked in the direction of Malfoy, thinking that this guy would take the opportunity to taunt Ron with something like making a fool of himself again. Unexpectedly, Malfoy just cast an indifferent and bored look and then walked out of the classroom without looking back. What happened to him? Who messed with him again? Ron looked at Harry and said blankly, "Who knows?" Harry originally wanted to say that Malfoy might be really out of his mind, but he thought of what Qin Yu said before: the most important thing is not to always pay attention to others and do your own thing well. So he swallowed the second half of the sentence. I paid attention to him because I was really sleepy in class, so I just used it to refresh myself, Harry added in his mind. While they were talking, the two of them had packed up their things and left together to have dinner in the hall that also functions as a canteen. "Elvis, hasn't Qin come yet?" After Hermione asked this question, she stretched her neck and looked behind Elvis, but she did not see that familiar figure. Elvis had just walked over and was muttering about the growth habits of a certain herb in a low voice. His thoughts were interrupted by Hermione's question. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly said, "Sorry, Hermione, I almost forgot to tell you. Qin let me tell you that he has something to do with Hagrid and will meet you after dinner." Went to Hagrid's place, what to do, Hermione thought to herself. "Oh, okay," the little girl shrugged and said in a very calm tone. At the same time, in Hagrid's wooden house, Qin Yu had taken off his wizard robe, put on a large black cloth scarf, and was busy. The black cloth napkin looked like Hagrid's large cloth napkin, but at this time it was stained with water mixed with white flour, making it look like an abstract oil painting. However, Hagrid didn't pay too much attention to this because he was more concerned about the food Qin was making. According to Qin, this food is called birthday noodles. As the name suggests, it is a special kind of noodles eaten on birthdays. It is a unique Oriental birthday food with a blessing meaning. The giant uncle who always boasted that he was very passionate about making food would not let go of this opportunity to learn. He sat behind Qin Yu with his hands down and stared at his movements intently. Qin Yu just opened the lid of a pot and checked the chicken soup simmering in the iron pot. Then he returned to the chopping board and began to mix the dough. In a small garden, dig and dig, plant small seeds and bloom small flowers. In a big garden. As he added water to knead the flour, he hummed softly and his hands moved back and forth in the flour pile, as if following the casting trajectory of a certain spell which actually matched the lyrics. Hagrid naturally couldn't understand the Eastern language Qin Yu hummed, but that didn't stop him from knowing that the melody of the song was very brisk and had the feel of a nursery rhyme. Of course, his focus is still on the food itself. He watched Qin Yu roll the kneaded dough into a large irregular dough, then rolled the dough up, cut it into thin noodles with a horizontal knife, and then put the cut noodles into the already prepared noodles. In the boiling hot water pot, this pot is not the same as the one that boils the chicken soup. The chicken soup has been put aside by Qin Yu. 5 minutes should be enough. Qin Yu glanced at the magic wall clock in Hagrid's house and murmured. So, Hagrid and Qin Yu waited eagerly for 5 minutes. During this period, Qin Yu added water to the boiling pot several times and stirred it from time to time. 5 minutes is not long, nor is it short. It mainly depends on who is staring at the minute and second hands. As Qin Yu shouted out of the pot, Hagrid subconsciously looked at his own, that huge black glazed pottery bowl. However, Qin Yu took the noodles into a basin and soaked them in cold water. This somewhat disappointed Hagrid and once again confused him about the purpose of Qin's operation. However, how could Qin Yu care about the psychological activities of Uncle Hagrid, a bystander? Instead, he continued to work on his own, boiling the chicken soup again. After the chicken soup boiled for 7 or 8 minutes, he added an appropriate amount of seasonings and tasted it. After tasting the saltiness and feeling satisfied, I turned off the fire. Merlin's beard, it reminds me of potions class. It's like the nightmare of the past suddenly came back. Hagrid couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, shocked by the cumbersome production process. However, his mood soon cheered up because he saw Qin Yu placing 2 bowls, including his big black bowl. Finally, we can eat. Hagrid couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Sure enough, Qin Yu then used a pair of long wooden chopsticks to scoop the noodles soaked in cold water into 2 bowls, one large and one small. After the noodles were put into the bowl, Qin Yu added some shredded vegetables and egg skins that had been cut in advance: green cucumbers, red carrots, yellow eggs. They were colorful and colorful. Put a spoon into the pot, scoop up the hot chicken soup and pour it into the noodle bowl. In an instant, the fresh aroma of the chicken soup mixes with the wheat aroma of the noodles, creating a more complex aroma that is irresistible. Gulo. As expected, Hagrid swallowed again. The sound was surprisingly loud. 3 minutes later, like a storm, Hagrid finished the noodles and drank the last mouthful of soup in the bowl. How do you think it tastes? Qin Yu put down his chopsticks and asked seriously. He had just eaten half a bowl. Of course, his speed couldn't be compared to Hagrid's. Although Qin Yu thinks that his cooking is just okay, he still feels that he should listen to the comments of others, especially those who are used to eating Western food. Hearing this, Hagrid nodded simply and said, "It's delicious. The noodles are soft and smooth and the soup is also very delicious. Well, in short, it's special, delicious." Uncle Hagrid originally wanted to use more words to describe this special delicacy, but after thinking for a long time, he could only think of the word delicious. However, Qin Yu had already understood what he meant and nodded and said, "That's good, no ingredients were wasted." The most important ingredient of this birthday noodles is not the noodles but the chicken soup. To be precise, it is the herbs and mushrooms used to cook the chicken soup. These things cost him a lot of gold galleons. It was he who recently commissioned Hagrid to go to Diagonal bought from Lane. Thanks to his general understanding of the cooking methods of Eastern cuisine, combined with the knowledge of herbal medicine and potions he has learned in the past year or so, the chicken soup finally cooked can be said to be innovative, and it also has certain potion effects. Of course, the main purpose is still taste. Judging from Hagrid's feedback, Qin Yu's goal was basically achieved. I will adjust the proportion of ingredients to try to retain the original flavor of the chicken soup. Qin Yu made the decision to conduct further experiments with his consistent research attitude. "No problem, you can use what I have here as you like." How could Hagrid have any objection? He was in favor of it with both hands. "After all, I am quite satisfied with this kind of delicacy and I don't mind being a test mouse and eating it a few more times." There were still some noodles left in the basin, and Hagrid couldn't wait for Qin Yu to serve it to him, so he stood up on his own initiative and scooped the noodles into the bowl with a fork. "Don't worry about me, you can eat the rest." Qin Yu looked at Hagrid's slightly hesitant action of fishing out the noodles and said very understandingly. Hagrid smiled and happily scooped up the noodles. Following Qin Yu's instructions just now, he put in some side dishes and also deliberately added some of his favorite onions. Finally, there was chicken soup. A few spoons of chicken soup was put into the bowl. Injecting soul into this bowl of noodles. After stirring evenly, Hagrid rolled up a large lump of noodles with his fork and stuffed it into his mouth. Suck, suck. For a moment, the cabin was filled with the sound of Hagrid eating noodles. After dinner, Hermione went to the library holding her notebook. She wanted to find some information to check. The content explained in class was not difficult for her and she could easily understand it. However, after all, it was only a first-year course that involved more complex knowledge. The teacher only touched upon it briefly and did not explain it in depth. Even if you say it, many people may not understand it. As a magic student who was very proactive in learning, Hermione certainly didn't want to leave so many questions in her mind. Fortunately, the books in the library can often provide answers to her questions. "Even without that gaichin, I can still understand these books." The girl placed a thick stack of books on the table in the reading area and murmured. There was obvious resentment in her tone and, of course, her pride and stubbornness. "Just do it, take a deep breath, exhale slowly." Hermione calmed down her emotions, calmed herself down, and then opened one of the books she just selected. The ancient parchment is written with words full of time, as if an old and wise wizard is passing on the knowledge and wisdom he has mastered across hundreds or even thousands of years. Such an association made the girl feel inexplicably moved and awe-inspiring, and she was quickly attracted by the knowledge and completely forgot herself. Time passed. Little by little, night fell, and the magic wall lamp in the library gave off a soft light, bright but not dazzling. Students come and go in the library. Some sit down and read books, some take the borrowed books away, some wander aimlessly, and so on. Hermione was completely unaware of this and was still looking through the book carefully and occasionally writing and drawing in her notebook. Until an obscure piece of content made her frown and she couldn't figure it out after thinking hard for a long time. So she subconsciously pointed to that sentence and asked doubtfully, "Qin, why is this herb used twice here and it's different parts of the same herb?" "Let me see, it's very simple. Because the roots and leaves of this plant have different properties, they need to be put in at different temperatures when preparing the potion. This is what Professor Pooh has been emphasizing, the sequence. Sequence is one of the keys to ensure the success of potions," the familiar voice said. "Oh, so that's it, huh?" While Hermione was talking, she suddenly realized that something was wrong because Qin, who was not here originally, had sat next to her at some point with a book in front of her as usual, and answered the questions she just asked as usual. HMPH, when did you arrive? Hermione asked with a slight pout. About when you turned to page 8. Qin Yu pointed at the potion-related book Hermione was reading and raised his eyebrows. Why didn't you tell me when you came? I saw that you were reading a book very seriously, so I didn't bother you. Then what did you just do? Hermione couldn't help but ask the biggest doubt in her heart. Who would have thought that Qin Yu pondered for a long time and said, well, secret. You. Hermione's eyes suddenly widened, expressing dissatisfaction. Okay, read the book carefully, otherwise Mrs. Pinksy will get angry again. Qin Yu did not give Hermione a chance to continue asking questions and used the librarian teacher as a shield. This made Hermione feel suffocated. By coincidence, Mrs. Pinksy happened to be walking nearby at this time and looked over with a somewhat unkind look. Hermione could only give up and continue to ask, lowering her head to read. However, her left foot hidden under the table kicked hard to the side. This guy Qin is so annoying, Hermione said secretly in her heart. After Qin Yu was kicked by the girl without any pain, he shrugged and continued to read his book. Surprise, if you tell it in advance, you lose a lot of fun. Qin Yu has always maintained sufficient curiosity and desire to explore the world around him, and desires to be different every day. However, in his original world or previous life, he was trapped in work day after day. He felt that the work that he could see at the end hardly brought any sense of accomplishment. He could only be happy on the day when he paid his monthly salary. The rest is probably machinery and repetition. Therefore, he could well understand that his inner fear reflected by the magical item boggart would be a desk with even a weekly work report on it. Now he has come to this world full of magic and he is pushed forward by an invisible hand of fate. Although he often feels that he cannot help himself, he feels a sense of fulfillment. He cautiously and excitedly explored this paradoxical, familiar, and strange magical world, eagerly learned all kinds of knowledge, dealt with all kinds of people, and then carefully protected a little girl around him. Maybe the future is uncertain, but I never thought about stopping and doing nothing and then leaving everything to fate. This is probably the way Qin Yu deals with things in this world, full of curiosity and cherishing those people and things that are worthy of cherishing. Therefore, in order to improve his strength, he can jump into the snake cave and fight the basilisk, or he can take off his robe and put on an apron to make a bowl of longevity noodles for the little girl. Enjoy it and enjoy it. Qin, it's so difficult here. Why are the two descriptions different or even completely contradictory? Hermione encountered something she didn't understand again and asked Qin Yu again. The girl had completely forgotten her anger just now and was immersed in the vast ocean of magic knowledge. She hated Qin, but she still chose to respect his little secrets, just like her mother would respect some of her father's privacy. Moreover, Hermione had a vague feeling that Qin would tell her what was going on sooner or later, so there was no need to worry about guessing now and add to her worries in vain. Having figured this out after giving him a kick, Hermione gradually felt relieved and concentrated on reading and studying. Occasionally, when she got tired from reading, she would lean on someone to rest for a while. After Qin Yu saw what Hermione was confused about, he thought for a moment and said to her, "This may be an error of expression often encountered in magic books." Hermione tilted her head and asked in confusion, "Are there also mistakes in the book?" Of course, it is not uncommon for errors to appear in books. There are many reasons. It may be that the writer did not understand the correct steps for potion preparation at the beginning, or there may be errors or omissions when recording or copying, or even some people deliberately left wrong records, which caused the content in the book to be inconsistent with the actual situation. When later people discovered the truth during practice, they would make different records than before. So that's it, then how do we know which one is right? Hermione thought of the key point again. Of course I will practice it myself. Qin Yu said this, raised his hand and waved forward and said solemnly, because practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Oh, I understand. Hermione nodded and then asked doubtfully, but why did you do this when you said this? Is this some special spellcasting gesture? When the little girl spoke, she imitated Qin Yu's example and raised her fair arm and waved it forward. Learned decently. Well, this is to add a great man buff which can greatly enhance the momentum of saying this, Qin Yu said seriously. Hermione, Hermione was obviously confused by Ian Stanley, who left the wooden house, did not rest there. He went to another destination according to the information he received. There was another similar group of wizards waiting for his visit. Of course, the other party obviously wouldn't like his arrival. The purpose of Ian's trip was the same as before, but this time he didn't talk nonsense to them. It only took half the time before to get rid of this group of wizards who were actually much larger than before. There is no other reason I am in a bad mood. He hated himself for always missing his life at Hogwarts, which sometimes made him feel like he had become that cowardly Stephen Swinton, and he has already gotten rid of that guy. Today I am walking on a road full of passion, pursuing a great and exciting goal. This is the path a person like him should take. Instead of sitting in a shabby school like that coward, teaching a bunch of little kids how to run away when they encounter werewolves and vampires, and then enjoying a shitty quiet time doing nothing every day, playing with that kid named Qin, a teacher-student game like playing house. Thinking of this, Ian was very upset. So in order to vent his emotions, he acted decisively and coldly. He dealt with the wizard who resisted the most fiercely and even broke the arm of the wizard who used the wand into a very twisted shape. Even with magic treatment, it would take 10.5 days. The kind that won't get better after a month. Come here at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. He dropped these words and a line of words on the ground that represented the address and walked out of the broken door like before without looking back. Similarly, the wizard who fell to the ground was also confused as to what this evil star that suddenly appeared was doing. Not far from there, Ian slowed down and moved his neck and wrist joints. After 2 battles in a row, even though the opponent was not strong, I was still a little tired. This is the situation of not being able to enter the core level of G.A. Grindelwald's army and having to do some odd jobs. Yes, the bearded wizard did guess some things correctly. For example, Ian Stanley came to recruit them on behalf of G.A. However, what they don't know is that the behavior that was originally adopted to contain them might have been gentler if it had been replaced by another person. As Ian had just arrived, in order to gain recognition as soon as possible, he had to make some noise. This is something that is very easy to understand. Just like the letter of admission in ancient times in the East, when an organization accepts new people, they must go through certain screening and assessment. To complete the integration of the Salem Underground Wizard Group beautifully and neatly is the answer that Ian Stanley submitted to GA and its leader Garrett Abernethy. Thinking of the leader with the same name as Gellert Grindelwald, Ian was actually somewhat confused. That person looks powerful on the outside and has a cheerful personality. He treats his subordinates with kindness and power and is full of leadership style. However, the first time he saw that person, Ian was a little surprised. He instinctively felt that such a person did not meet his understanding of the leader of GA, or that this person was too perfect. Perfectly fits the image of a leader. And his life experience told him that anything in this world that seems perfect is destined to be false. Just like that kid Qin, although he seems to have good magical attainments and can barely be regarded as a genius, this kid is not perfect either. Sometimes he is lazy, has naive ideas, and is indecisive. Damn it, why do you think of that kid again? After shaking off the dew from his hair, the boy gathered up the thin blanket that fell on the ground, folded it a few times, and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his clothes. The young man slowly opened his eyes and woke up from an uncomfortable sleep. Then he ended today's actions and returned to his residence. Mission, traveler, it looks like that. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but sneered. The morning light is getting brighter, reflecting crystal light through the dewdrops. Above, I wish you good health. However, this does not affect his intention to join this organization at all. After all, everyone has some secrets that are not known to outsiders, due to poor blood flow. The young man's figure gradually faded away, leaving a self-deprecating murmur in the wind. A butterfly in Salem flapped its wings on land and smoke clouds rose from the sea. Following the ocean currents and monsoon winds, they crossed the vast Atlantic Ocean and blew under an oak tree on the island of Great Britain. It was a man in his 40s named Talda who was said to be one of Garrett Abernethy's most trusted subordinates and was by his side all year round. Talda's skin color is darker and he has obvious Hispanic features. From this, it can be inferred that he probably followed Abernethy in Brazil. This GA organization originated from Latin America. For now, the branch plots are simply mentioned and do not take up a lot of space. They are mainly used to adjust the main plot and prevent the plot from being boring. After all, it is better to sprinkle sugar in moderation. Thinking of this idea, the young man shrugged and walked towards the castle and asked for a bunch of small free gifts, MMMMM. Fortunately, he had experience and brought this thin blanket with him when he sneaked out at night, otherwise he would definitely get frostbite if he was too exposed. Ian, as long as you complete the tasks we give you, you will be our true companion. This is what the person who gave him the task said. Looking at the ground without a single acorn, he looked up at the tree crown again and found that there were no acorns on the branches. So even that little squirrel won't wait here with me in the future, right? Ian Stanley lay on the bed in his residence without any interest and soon fell asleep. Draco, you are so pathetic. Also because he really needs such a stage to show his strength. Dimensional wall. Well, in a few years there will be a great magician in the East who uses this principle of leg numbness to defraud a chef named Fan in front of more than 1 billion people across the country, and successfully defrauds him of a bicycle. This kind of thing will probably continue for several days until the underground wizard group in Salem is under control. Ian shook his head irritably. Thinking about it, it's a bit boring. They are just minions and there is no challenge. He stretched out his right hand to block the direct sunlight from his eyes. He supported the ground with his other hand and stood up with some difficulty. In short, out of an instinctive judgment, he had some seeds of doubt in his heart from the first time he met the leader of GA. Then, the moisture at the end of the crossbow condensed on the hair of a young man under the tree, gathering into little dewdrops. Of course, this is all a story for later. Summary of the previous article. Ian Stanley is the personality of Professor Swinton. Have you all forgot? In an ancient pyramid in Egypt, Ian used some means no means mentioned in the previous article. It's very mysterious anyway, drove out Swinton's personality and took over the body. Later, Ian Stanley traveled to Europe and met Fleur Set as Swinton's crush at his alma mater, Beauxbaton's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Daughter, it was probably such a hazy feeling anyway, and then Ian didn't do anything and left there. Later, Ian heard about the GA organization and felt that it was up to something, so he traveled thousands of miles to North America to visit the dock, which is where he is now. The plot. Tomorrow, he will change to another area and do this kind of chore again. There's nothing I can do about it. Whoever slept here most of the night would have numb legs. Harry Potter felt that he must be crazy. Otherwise, why would I feel that Draco Malfoy looks a little pitiful and even feel a little sympathy for him? At this time, Harry was enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall. By the way, not long ago, he and Ron met Draco Malfoy in the corridor at the entrance of the auditorium. When they met on a narrow road, he and Ron thought that Malfoy would make some sarcastic remarks at them. Unexpectedly, this guy just glanced at them with cold and indifferent eyes and then walked straight into the auditorium and sat in Slytherin's chair. Beside the long table, we began to eat slowly. Thinking of Malfoy's look and how lonely he looked even though he was sitting at the bustling dining table, Harry really felt that Malfoy was a little bit pitiful. After all, this guy is just a kid who doesn't look very young. He must have encountered something troublesome recently. No, I can't be deceived by his appearance. I have to see his true nature. He has done so many bad things and is not worthy of sympathy at all, Harry secretly warned himself. Although he was thinking this, Harry still couldn't help but occasionally glance at the Slytherin long table area. Harry, did you notice it too? Ron leaned over and whispered. Ah, what did you find? Harry was stunned when he heard this. Malfoy was cast under the Imperious Curse, Ron said solemnly. Huh, Harry turned to look at Malfoy's position. Ron was silent. What's wrong? Harry turned around again and found Ron frowning in thought. Harry, there's something wrong with you, Ron said, rubbing his chin like a senior. Huh, what's wrong with me? Harry subconsciously touched his forehead and found that the scar on his forehead was neither hot nor painful, and then he became more and more confused. Isn't there something wrong with this? I was just joking, but you actually took it seriously, Ron said with his eyes widened. Harry was stunned, because he discovered that Ron was indeed joking just now. How could something like Draco Malfoy being cursed with the Imperious Curse happen so casually? He didn't react immediately to such an obvious thing and looked over there stupidly. Really, I was so stupid. Harry cursed himself mentally. And why did you start caring about Malfoy? Ron said with amusement. I didn't. How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense, Harry said righteously. Okay, I'm not the kind of person who occupies friends and prevents them from socializing with others. Ron waved his hand, then looked at Malfoy, who was eating a sandwich quietly, and continued. Although I hate Malfoy as a person, I also know that he probably doesn't have many bad intentions. He may just be used to a good life and his personality is not very likable, of course. Sometimes I don't likable. Well, just like my cousin Dudley, I hate him so much. He's just a spoiled brat, Harry said empathetically. Anyway, something has been wrong with Malfoy recently, especially today. He looks quite melancholy, which is completely unlike him. That's why I said he was under the Imperious Curse. Ron shrugged. Probably feeling that what he said was inappropriate, Ron said seriously, I definitely don't care about him, nor do I sympathize with him. I'm just talking about him behind his back. Qin said it's not good to talk about others behind their backs. Harry looked at the empty seat next to him guiltily. That seat was occupied by Qin Chang, but he seemed to have arrived a little late today. Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. Anyway, he doesn't need our care or sympathy. Ron shrugged again. That's right, Harry nodded and added solemnly at the end. In short, we are just curious, not concerned about this guy. That's right, Ron also nodded. Both of them had the attitude of, if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you, towards Malfoy. Now that the other party is as quiet as a melancholic prince, they naturally won't take the initiative to find trouble, so they can just do their own things in peace. The two briefly chatted, suppressed their doubts, and continued to eat the breakfast on their plates. Qin Yu and Hermione entered the auditorium a little later. Aren't all the delicious foods gone? It's all your fault, Qin, for getting up so late, the brown-haired girl complained, stretching her neck to look at the dining table. I told you you can come here in advance. Qin Yu spread his hands and said helplessly. No, I'm going to wait for you, Hermione said decisively, shaking her head. Then I said hello to a few classmates I knew and pulled the guy who overslept to sit down quickly. Qin Yu was half dragged to sit down and found that there was still a lot of food on the table. Hermione was just worried. However, the girl still muttered regretfully that there was something she couldn't eat today, what a pity, and so on. Qin Yu could only think to himself that human desires are indeed insatiable, as can be seen from the behavior of this snack. In fact, it was not that he slept in and overslept. The main reason was that he had some difficulty falling asleep after coming back from a lot of trouble last night. Well, as mentioned before, looking at Malfoy, who had been waiting for several nights, he felt a little uneasy about his conscience. But not much. Then, with the help of the faint light emitted by the lighting spell, he sorted out Hermione's notes and did some screening to roughly understand where the weak points of the first-year curriculum were. In fact, he also wanted to ask his roommate Elvis to borrow the letters they exchanged during the summer vacation. In the letters, Qin Yu and Elvis exchanged many study issues and could also make some supplements. However, looking at the young man sleeping soundly with the quilt in his arms, Qin Yu did not disturb his dream in a bad way after all, and he fell asleep not long before dawn. Therefore, he slept a little longer in the morning, and Hermione waited for him in the common rest area for a long time and almost went straight to their dormitory with her wand. Hermione, author, are you kidding me? Am I a magical girl who can use violence? Zug zug zug. Qin Yu drank 3 sips of the salty soup, feeling that his sleep-deprived body was being nourished little by little, and his energy were restored. This salty soup is made from large bones with seasonings such as pepper, chili, and grass fruits, and ingredients such as beef cubes, fungus, peanuts, and day lilies. After being cooked, it has a delicate texture and rich flavor. To be honest, this is the advice Qin Yu gave to the elf chefs in the kitchen. He can also be regarded as adding another delicacy to the Hogwarts recipe. As a young man, the damage of staying up late and so on is limited. After eating and drinking, he feels much better. Unlike his previous life when he had to work the night shift, it was a bit unbearable. Harry, Ron, there's something wrong with you two today, Qin Yu said suddenly. No, how could it be? Harry and Ron said at the same time. Then, Qin Yu saw the two of them subconsciously looking towards the Slytherin area where Draco Malfoy was sitting. and Malfoy is acting lonely there. Perhaps the child's increasing symptoms attracted the attention of Harry and Ron. Oh! After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu nodded and said no more. Harry and Ron were choked at the same time. They were still waiting to refute Qin Yu's words such as, "Do you care about Malfoy?" However, Qin did not ask. He clearly looked like he had seen through something, but he said nothing, and we couldn't refute anything. It's so uncomfortable. Harry and Ron looked at each other and both smacked their lips, feeling depressed and unable to say anything on their own initiative. Qin Yu's put some fried onion rings into the salty soup on the ground, dipped it in the thick soup and ate it happily. "Does it taste good like this?" Hermione couldn't help but ask. "Well, it's not bad. The crispy onion rings on the outside absorb the full soup. When you bite into it, the salty juice and the crispy onion rings are perfectly matched. It's so delicious," Qin Yu said for this. The girl described it. Gulu Tilda Hermione always found it difficult to resist Qin Yu's descriptions of delicious food. So she also asked Qin Yu to serve her a bowl of the new salty soup and took a plate of onion rings which she dropped into the soup one by one. Then, the girl followed Qin Yu and ate happily, giving Qin Yu a thumbs up, affirming this way of eating. Harry and Ron, after being depressed for a while, adjusted themselves and felt better again. Then, they also wanted to try this way of eating, but they were already full and could only try again tomorrow. Breakfast ended quickly, and the young magicians left the auditorium in 2s and 3s, carrying books and heading to their respective classrooms. This is how a new day of study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry begins. In the herbal medicine class, Professor Sprout has finished the recent introduction to Mandrake, and also asked the students to perform tasks such as changing the soil, watering, and fertilizing the herb. I'd like to reiterate again, keep in mind the habits and effects of this herb. You are very likely to use it in the future. In the teaching area of the greenhouse, Professor Sprout said to everyone in a rare and serious tone, "Using this kind of detoxifying herb is somewhat clumsy." Qin Yu flipped through the notes on the table and recalled the key points of his study. Mandrake does indeed look like an ordinary grass. However, after being pulled out, its rhizome is thick and its appearance is like an ugly baby. This baby will also struggle like a living thing, kicking randomly and has complications, a shrill scream. This kind of scream has appeared in many literary works by muggles or wizards, and they are regarded as a curse. In fact, this herb that screams when pulled out can be deadly. Fortunately, the objects they operate during class are all small plants, and the damage caused by their calls is greatly reduced. As long as they do not take off their earmuffs or earplugs, there will be no big problem. Of course, every year there are people who forget to plug their ears and are knocked unconscious by the screams when they pull out mandrakes and replace them with soil. And every time at this time, Professor Sprout was very happy that someone came out and gave a wrong demonstration, giving these students a very intuitive lesson. However, such hidden thoughts should not be disclosed to the public. She was known at Hogwarts for her kind-heartedness, so how could she feel grateful for the suffering of others? Perhaps it would be more appropriate to thank this unlucky child for his efforts. Well, that's it. This year, the person Professor Sprout wanted to thank was the reckless Jerome, and personally sent the child to the school doctor for treatment. Of course, Qin Yu didn't care who took off his earmuffs for no reason. He just subconsciously wanted to know more about this herb. After all, according to the original timeline, Hermione would be affected by the basilisk's eyes in her second year and become petrified, and Mandrake was the main ingredient in the antidote. Although he will definitely try his best to avoid this kind of thing from happening, and will decisively abandon options such as not interfering with the main plot. When there is some bullshit system choice next year, he has a vague hunch that with the system's urinary nature, maybe things will not happen as you expect. In other words, just because the main line has changed, it does not mean that the danger will be reduced. This possibility is not impossible. According to Murphy's Law, if you think things are going in a bad direction, they will definitely go in a bad direction. There's no harm in thinking more about it yourself. Based on this series of considerations, Qin Yu can only pin his hopes on improving his magic level and knowledge of magic. The system is a lousy chair, and it is ultimately unreliable. After reviewing the habits, efficacy, and usage of this herb, Qin Yu closed the notebook, and then asked Elvis next to him about the whereabouts of the letters they exchanged during the summer vacation, and the latter told him that these letters had been taken away when I came to school. I left it alone in the dormitory. Great, let me take a look later. I plan to sort out some magic problems from the last school year, Qin Yu said with a smile. Looking at the smiling Qin, Elvis actually wanted to say something like, okay, but you must keep those letters. However, he then thought about it. Those letters were originally written by Qin, and the ownership rights should also be with Qin. It seemed a little inappropriate for him to say this. Well, okay, if you're in a hurry, I can give it to you at noon today, Elvis could only say. Although it's not very urgent, if it's convenient, it would be best if you give it to me at noon, Qin Yu nodded. So, the two of them agreed to go to the dormitory to pick up the letters during the break after lunch. Then, the next class will be held in the greenhouse classroom next door. Let's preview the relevant content of poisonous tentacles. I hope there will be no more accidents. As the class was about to end, the fat witch Sproul Professor T said, then, after the morning class ended, everyone packed up their things and came out of the greenhouse classroom full of herbs. By lunchtime, Harry and Ron had calmed down a lot, or in other words, Draco Malfoy had regained some of his energy, so they didn't pay much attention to him. The two's focus still fell on Quidditch. After school in the afternoon, I will familiarize you with some basic rules of Quidditch. After that, when Senior Wood has free time, he will also take you to practice, trying to get you up to speed with the training rhythm of the academy team as soon as possible. Qin Yu said to Harry what the boy wanted to hear most. That's great, Harry said excitedly, clenching his fists. Come on, Harry, Ron said in a complicated tone. How is that possible? I've finished eating the fried chicken nuggets and drank a lot of water. How come it still tastes like it? Hermione said with a slight blush on her face, a little shy but anxious. Hee hee, I have a lot of ideas, you will know it soon, Hermione said somewhat proudly. There was a stain the size of a coin on the letter paper. Qin Yu did not change the letter paper. After all, he had already written more than half of the content. Changing paper would also increase his workload. It seems that you have remembered it. You ate half of the ice cream yourself and just stuffed it into my mouth without asking me for my opinion, Qin Yu said angrily. Well, studying alone is indeed not as good as two people studying together. However, one was a senior who was excellent in both character and academics, was enthusiastic and took good care of himself, and the other was a good friend of his classmate. Apart from being envious, Ron would not feel jealous. Instead, he admired them very much, and at the same time he also had blessings in his heart. Feeling. Qin Yu was also used to it and knew that this little witch really devoted herself to studying. Or, when she puts all her attention on the book, she won't think about something else. Well, since you dislike it so much, I will be careful next time and don't let you eat what I have eaten before. Hermione curled her lips and said to herself. And she went to the library and continued her repetitive and monotonous study. Qin Yu could only suck the ice cream while finding a tissue to help her wipe her hands clean. However, I feel much better now than before, and there is Qin's armchair next to me where I can not only lean on him occasionally but also ask questions from time to time. It was one day during the summer vacation. Qin Yu was writing a reply to Elvis to answer his doubts. Hermione came over, and because she was so focused on reading what Qin Yu wrote, she forgot that she was holding a stick in her hand. Cream ice cream, and when she was not prepared at all, a large drop of cream began to melt from the ice cream, and it landed on the page of letter paper with a splash. He didn't bother him and just sat down next to Hermione and began to sort out the contents of the letters and make certain additions and deletions based on the books. Then, the girl was startled and hurriedly stuffed the ice cream into Qin Yu's mouth to prevent the ice cream from melting and dripping. There was no way he was really envious. Why do you dislike it? I was just describing the taste at that time, Qin Yu explained when he saw her like this. Well, the blue man only affects the speed at which Miss Granger pulls out her wand. Okay, just a little bit, not too obvious. Qin Yu adjusted his words. What, isn't the ice cream delicious? Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at him and asked. Since you said you don't mind it, next time I'll eat the canned herring first, take a bite of the ice cream and stuff it into your mouth. The little girl raised her chin slightly and said provocatively. Then, before Mrs. Pince, the administrator, caught the two of them whispering, the little girl ended the conversation and returned to her book again. Although she was a little uncomfortable with Qin not being around, Hermione quickly calmed down and started reading. Being selected for the Quidditch team in the first grade is really something that many people dream of, and there are two people here who have achieved this goal. One is Qin, and the other is Harry. Time slowly flowed by between the pages of letter paper and the flipping of the book. Have you forgotten how this came about? Qin Yu knocked on the stain and asked. Let me think about it. Hermione picked at her cheek, and after thinking for a moment she suddenly said, I remembered that time when I ate cream ice cream. So after lunch, Hermione watched helplessly as Qin Yu and Elvis returned to the dormitory first. You really have ideas. Qin Yuzhen once again discovered the cunning side of this girl. Just like that, when Qin Yu appeared in the library with a pile of letters, Hermione was still looking at the book intently. It's delicious, but it smells like fried chicken nuggets, Qin Yu said with a shrug. After arranging Harry Potter's training, Qin Yu told Hermione that he would go back to the dormitory with Elvis during lunch break to pick up some things. Well, doubly envious. She also recognized that these letters were written by Qin Yu during the summer vacation. Oh, so you took these letters? Oh, why is there a stain on this letter? Hermione poked her head over at some point after school in the afternoon. Qin Yu fulfilled his previous agreement and took Harry to the Quidditch training ground. Ron didn't want to go at first. He was indeed a little too envious. He felt uncomfortable and didn't want to be stimulated. However, in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation and Dinger and Diana followed her. Also coming with him was Adam. Adam, a little boy, usually doesn't have much extracurricular activities. Whenever he has free time, he goes back to the dormitory to rest and sleep soundly. Today, it was rare for me to come out to participate in group activities. I stood quietly and watched with Ron. As for Hermione, she took the initiative to take over the important task of helping Qin Yu organize the first grade magic notes and went to the library to work. What else could Qin Yu say except that he was filled with joy and wanted to give this girl a big hug? It's a pity that the arrogant Miss Granger raised the corners of her mouth slightly, hugged the book and left in a hurry without giving him this chance. Qin Yu could only think of other ways to reward her. Arriving at the center of the Quidditch pitch, Qin Yu took out a suitcase containing various balls. As we all know, there are 3 types of balls used in Quidditch: the bludger, the quaffle, and the golden snitch. Among them, there are 2 bludgers, one each for the quaffle and the golden snitch. Qin Yu pointed at the ball in the box while introducing Harry. Fortunately, with Ron's help and the materials in the library, Harry had already done previews in advance and was no stranger to Qin Yu's explanations. On the contrary, Qin Yu's vivid physical explanations and his previous studies made him understand it more deeply. According to different types of balls, Quidditch players are divided into 4 types. The batters responsible for hitting the bludger, the chasers responsible for shooting the quaffle, and the chasers responsible for finding the bludger. The seeker of the golden snitch, in addition, the goalkeeper who is responsible for guarding his own goalpost. Qin Yu then explained to Harry the simple offensive and scoring rules of Quidditch based on different player positions. The position I am responsible for is the batsman, as are George and Fred, and Senior Wood is the goalkeeper. You will know the other players when you look back. As for you, because Senior Charlie, Ron's older brother, has graduated and a seeker position has been vacated. After Professor McGonagall's recommendation, Senior Wood decided that you should try out the role of seeker. This is not an easy task, you have to work hard, Qin Yu said at the end, looking at Harry expectantly. Harry's blood boiled instantly and he promised with a red face, I will definitely not betray your trust. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction, yes, very good. Then let's do some simple training and some flying movements that Mrs. Hooch has not taught in class. So, Qin Yu then took Harry to explain some Quidditch flying movements, and tried hitting the bludger a few times to let Harry feel the impact of actual combat. I have to say that Harry is very talented in flying. Although Qin Yu deliberately let go, it is quite rare that he can adapt to the attack during the flight so quickly and evade it to a certain extent, even if this evasion appears panicked and embarrassing. Ho tilde. Harry raised his broom, jumped forward, and successfully dodged the bludger hit by Qin Yu and couldn't help but let out a hearty cheer. However, my level is still average, so I can only hope to practice more and try to be selected when the team is selected in the future. The stern librarian came over and found that the boy and girl who always liked to disrupt order were not reading at this time and were doing some irrelevant things. However, they did not speak loudly to disturb others, so she had no right to go ahead and take care of it. So she stopped for a moment, walked around, checked in other areas, and placed a few books returned by students back on the bookshelf where they should be. Just now, after leaving the Quidditch pitch, he went to Hagrid's to practice his cooking skills again and made some adjustments to the ingredients and recipes. Hermione was really happy when she saw the lollipop, so she put it in her mouth and started sucking it. Qin Yu briefly flipped through the organized notes and found that the handwriting he had done before was rather sloppy, while Hermione's writing was very neat. Then he took the three little kids and left the Quidditch pitch. "That's great, Harry." Ron, who was looking up from below, also clapped excitedly, feeling very involved. After explaining the rules and doing some preliminary flying exercises, the sky darkened unconsciously and the scheduled training time was quickly over. "Now, I'll reward you with a lollipop." Qin Yu actually took out a candy sold in the candy store. After all, if your dog eats too much food, he will become exhausted, and if he eats too much sugar, he will get sick. In this way, the girl happily ate candy and enjoyed the massage service from the handsome Oriental boy in front of her. Of course, not even Ron on the side noticed this move, let alone anyone else. The fatigue of sitting at the desk and writing for a long time was relieved at this moment. "Oops, I am willing to work when I am praised. Do I look stupid?" However, doing housework is to make the home more comfortable, and organizing notes is also a good learning process, which is also helpful to me. It cannot be said that it is entirely for Qin. Well, I am also doing it for myself. "Thank you for your approval." Hermione's lips curled up, feeling as if she had eaten Honeydukes candy. Adam over there also clapped his hands gently, but his eyes were vaguely cast in the direction of Qin Yu with a look in his eyes. "I have sorted out the notes for potions, herbalism, and history of magic for you. I haven't had time to do the remaining charms, defense against the dark arts, and transfiguration classes, and I'm not sure about a lot myself. It's up to you to sort it out yourself." This is probably what Qin often said: labor creates value, right? By the way, when we were at home before, he tricked me into doing housework like this, and he even praised me for being smart and capable. Qin Yu took her right hand holding the pen and used a cleaning spell to clean up the little ink stains on her hand. Hermione placed the fruits of her labor in front of Qin Yu with a reserved and confident smile. Hermione was thinking these unreasonable thoughts in her heart, but her eyes would look at the boy's eyebrows or the corners of his mouth from time to time, and a thought came to her mind that she hoped time could stop at this moment, or that she could remember this scene firmly in her mind. Ron was also a fan, so he could naturally understand the speed of Harry's progress. He couldn't help but be happy for his friend, and at the same time he became more and more envious. "Moreover, I gained great inner satisfaction." "Very good, better than me," Qin Yu praised sincerely. Then she carefully rubbed her fingers to relieve the fatigue and stiffness caused by holding the pen for a long time. "Well, this is an Oriental massage technique. Hermione has experienced it many times and it is very comfortable." Harry couldn't hide his unfinished emotions and asked about the next training time. "Maybe the day after tomorrow. Senior Wood will practice your seeker skills with you. Just do the training step by step and don't be too hasty," Qin Yu replied. Little did they know that the others had actually been disturbed by the couple and sat far away. Before coming to the library, Qin Yu thought that Hermione, a foodie, would probably be hungry again, so he took a lot of candies from Hagrid and put them in his pocket. "Charlie, is the meat roasted? I'm hungry." "Very hungry?" The girl's penetrating and infectious voice came from a distance. Charlie, who was baking a big dough ball in the house, replied loudly, "It's almost done, it'll be ready soon." Then he waved his wand, adjusted the temperature of the flame, and continued, "P***C, you can take a bath first. When you come out, you should be able to eat." "Okay, my clothes are torn, give me a new one." The girl walked in and asked Charlie for new clothes, as if it was a matter of course. Charlie knew that this girl named Pusey was definitely not an impolite person, because she didn't know what politeness was at all. At first, Charlie was a little uncomfortable communicating with someone who didn't know what it meant to be subtle and euphemistic when speaking. After all, the girl spoke too directly. For example, she would say, "Charlie, you are so good looking," or suddenly, "Charlie, why are you looking at my legs?" The former sentence made Charlie's face turn red with embarrassment, while the latter made him almost want to hit a wall and kill himself. Fortunately, he could see that when the girl said these words, she was just communicating out of unconcealed instinct and did not really have any deep meaning. Well, she said Charlie was good-looking because she really thought Charlie was good-looking. She was curious about why Charlie was looking at her legs, so she was really curious. Charlie could only thank her for the compliment after calming down and explained to her that he couldn't help but glance at her calves because he was surprised by the explosive power of her leg muscles. Charlie was somewhat ashamed to say such untrue words, but in order not to really find a wall to hit himself to death, he could only excuse it. "Although I feel you were a little nervous when you said this, there should be no malice." At that time, Pusey pointed out the problem with Charlie's words again. Charlie could only he would never admit to his death what he really thought when he looked at her long legs. Once a person completely cuts open his heart, he would really be ashamed of himself. Fortunately, after several similar conversations, Charlie no longer dealt with the loss of power as he did before. These memories flashed through his mind, and Charlie quickly found the new clothes that had been prepared for the girl. Among them is a pullover sweater and a knee-length skirt. The color of these clothes was chosen according to Pusey's preference, which is eye-catching red. Of course, Charlie also thoughtfully prepared underwear as well as a pair of black stockings and a pair of black lace-up leather shoes for women. The whole outfit is a bit like casual clothes for girls at school. Charlie has actually struggled with choosing these clothes for a long time. He doesn't know if Pusey will like them. He doesn't know much about dressing and matching. After all, Mrs. Weasley didn't inherit much fashion aesthetics from him. "Do I have to wear this?" Puxy pointed at the underwear and said with a frown, "It's better to put it on." Charlie smacked his lips twice and said with difficulty, "Well, let me try it. If I can't put it on, you can help me," the girl said, taking the pile of clothes and walking to the small bathroom in the room where there was a set of magic-activated bathing devices. Charlie, who stayed where he was a little confused. He didn't know whether he should expect the girl to need his help or whether he should expect her not to need his help. "Oops, my chicken." Charlie suddenly remembered the big ball of soil he had put on the grill. So he quickly ran over, waved his magic wand and chanted the spell, Incendio. As the fire spell sounded, a ball of open fire ignited out of thin air around the big ball of soil, roasting it evenly. Seeing the big ball of soil being wrapped in flames again, Charlie secretly breathed a sigh of relief and prayed that the food would not fail this time. If Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher at Hogwarts, sees this scene, he doesn't know whether he should be pleased that his student can control the fire spell so accurately, or whether he should complain about his overqualification and use of such a useful spell. Placed on top of grilled food, of course, Professor Flitwick, who is thousands of miles away, obviously cannot see what is happening here. Pusey is the strange girl Charlie met at the Romanian dragon farm. Even if the girl is extremely powerful and can kill a wild boar with one punch or dislocate a dragon's jaw, she still goes out to train herself every day. According to her, she wants to make herself stronger through training and then complete her mission. As for what the mission was, the girl said it was a secret and could not be told to Charlie. Charlie stopped asking questions. Since the two met, Pusey would find Charlie to ask for food after every training and became more and more familiar with it. Bathing and sleeping are commonplace. The girl took a shower as quickly as ever this time. Less than 10 minutes after entering, the bathroom door was opened. While pulling on the clothes underneath her red sweater, she said to Charlie, "I don't know if I'm wearing it wrong. Charlie, would you like to help me take a look?" Charlie grunted, swallowed, then cleared his throat and said with some stuttering, "Just, as long as it's not worn inside out or crooked, there should be no problem." The girl felt it for a while, then nodded and said, "That's not true, but it's still weird, as if someone is holding it with hands." Charlie wailed in his heart, "Pusey, can you not talk about your feelings in such detail?" However, the girl's attention was quickly diverted. She looked at the big dark lump of soil on the grill and said to Charlie with bright eyes, "Is this meat?" After all, eating the other party's roasted meat is considered a transaction that complies with the rules. "Yes, this is a new dish I learned, and its name is beggar's chicken," Charlie introduced the girl. Charlie also looked a little dumbfounded. After 2 communications from early September to now, Charlie has briefly talked about his situation and also mentioned that he met a friend who particularly likes to eat meat, and Qin Yu provided Charlie with this service called the beggar. Chicken recipe. Charlie bought all the ingredients and found fresh lotus leaves and clean yellow mud. Yeah. Although it is strange to use something like mud for cooking, judging from the results, this delicacy is still very successful. The black stockings cling to the 2 round and tight calves, and there is a section of wheat-colored skin between the short skirt. Charlie said, quickly bent down and stood up, looking for a handkerchief to wipe the girl's mouth. Charlie was caught off guard again. I'll get you a handkerchief. Charlie, am I not wearing my socks? The girl asked doubtfully with a greasy face. Although he knew that Puxy didn't care whether he was a beggar or not, Charlie still wanted to explain it to her. There were 2 layers of lotus leaves wrapped inside. As soon as he pulled open the lotus leaves, a tangy meat aroma came out instantly. Here's this chicken leg for you. Pusey pulled another chicken leg and handed it to Charlie. Charlie thought he was probably crazy. After getting along with Pusey, his speech became more and more straightforward. Does that mean I can't eat it? The girl was most concerned about whether she could eat meat. Poos, I felt that since the other person thought it looked good, he should just let him see it more often. Then Puxy took the remaining roast chicken and moved it to the side to show his possession of the remaining parts of the chicken. Then he secretly thanked Qin for providing this roast chicken recipe. Coming again? Thank you. Charlie thanked him and took it. And when Pusey tore into a chicken leg and praised it while eating it, Charlie felt that his 4 hours of work were worth it. Well, a friend of mine taught me how to make it. Its name just has some oriental meaning. It means you are either a beggar or a beggar. Then sit down and I'll take out the chicken. Great, I want to eat it, Puxy said happily. Then he found a wooden stick and knocked the soil ball open. Pusey said, stretched out 1 foot, lifted it in the direction of Charlie, flexed and stretched it twice as if to let him see more clearly. Perhaps because she didn't control her movements well, the girl's small lace-up leather shoes rubbed against Charlie's legs twice. Charlie said, put on insulated gloves, took the big ball of soil off the grill, and temporarily placed it on the ground. Charlie, on the other hand, regretted it and reflected secretly, saying anything will only hurt myself. Then he took the opportunity to look at the girl's new clothes. Oh, then I'll show you again when you come back. The red sweater paired with the red skirt looks very suitable and brings out the sunshine and vitality of the girl. It's edible. This is Pusey's roast chicken. Charlie gave up the unnecessary explanation and directly gave her the answer she was most looking forward to. Well, beggar's chicken, this is for me to eat and I am a beggar, the girl said excitedly without any burden of self-esteem. No, it's okay to wear it. I just think ... it looks good. You look good in this outfit. When human beings gradually broke away from the primitive life of eating hair and drinking blood and began to wear clothes from that moment on, the aesthetics of clothes came into being and were deeply embedded in human genes and blood. Charlie felt that his appreciation of Pusey after wearing this dress came from this aesthetic inheritance from his ancestors. It's normal and there is no need to have any excessive psychological burden. Well, he washed his nose with the water flowing from the faucet to prevent anything embarrassing from happening, such as nosebleeds or something. If that were to happen, Puxy would definitely not let go of the opportunity to get to the bottom of it. By then, he would still have to find a way to find an excuse. However, she does look pretty good in that outfit, especially the skirt and stockings. Charlie washed his face again, trying to calm down and stop acting like an inexperienced muggle. After all, I was once the captain of the Gryffindor House Quidditch team. I have seen countless beautiful, cute, and great-looking little witches. How could I not be able to resist them? However, Pusey is indeed the most special one. Think about the scene when they first met. She punched a young fire dragon away. That punch seemed to hit Charlie's heart at the same time, leaving an indelible mark. And when she calmed down, she was so petite and cute, and she spoke straightforwardly, as blankly as a piece of pure white paper that had never been smeared. This contrast fascinated Charlie. Yes, he must admit that Pusey is really a fascinating girl. However, he had just met her, so he didn't know anything about her, and it was difficult to reveal his feelings. After all, even he himself didn't know if he really had any thoughts about her, so it's better to just get along like this normally. He would make delicious food for her and she would bring prey back from the mountains from time to time. Charlie thought about this, adjusted his mood, put on a smiling expression and walked out of the bathroom. Then he met Puxie's doubtful eyes. "What's wrong?" Charlie subconsciously touched his nose and mouth. "Didn't you go get the handkerchief?" the girl asked blankly. Looking at her little mouth that had become greasy from eating, Charlie suddenly remembered that he had indeed said to get a handkerchief just now. "I forgot." "I'm going to get it now." The red-haired boy turned back awkwardly and returned to the bathroom. "A bit silly," Puxie muttered there. Although she didn't know much about human nature, she could still tell whether she was stupid or not, and today this good-looking young man was really a bit stupid. Well, kind of like a dull, deer-like animal in the forest. Both of them felt that the other was dumbfounded at the same time, which was probably considered to be a tacit understanding to some extent. According to table etiquette, napkins should be prepared when dining. However, Charlie usually ate alone in Longcheng and there were not so many rules to follow. Later, Pusey barged in and ate more informally than Charlie. Naturally, not that particular, so Charlie didn't prepare a napkin. When Charlie came back again with the handkerchief, the chicken in front of the girl had been almost destroyed, and even some of the small bones had been chewed up and swallowed by the girl. It could be called a human-shaped food crusher. If Qin Yu, the instructor of this dish, were here after seeing this scene, he would probably sigh, "This is the correct way to eat beggar's chicken." However, Qin Yu doesn't even know the existence of Puxie now, let alone what happened here. After all, Charlie hasn't had time to mention this girl in his few letters. But when Charlie saw how thoroughly the girl eliminated food, he immediately thought of his mother, Molly Weasley. "Mum will probably like Pusey very much. She always thinks we waste food. Maybe she will say that Pusey is more like a Weasley." Charlie thought so, his heart felt hot, and then he imagined himself taking Pusey home. Mom will definitely entertain her warmly, Dad Arthur Weasley will probably tell some not-so-funny jokes, and my younger brothers and sisters will probably be curious about my sister-in-law. What was I thinking? Charlie let his wandering thoughts fly back quickly. Then he handed the handkerchief to Pusey, but the latter directly brought his face over and said in a very casual tone, "Please wipe it for me." Charlie saw that the girl was holding a chicken leg bone in her hand and couldn't free her hand. Was she unwilling to put it down, and was she still hesitating? He thought that compared to taking Pusey back to the Weasley family's burrow to meet his parents, and compared to asking Ron and Ginny to call sister-in-law, wiping their mouths was a trivial matter. Thinking this way, there were some logical problems, but it didn't stop him from convincing himself. After hesitating for half a second, he wiped the oil stains on the girl's cheeks with a handkerchief. In order to cooperate with his movements, Pusey would puff up her cheeks and wipe them against the handkerchief every time she wiped them with the handkerchief. Then she found that this was quite fun, so she let Charlie wipe it for a while. Cleaner, it was the first time that he came into contact with the face of a member of the opposite S*X at such a close distance, with only a handkerchief separating him. Charlie felt that the touch was soft. If the handkerchief was removed, he didn't dare to think about it. Looking at the girl who regarded this as a game, he couldn't help but have a soft smile appear on the corner of his mouth. It wasn't until the face became clean again and the lips were rosy after being rubbed by Charlie that he put the handkerchief away and planned to wash it later. "Charlie, you are so kind. You are the best person I have ever met," Pusey praised while sucking the chicken bone and squinting his eyes. Seeing how greedy she was, Charlie felt that he would have to get 2 chickens next time. This time, because it was an experimental production, he only made 1 and Pusey's appetite would definitely not be enough. "How many people do you know in total? Why do you think I am the best?" Charlie asked with a smile. In fact, his words also had a meaning of inquiry. After all, he really knew very little about Puxie. When he met his parents like this, he didn't know how to introduce him. Wait, it seemed like he was confused again, thinking about something. "How many people? Let me think about it. It's been so long that I can't remember how many people I know. In short, I know many people." Puxie's words made Charlie a little bit disgusted. He originally thought that since the girl was so ignorant of the world, she would have few contacts with outsiders, but he didn't expect that he was not a unique existence. Well, he admitted that it was his inexplicable possessiveness that was at work. However, Pusey's next words made Charlie stunned for a moment. The girl then continued to say very casually, However, they either asked me to kill people or they were killed by me. No one is as good as you who prepares delicious food for me and cleans this place for me. What's the meaning? Poussey, Charlie thought of this strange but beautiful name in his opinion and felt a sore and painful feeling in his heart. He was indeed a little scared. Poussey. If she really brings Puxy home, will she also kill her parents and brothers and sisters? Then he thought about the letter he had not yet sent. Dimensional wall. Just because I didn't let you kill someone or wasn't killed by you, that makes me the best person, he murmured. She stuffed the chicken bone into her mouth, biting it with 2 rows of white and neat teeth, easily chewing the fragile chicken leg bone, then raised her neck slightly and swallowed. As she walked out, she murmured, "Alpha is right, people are only afraid of us, I almost forgot." The boy shouted loudly in the desolate and empty mountains, "What am I afraid of? The autumn wind is bleak, and the young man is troubled." This reason gave Charlie a chill down his spine. After drinking the tea that Charlie had poured in one breath, the girl looked at Charlie and said expressionlessly, "I will leave." Thinking of the confusion and loss in her indifferent voice, Charlie suddenly felt a little distressed for some reason. At the same time, I felt infinite regret. After shouting, he stood there blankly, thinking about what Pusey meant by "I will leave." However, the steps under her feet did not stop at all. They even became stronger and faster as they walked. The girl ignored him, stood up, and turned to leave. That indifference, as heavy as 10,000 years of ice, and the deep chill seeped out of the girl's petite body, making Charlie feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Now it seems that the content of this letter may have to be changed, and those chaotic thoughts finally returned to the girl's voice that sounded in my mind. She said, "Oh, I understand," Puxy nodded. The young man found it difficult to speak. Thinking about the scene where the Weasley family might be bleeding into a river and the burrow might be burned to ashes, Charlie felt his throat was a little dry. When Charlie came to his senses and hurriedly went out to look, the figure of the girl in red and black hair was gone. The young man is troubled and the autumn wind is becoming more and more bleak. "Charlie, are you afraid of me?" Pusey's voice suddenly sounded. In the letter he wrote that he had a friend who might have fallen in love with a girl, and he wanted Qin, who was more adventurous, to help give him some advice on how to make his friend get along well with the girl and how to express his feelings. Thinking back to Puxy's force value, some teenagers who were indulged in certain imaginations today had to clearly realize the danger posed by the girl in front of them. There was a trace of confusion and a trace of loss in that voice, but more of it was indifference. "Charlie, are you afraid of me?" To put it simply, Pusey's setting is that her thinking is simple and direct, not stupid, even very sharp. So many times her transitions appear to be blunt, because she has her own set of behavioral logic, so this will make Charlie I felt caught off guard, which also made this chapter seem like a mixture of sugar and knives. For a small branch plot, simply write 2 chapters and call it a Charlie side story. It will definitely intersect with the main plot later on. It's as if something worth cherishing has been lost. As the saying goes, don't cross the river if you are worried, for your autumn heart will be torn in two. How should we channel our sorrow? So, Charlie rewrote the letter again and changed some of the content. In the letter, he also mentioned a friend in Longcheng. However, this friend did not want to ask for advice on how to get along with girls, but asked about how to get along with girls. How to make amends after doing something that makes a girl sad or misunderstood. However, even after writing the letter, Charlie still felt lost because he didn't know if he could see Pusey again. Perhaps her appearance was like a shooting star in the night sky, disappearing in a flash and disappearing from his world. If this is the case, then no matter how many tricks that Kid Qin has, it will be of no use. Thinking of this, Charlie was in a very bad mood. He didn't know why he was so afraid of Puxy at that time. He had clearly felt from the bottom of his heart that she was a pure and transparent person. How could such a person kill his parents, younger brothers and sisters at will? Charlie felt that he was simply cursed with something to make him stupid and dull, so that his brain lost its proper thinking ability. Maybe I'll never see her again. Such thoughts made Charlie's heart seem to be filled with some kind of emotion, making him unable to breathe. However, he couldn't do anything. He didn't know where Puxy would usually go. If I see her again next time, I will ask her no matter what. Thinking of this, Charlie clenched his fists, as if all his resentment had turned into anger. Last year, this guy said he wanted to use Bai Xian to develop some skin care products for removing scars and nourishing the skin. He borrowed a lot of herbs from her and said that if the development was successful, he would give her shares and dividends, and she did the same. Believing his lies, half of the white leaves and flowers in the greenhouse were almost wiped out by this guy. Charlie said angrily. It is now afternoon and the herbal medicine class is being held in a greenhouse outside the castle. Everyone listened, responded sparsely, and hurriedly packed up their things and left. Dimensional wall. Then, when the corner of her eyes inadvertently glanced outside the glass wall of the greenhouse, a bright smile instantly bloomed on her originally serious face. When she realized that this was a class, she quickly pursed her lips. He went up and restrained his expression, but the smile in those beautiful eyes never dissipated. Hermione was listening attentively to the lecture and occasionally made some notes with a quill pen in the notebook she held in her hand. Well, the teacher has nothing to do with it. She suddenly felt something in her heart and subconsciously looked at the white plants all over the room. However, this kid has invented a whitening spray that can be sprayed directly on the wound, which is much easier to use. This can be regarded as a slight relief to Professor Sprout. Since her position is relatively close to the podium and she is usually a good student who listens carefully to lectures, such a contrasting behavior cannot be hidden from Professor Sprout. He bowed slightly and said goodbye to Professor Sprout. How could this be? What she did was irresponsible. Finally, I would like to emphasize that Bai Xian is a widely used therapeutic herbal medicine. The Bai Xian essence extracted from it has a very good therapeutic effect on trauma, and the plant itself can also be directly used for treatment. Traumatized animals, for example, animals living in the wild after being injured will consciously look for fresh food, chew it up and spit it into the wound location. Professor Sprout held a knife in his hand. A small bottle of light green essential oil potion was explaining to the children in the classroom. The students all showed relaxed and happy expressions. Human beings are so strange, different emotions can be transformed in an instant. Just like what is written in a certain Oriental classical novel, when love reaches the depth of love, love turns into hate. When love becomes strong, love becomes weak. His eyes turned back. She quickly packed up her notebook and quill, and after checking that there was nothing wrong with the console, she left her position. On Wednesday, the first-year classes at Hogwarts were charms in the morning and herbology in the afternoon. Pack your personal belongings and don't leave anything strange in the flower pot. The professor did not forget to remind him loudly, now that get out of class is over, there is no need to restrain the smile. The little girl quickened her pace and ran towards the Oriental boy waiting outside. This is the herbal medicine that the first-year students are learning recently, Bai Xian. Okay, it's almost time. I see that students from other grades have already finished class. Professor Sprout looked at Hermione at this time, so let's finish today's class. Here, the fat witch teacher announced the end of class. He was angry that the girl broke in rashly and left so easily. Of course, Charlie didn't know this. These sloppy little wizards would always put some messy things into the herbal pots from time to time, causing the herbs to become sick or die. This has always been a headache for Professor Sprout. The content of the first grade is relatively simple, focusing on understanding the relevant characteristics and functions of herbal medicines. Of course, it will also involve some knowledge of planting herbal medicines, but the requirements for planting these herbal medicines are not so high. At most, they only need to pay attention to temperature and humidity. Like Mandrake, if you just change the pot, you may be knocked unconscious by its screams. At this time in the herbal greenhouse, every young wizard had a pot of very ornamental plants in front of them. They had compound leaves composed of oval leaflets and petals that were white with a hint of lavender. Spike, the fat witch teacher, followed the child's gaze and saw the person he least wanted to see. There will be another chapter about half an hour later. It's a long chapter. There are so many words that I split it apart, creating the illusion of a second update. The same goes for Hermione. Why are you waiting here? Hermione asked curiously. The two usually meet in the auditorium after class and rarely wait for each other at the door of the classroom. Therefore, she was a little surprised to see Qin Yu appear just now, so that she got distracted during class. Well, it was all Qin Yu's fault. Because of this, she has always been a good student who listened carefully. We have a flying lesson in the afternoon and it went relatively smoothly. Mrs. Hooch asked us to finish the get out of class early, Qin Yu replied. Then he waved and said hello to Professor Sprout, who looked not very good looking. The professor twitched the corners of his mouth and moved his chubby cheeks in response. Quan took it as a serious professor, but Qin Yu didn't take it seriously and took the girl away from the greenhouse. While walking, Hermione talked as usual about what she had learned in class today, and asked Qin Yu, a top student, for some minor questions, such as how to control the acidity and alkalinity of fresh soil, and why the ratio of fertilizers changes with the flowering period. There is such a big difference depending on the situation. What is the dosage of white fresh essence in treating trauma, etc.? Qin, where are we going? As she spoke, Hermione suddenly asked in confusion. She was just talking, so she followed Qin Yu with her head down, letting him lead the way without paying attention to the direction. After walking for a while, she realized that they were not walking on the road back to the castle. Go to the wooden house? Qin Yu said hesitantly. What are you going to do? It's almost dinner time, Hermione asked, blinking. She actually had a guess in her mind. After all, today was a special day. HMPH, I didn't know it before, but it's not clear now. Do you really think I'm one of those little witches who don't use their brains and just scream at you? Hermione raised her chin and said arrogantly. Because I want to celebrate your birthday and cook you a delicious meal. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. Since he had already said it here, he simply stated the purpose directly. How do you know that I have been preparing for many days? Qin Yu asked, turning his head. Humph, do you still want to see the little witch screaming at you? Hermione said, staring at him. The little witch who screamed at me. Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Qin Yu looked around with an eager expression. Miss Granger, please don't be so violent and be a lady, Qin Yu said nervously. Look, my name is Qin, which means king, and Yu means the universe. Don't they add up to the king of the universe? That's pretty much it. I'm the future minister of magic. You'd better remember this name, Hermione said with satisfaction. Seeing him like this, Hermione raised her eyebrows and said meanly, I have very picky tastes. You can't just do anything to fool me. You're talking serious nonsense again. Okay, I believe my lord the king of the universe. When I think about it, I actually forgot my name for a moment. This name was on the tip of my tongue and I can't even remember it. Qin Yu said seriously. Uncle Hagrid had already prepared things according to Qin Yu's instructions, waiting for this guy to show off his skills in front of Hermione. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but it seems there's no need to wait until we get to the cabin. Qin Yu scratched the tip of his nose with his index finger and said slightly embarrassed. Oh, I said that just casually. Yes, today is a special day. It's Hermione's birthday. Then don't feel pressured. We can be the Minister of Magic or not, just be normal. Qin Yu went to Hagrid's place after school for several days in a row. Hermione had been a little confused for a long time, but now that she looked around, she naturally guessed what he was going to do. Well, seeing that you have spent so many days preparing, I will lower my requirements a little bit. The little girl smiled and took Qin Yu's arm. Would you rather believe that you can become the Minister of Magic than believe that I can become the King of the Universe? Which one? Hermione asked. There is no screaming little witch, but do you want to take a look at Screaming Qin? The little girl narrowed her eyes. Where did the King of the Universe come from? But I take it seriously. After all, this surprise for me is really not that big. It is just a simple meal. I can't guarantee the taste, but it will definitely make you full, Qin Yu said with a shrug. There is only one little witch I want to see, Qin Yu said. How could you forget? Remember, that name is Hermione Granger, the little girl said every word. But I want to see it, Hermione reached out her hand and made a motion of turning the knob. Yeah, remember, Your Excellency Hermione Granger, Qin Yu smiled. Hey, did you say it so easily? I thought you would let me guess. Hermione smiled knowingly, but she didn't forget to tease this guy. Humph, you said it anyway. If I don't succeed, I will settle the score with you. You must pay me a minister. The two of them talked about completely irrelevant topics, walked across the grass, climbed over the mounds, passed by the shade of the trees, and arrived at the hut on the edge of the forbidden forest. Then I probably have to become the king of the universe before I can promote you to be the minister of magic. No. Qin Yu shook his head decisively and ran away, entering Hagrid's kitchen, actually in the corner of the living room. Qin Yu tied up the sleeves of his robe and tied on his apron skillfully, looking ready for battle. "Don't you need my help?" Seeing him like this, Hermione wanted to do something. After all, she had never been exposed to cooking. "No, just sit here and don't move, just wait and eat." Qin Yu pressed Hermione on the chair and said solemnly. "Okay, then I'll wait to taste your cooking skills." The little girl shrugged and stopped insisting. After all, Qin seemed to be quite motivated, so she wouldn't interfere to avoid causing trouble. So, Hermione drank the tea handed over by Uncle Hagrid and sat there watching Qin Yu's performance. After Qin Yu washed his hands, he came to the kitchen utensils and ingredients and began to operate them in an orderly manner. He first mixed flour with water to form a dough, then kneaded the dough into a dough, and then rolled the dough thin with a rolling pin made of a log stick. When the dough was pressed thin, he folded it again and cut it evenly with a sharp kitchen knife. Seeing Qin Yu hugging the noodles that were finally cut, Hermione couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This guy is quite capable. Of course, she always felt that Qin was very capable. In short, Hermione's eyes always followed Qin Yu's figure and the movements of his hands. Although she couldn't learn from it after watching it, it didn't stop her from watching it carefully and with relish. Qin Yu can definitely understand Hermione's mentality. It is probably similar to the handmade or food videos he made on small websites in his previous life. Those uploaders always tried to teach the viewers how to do it, but the viewers just watched the fun. Qin Yu, learning is actually not important. Unlike Qin Yu who watched videos, Hermione could not only see the making process of the food but also smell the aroma of the food. When the noodles were put into the pot, cooked and taken out, Qin Yu added them to the soup base prepared in advance. The complex aroma of noodles and broth was stimulated, making the girl swallow her saliva. But Hagrid's loud gurgling sound had already sounded in her ears. Seeing the little girl looking towards him, Uncle Hagrid smiled sheepishly. Fortunately, Qin Yu did not live up to their expectations and quickly placed 1 large, 2 small and 3 bowls of noodles on the table. "Eat." Qin Yu took off his apron, wiped his hands and said to the 2 people in the room. Uncle Hagrid, who couldn't wait for a long time, had already picked up his big fork and skillfully wrapped up a lump of noodles and stuffed it into his mouth. His movements were so rough that some noodles were stained on his beard. Soup. Of course, Hermione would not be as impatient as her uncle. She carefully picked up a piece of noodles with her much smaller fork and slowly put it into her mouth, her movements calm and elegant. However, when the noodle touched her taste buds, her little mouth moved faster and faster. When the fork was inserted into the noodle bowl for the second time, more than 1 noodle was taken out. She quickly rolled it up and stuffed it. It went into the mouth, and the little mouth was stuffed to the point of being bulging. After half a bowl of noodles was eaten, she raised her head and met the handsome, smiling face. "It's delicious. This is the best noodle I've ever eaten." Hermione gave her a thumbs up and sincere praise. "You can eat it if you like. I put a lot of things in the chicken soup and, forget it, you shouldn't care about this now, just eat it." Qin Yu originally wanted to introduce the recipe he had explored. However, looking at Hermione's look, it was obvious that she didn't have the heart to listen to his detailed explanation. The little girl chuckled and continued to sip and eat the noodles with her head lowered, obviously giving up her calmness and elegance. Well, Qin Yu thinks that this way of eating is respect for food. However, he still casually reminded, "Eat slowly and no one will compete with you." Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Uncle Hagrid picked up the empty bowl and filled the noodles skillfully by himself. After all, as a cooking enthusiast, Uncle Hagrid is still good at serving noodles himself. He scooped out noodles and added chicken soup. After a few operations, most of the noodles in the pot were visible to the naked eye. Hermione's eyes widened when she saw this scene, and she looked at Qin in a panic. Seeing the latter shrugging helplessly, she quickly slurped down her bowl and then pushed the bowl in front of Qin Yu, licked his lips to express his needs. When Qin Yu brought the second bowl in front of her, the little girl's nervous expression relaxed. "Qin, please teach me how to use this." After taking a few bites of the second bowl, Hermione ate it without any hurry, pointed to the chopsticks used by Qin Yu and said, "Okay, you really should use chopsticks to eat noodles, it's more convenient." Qin Yu nodded happily, so he found a pair of homemade chopsticks, sat down next to Hermione and taught her how to use them step by step. First, you have to put two chopsticks together. Hold the top of the chopsticks with your thumb and index finger and use your middle finger and ring finger to pad the chopsticks. Then, try to lift the top chopstick. Yes, pay attention the cooperation of two chopsticks. Qin Yu taught in detail. Hermione studied carefully and quickly mastered the essentials of use. However, the little girl's movements were still a bit unfamiliar. Before she could even put a noodle into her mouth, she lost control of her two chopsticks and the soup on the noodle was thrown into their faces. The two looked at each other, looked at the soup on each other's faces and couldn't help laughing. Qin Yu wiped the face of the giggling girl with a napkin and asked her to continue practicing. He also told her not to use too much force and to pay attention to the control of her strength. Sure enough, this time Hermione successfully put the noodles into her mouth. Yes, I learned quickly. Qin Yu praised him timely. With smiles in her eyes, the little girl picked up another noodle and put it into her mouth. Uncle Hagrid on the side looked at Hermione, who was clumsily using chopsticks, somewhat puzzled. He had tried to use Qin's chopsticks before. However, it was very inconvenient to use and he couldn't eat as fast as a fork, so he simply refused to learn. Hermione didn't care what Uncle Hagrid thought. She had a lot of fun practicing with chopsticks. She quickly mastered certain skills and achieved the achievement of holding 3 noodles at once and successfully putting them into her mouth. However, 2 bowls were still too much for a little girl and she never finished them. Qin Yu pulled the remaining half bowl of noodles in front of her and picked up his chopsticks to help. Seeing Qin Yu's unrestrained eating state, the corners of Hermione's mouth turned up unconsciously. Then, she looked at him with her chin in her hand and said seriously, "I will have birthday noodles next year for my birthday." "No problem, I'll cook it for you next year." Qin Yu swallowed the noodles in his mouth and nodded. "I do it every year." Hermione raised her chin again and said in a more serious tone, "Okay, I will make it for you every year." Qin Yu smiled and satisfied this harsh request. Hermione felt very good after hearing this, picked up the chopsticks and started practicing again, picked up a piece of noodles and put it into Qin Yu's mouth. "Are you tired of eating noodles every year?" Qin Yu asked. "Is it possible? With such delicious food, it shouldn't be possible, right?" Hermione looked unsure. "Then I will change the recipe of the soup every year to ensure that it is not the same every year." Qin Yu thought for a while and said, "Well, I'm looking forward to it now." Hermione smiled and put another noodle into his mouth. "Actually, you can make it on a regular basis if you want to eat it." Qin Yu ate the last noodle and said to the little girl, "Ah, but can we also eat it on my birthday?" Hermione was a little surprised. "Of course. However, you can usually make it simpler, for example, using only tomatoes and eggs, and the taste will be very good." "That's great." Uncle Hagrid on the side had already finished the noodles in the bowl. He listened to the chat between the 2 young people and was full of expectations at the end. He made up his mind to learn more about how to make this kind of food from Qin Yu. As long as there is enough time, he believes that he can definitely learn it. Soon after dark, Qin Yu and Hermione said goodbye to Uncle Hagrid, ending this short birthday party. On the way back, Hermione suddenly became a little distressed and frowned. When Qin Yu asked, she pursed her lips and said, "You celebrate my birthday with so much effort, so how should I celebrate your birthday?" "I don't care, I'm looking forward to your birthday gift anyway." Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a bad smile. "Oh, what a difficult question," Hermione said with her head hanging. "It doesn't matter, think about it slowly, my birthday is still early anyway." Qin Yu comforted. "Okay," Hermione gave up on the nerve-wracking question for now. Anyway, if she really couldn't think of a gift to give, the worst she could do was stuff herself into a gift box, tie a bow on it and give it to this guy. Thinking of this crazy idea, the distress on the girl's face disappeared and an unconcealable smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, thinking that this must be fun. As for Qin's question about what she was laughing at, she refused to tell her why. "It's great to be able to go to school here and celebrate birthdays together." The girl suddenly sighed with emotion. "Yes, that's great." Qin Yu also sighed. Then, the girl stopped talking and stretched out her hand to hold the palm that was 1 size larger than hers. The autumn wind blew by and the night was as cool as water, but there was warmth conveyed from the palms held together. When the 2 of them were in the library, Hermione looked like a well-fed kitten. Her eyes were caressing and her whole body was lazy. At the same time, she was as restless as a kitten. From time to time, she would bump Qin's shoes with her feet wearing small leather shoes, making a slight sound. Or when he got tired of reading, he would hold the book and lean on Qin's shoulder, rubbing his head dishonestly, making him couldn't help but rub her head a few times to comfort and stop her from moving. She actually wanted to rest on Qin's lap just like she did at home, with her head resting on his tight legs and her feet resting on the armrest on the other side of the sofa. She could see his chin when she raised her eyes, the tip of the nose and the eyebrows, and can also read interesting content in the book to him. Well, it feels very comfortable to think about it now. Unfortunately, this is the library of Hogwarts and she has to pay attention to her behavior. Thinking about it this way, staying here is not all good. Of course, she only complained a little. God knows how happy she was to be able to come to Hogwarts. Being able to go to school with Qin and learn magical magic together made her happy and excited for a long time. Even though learning magic is much more difficult than going to school before, she is still happy with it. After all, with Qin as a top student here, no problem, no matter how difficult it is, can stump him. Moreover, we can also celebrate birthdays together. Very nice. Thinking of this, she lay down on the table, holding her chin with one hand, squinting at the Oriental boy next to her who was reading seriously. As she watched, she couldn't help biting her lower lip. Then, inexplicably, I thought, just grow up quickly. What will it be like when you grow up? Unexpectedly, her cheek was pinched and she pouted dissatisfiedly. The owner of that hand said helplessly. Hermione read carefully, "You haven't turned this page for a long time." "I don't want to read anymore tilde. Today is my birthday and I want to be Hermione, who doesn't like to study for a day." She hugged his arm and said silly things. "Then what do you want to do? Do you want to take you somewhere else?" Qin Yu closed the book and said, looking at her rosy little face. "No, just stay here, I'll just watch you study." The girl continued to giggle. "Okay." Qin Yu curled his lips and respected her idea. Then he couldn't help pinching her cheek and muttered, "Silly." Then he opened the book again, continued to read the content, and occasionally took some notes. However, the little girl next to him would still make trouble and interfere with his study. There is no way who asked her to have her birthday today, she can only endure it. At this time, Qin Yu also began to miss the days at Granger's house during the holidays. At least, if he couldn't bear it anymore, he could punish this little girl for causing trouble. But in the library of Hogwarts, we have to tie our hands. Hermione's satisfaction with the birthday gift made Qin Yu feel that this period of busyness had a good result. Of course, being able to spend her birthday with her is a good result in itself. Therefore, he is in a pretty good mood today, and this good mood made him work more efficiently. Even with Hermione, a source of trouble like a kitten, he still completed the final arrangement of the study notes for the first year of Hogwarts that night. Learning this kind of thing, whether in the Muggle world or the magical world, follows a basic principle, that is, no pain, no gain. He does not deny that there are people with extraordinary talents in the history of magic, but even those with extraordinary talents are studying hard. To give an inappropriate example, if Voldemort didn't work hard enough and was curious enough, he wouldn't even know what a Horcrux was. So, well, I can't help but learn. Therefore, it is of certain positive significance for him to introduce certain learning methods from the mysterious East into the magical world. At least, it can allow some naughty children to make up for the weak links in basic knowledge. In this way, he can take them further. Thinking about these, Qin Yu closed the notebook and felt a lot more relaxed. Then, he turned his head to look and met Hermione's guilty eyes as she raised her head. He followed her hand further down and found that the hem of his robe had been twisted into a bunch by her at some point, and then entangled with another bunch of the hem of her own robe and tied into a knot. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu felt a black line on his forehead and thought to himself, "This girl is really boring." It's a good thing that he didn't stand up just now, otherwise the two of them would have fallen down. "Hee, I'll untie it for you now." After he noticed this move, Hermione stuck out her tongue, then lowered her head and began to untie the knot. However, after tearing it twice, it failed. I don't know how she tied it just now, but it was very strong anyway. "Okay, I'll do it." Qin Yu hooked her chin and raised her head. Thinking of this, Qin Yu stretched and planned to go to sleep. Will they also be sent to Hogwarts to study? However, just when he was about to completely untie the knot, two small hands held his head on the left and right, and then two soft things touched his forehead and disappeared. Also, Crookshanks, It has to be said that Hermione did use a certain amount of strength to tie the knot. Even if Qin Yu tried to untie it by himself, it took a lot of effort. Fortunately, his strength worked wonders. After his efforts, one end was finally torn open. Then the knot was easily solved. Will he have kittens? For example, let Qin and himself appear at home in London and then both of them look like adults, reading together on the sofa without being disturbed. Let's go back. He neatly packed up the books and stationery, pulled Hermione and left the library. The girl thought so in her heart. After finishing this, he looked at the thick stack of notebooks in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. In short, the journey from the library to the dormitory took them twice as long as usual because Qin Yu took a detour. So, is someone dreaming about himself so he can't sleep now? Yeah, come on! The little girl nodded obediently, straightened up and gave up her position. Well, there isn't much he can do. All he can say is that the master leads him in and practice depends on the individual. Qin Yu leaned over to untie the big knot. After a while, the corners of her mouth turned up. Obviously, she had dreamed of something interesting. It would be great if you could control the content of your dreams. You can let whoever you want appear and do what you want. He recategorized the organized notes and used a simple photocopying magic to make 3 copies of these notes. How many kittens are there? Lying on the bed, he subconsciously touched his forehead. He was a little confused and his thoughts had no beginning or end. It was difficult to calm down and fall asleep for a while. As she thought about it, her thoughts gradually became confused and blurred and she finally fell asleep without knowing when. Haha, this is Kai Guoguodi taking advantage of him when he is not prepared. Then, he inexplicably remembered something he had written to Hermione in a letter. If you dream about someone in your dream, that person will suffer from insomnia. When he looked up, he saw Hermione looking up at the ceiling, pursed her lips, looking as if nothing had happened. Will we ever have children as old as Qin and I are now? I was both nervous and looking forward to something. In the boys' dormitory on the other side, Qin Yu had just finished his busy work. Hermione, on the other hand, let him pull her towards Gryffindor Tower, but she felt increasingly uneasy because she found that Qin was taking some side roads and corridors that she didn't know about. Of course, it is also a good experience to take a different route occasionally. In the dead of night, Hermione lay on the bed with a good mood, closed her eyes and prepared to sleep. She felt that she would have a sweet dream today. I celebrate my birthday today, so he probably won't punish me. It was only in the library that she was allowed to be so arrogant. Yeah, what if it's not 2 people? The sun rises and sets, the moon changes from bright and round to like a piece of pie that has been chewed out, and the stars are arranged in regular shapes in the sky. Even the students at Hogwarts rarely pay much attention to the changes of the sun, moon, and stars after their weekly astronomy class. Of course, just because few people pay attention doesn't mean that no one pays attention. For example, some young wizards returning to their dormitories from the library at night will occasionally look up to see the bright moon above their heads or the twinkling stars and marvel at the beauty of the night sky. Another example is a naughty kid who sneaks out at midnight. In the dead of night, he will stare at the night sky in a daze, thinking about the vastness of the universe and his own insignificance. It was midnight on Friday, to be precise. It was already early morning on Saturday. Draco Malfoy is such a person who sits under an oak tree and stares at the stars in a daze. He felt that he was probably the only person in Hogwarts who was looking at the stars. After all, Filch, who was on night watch, most likely had no time to look at the stars in the sky. His eyes were always staring at various dark corners. I want to catch a student who violates the ban so that I can deduct points from which college. Oh, the person Filch is looking for is me, and I have already escaped. Malfoy thought to himself. Having been waiting like this for a week, he felt that he could give up this fruitless waiting. It's impossible to say that he doesn't have any resentment towards that mysterious man, but he also knows that in the eyes of the other person, he may be just an insignificant person just teasing him casually. I waited stupidly for a week, and the only gain was probably the realization that I was a weak and helpless person who no one cared about. It seems that from now on I will be bullied by that Harry Potter at Hogwarts. Malfoy came to such a sad conclusion again. After this week of buffering, he found that he might be able to accept this situation instead of being so desperate that he wanted to escape like a few days ago. "Does this count as me growing up?" Malfoy scratched his chin and muttered with some uncertainty. However, no one responded to him, only the sound of wind and the rustling of leaves. Malfoy subconsciously made a sound of surprise. Then he saw the fallen leaves under the oak tree flying and spinning as if being swept up by a small tornado. And the leaf tornado flew not far away, spinning faster and faster and gradually turned into a black shadow. In a daze, the black shadow showed the outline of a human figure. Immediately, the tornado stopped, the leaves fluttered down, and a tall figure stood there. Malfoy was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his eyes vigorously and saw the person who suddenly appeared with the help of starlight. The man was wearing a black hooded robe and a black metal mask on his face, making it impossible to tell his age and appearance. "Is it him? That mysterious man?" Malfoy thought of a possibility, his eyes widened, and he stood up quickly, about to ask a question. "Who knew?" The man took the lead and said, "Yes, you passed the test." "Test?" Malfoy couldn't help repeating the word with confusion and excitement. Although he didn't know what the test was, if he guessed correctly, passing the test meant there would be a reward. Sure enough, the man nodded and said, "Yes, this is a test for you, a test of your patience, and you are still here waiting for me today. I am very satisfied and decided to fulfill my previous promise." That person's previous promise was to make him stronger, so strong that he wouldn't be bullied by Harry Potter or even Qin. So, is this promise now to be fulfilled? The week's wait was not in vain. The ecstasy in Malfoy's heart could no longer be concealed. A smile appeared on his face and he said excitedly, "Can you really make me stronger? What should I do?" "Of course, as long as you have enough perseverance and are mentally prepared to become stronger," the man said lightly. I have perseverance, I am also prepared," Malfoy nodded fiercely. However, after saying this, he felt inexplicably uneasy. After all, in the magical world, methods that can make people become stronger quickly are often evil. And as a pure-blood wizard descendant of the 28 holy families, does he really want to choose an evil path? In this regard, he was full of struggle in his heart. Crack. Just when he was stunned, something like a thick book hit the ground in front of him, stirring up a cloud of grass clippings and a few dead leaves. The man murmured, "You have to be very secretive when it comes to tutoring. This naughty kid is really difficult to handle." After saying this, the mysterious masked man gradually disappeared from the spot without waiting for Malfoy to respond. "The mysterious masked man will definitely not give me an ordinary note casually. I must cherish this opportunity." "What, you're confused?" The man's tone was obviously mocking. Thinking of this, Malfoy felt a sudden change in his heart. Since it is forbidden to pass it on to others, it means that the contents of this notebook are very valuable, right? The boy's voice was lost in the night wind and seemed to be carried to a very far place by the wind. "Knowledge is never meant to please you. If you want to become powerful, you must have enough respect and awe for it." The man changed to an indifferent and serious tone. "I saw that it was a simple book made of parchment and it was heavy in my arms." He said, "This is another test, so I must read this note carefully." He could barely make out the words on the cover through the starlight, but he read out a very strange title, Hogwarts First Year Magical Knowledge Complete. Does red represent a warning? Malfoy held the note in his arms and became more and more excited as he thought about it. His steps became more and more brisk, and he soon disappeared deep into the path leading to the castle. Thank you, thank you." He looked up blankly at the mysterious man wearing a mask, and at the same time he had a very strange thought in his mind. Could this really be a first-grade complete explanation of magic knowledge, just like the title of the book? This should be a book that records mysterious magic, right? Malfoy secretly guessed. After a while, he flipped through the book Hogwarts First Year Knowledge and found a line of small words on the title page, but the light was too dark to see clearly. "As long as I pass this test, he will definitely teach me more powerful magic, and I will definitely become very strong by then. This is for you," the man said calmly. He couldn't help but take out a small luminous ball from his pocket, illuminated the line of words, and saw that it was written in red ink. "Read it yourself, do not pass it on to others." "I just think the knowledge in school is too boring," Malfoy expressed his inner thoughts. It seems that the test given to you is not enough. If your desire to become stronger is still there, read through this notebook. I will come again at this time next Friday. At the same time, there was some excitement. Child, you lack the necessary respect for knowledge, the man said in a very disappointed tone. Malfoy thanked him profusely, rushed forward, picked up the book and held it in his arms. The mask is really useful. I kind of miss that guy from Swinton. After saying this, he also walked towards the castle. As he walked, the mask was taken off and the originally tall figure became slightly shorter. It was immediately obvious that he was a young man with a short stature. No, Malfoy didn't know what to say. After Malfoy's figure disappeared into the night, a tall figure appeared under the oak tree. It was the man wearing a mask and black robe who had just disappeared. What is this? Malfoy listened and seemed to understand, but that didn't stop him from feeling that what the mysterious masked man said made sense. Malfoy froze under the oak tree holding this thick notebook, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. He was not confused, but rather confused. Ian Stanley had a long and strange dream. He dreamed that he was in a darkness where no light could be seen. This darkness was so rich and deep that it was difficult to even perceive his own existence, not to mention that he could not see his fingers. In such darkness, he lost the concept of space and time and gradually lost his clarity and reason. In a daze, fragments of the past kept flashing in his mind. There is the misery of being orphaned at a young age, the weakness and helplessness of being a student at Beauxbatons, the low self-esteem and self-pity of not being able to get close to the girl you love, the perseverance of working hard day and night, and the joy of studying after graduation. High-spirited, rushing around the world to investigate and explore for the obsession in his heart. In the end, it was his experience at Hogwarts that occupied his memories. Those dull but fulfilling days, those various people, he laughed and cursed with them and did things that seemed silly and boring. He saw the Oriental boy again, saw the long sword, and saw the starry sky they looked up at together when they were drunk that day. He heard someone calling his name, someone saying goodbye to him, someone looking forward to him going back again. At the end, he vaguely heard the familiar young man's voice which said, "I kind of miss that guy Swinton." It was a very rude title. I neither called him professor nor brother but just called him by his last name. He wanted to hit the kid on the head hard with his wand to express his dissatisfaction. However, there was only darkness around him and even he himself was part of the darkness. He couldn't break free, didn't have the strength to break free, and didn't know how to break free. All that's left is darkness, darkness, and darkness. Looking at the wooden ceiling above his head, Ian Stanley, lying on the bed, still hadn't completely recovered from the nightmare just now. It was such a cool autumn day that he broke out in a cold sweat. Recalling the various experiences in the dream, he felt inexplicable fear and uneasiness in his heart, and he could not calm down for a long time. He knew that he had this dream not for nothing, and it must have something to do with that damn Stephen Swinton. He, or rather they, accidentally discovered the black magic that can divide the soul. However, as the body leader, Swinton only wanted to investigate the so-called family secrets and wanted to know what happened to those family members who disappeared or died. The place is not too keen on this kind of magic. But hidden deep in his soul, Ian Stanley seemed to have discovered a treasure, spending a lot of energy to study it, and even used the rare leading time to read ancient magic books, looking for clues, and then barely mastered it. He learned the casting conditions and spells of that black magic, and finally cast that evil black magic in the Egyptian pyramid, completed the soul division ritual, and drove Stephen Swinton out of the body. As part of the ritual, Stephen Swinton's soul was trapped in the mummy in the pyramid, and I guess the guy didn't feel too good in the mummy. Could it be that the dream I had just now is the situation that Stephen is in now? Ian Stanley murmured. After his emotions calmed down with his sharp thinking, he could easily come up with such a guess. After all, magic related to the soul has always been the most taboo, mysterious, and evil existence in black magic. I have only mastered the preliminary spell-casting rituals and I still pieced together and deciphered them. Is there any sequelae? It's really hard for him to be sure, or in other words, there will definitely be sequelae, but he doesn't know what they are. So, as one of the possible sequelae, he just felt how that guy Stephen felt to a certain extent. So that guy is miserable now and has been in that kind of indescribable darkness that makes people depressed and desperate. Thinking of this, a happy and cruel smile appeared on the corner of Ian Stanley's mouth. "This is the reward for suppressing me for so many years," he said bitterly. However, after saying this, he still felt deeply worried in his heart. This dream not only made him realize Stephen Swinton's situation at this time, but also made him realize again that the connection between the two of them was far from being completely severed. Perhaps we should find a way to completely solve this trouble. He secretly made this determination. However, for now, he has no clue. He has spent a lot of effort to drive that damn Stephen out of his body. He still doesn't know how to kill that guy completely. It's not like he didn't think about destroying the mummy possessed by Stephen at the time, but as a result, he almost died together, so he had no choice but to give up. He thought that as long as he stayed far away from that damn mummy, there would be no problem, but now it seems that is indeed a big hidden danger. No matter what, the most important thing is to do your current job well first. Miscellaneous thoughts flashed through his mind one by one. He finally exhaled and got up from the bed. The magical world is full of dangers. Without a strong organization that you can rely on, it will be difficult to realize your ambition or completely eliminate the trouble of Stephen Swinton. Therefore, what he has to do now is to be a qualified laborer. Well, I also heard the term worker from that boy Qin. Shaking his head to clear away irrelevant emotions, he became the cold and cruel Ian Stanley again. Then he walked out of his place and went to the planned place. Saturday is coming soon, and his job is to completely integrate the wizarding power in the city of Salem. It's not a difficult job, but it's a bit trivial and requires you to deal with a bunch of stupid trash. However, in order to join the organization known as GA, I can only reluctantly do such small things first. Thinking of these, Ian Stanley's steps gradually became casual and lazy. What's wrong, Qin?" Hermione asked curiously while eating breakfast. When she woke up early in the morning, she keenly noticed that Qin was not in a good mood. "Have I mentioned to you Professor Swinton? I haven't contacted him for a long time." Qin Yu put down the sandwich in his hand and said with some worry. "Well, you said before that Professor Snape has received a letter from him, but you don't have Professor Swinton's mailing address, so you can't write a reply." Hermione still remembered this matter and nodded. "After that time, I never received a letter from him again. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy when I think about him recently. Maybe I worry too much." Qin Yu curled his lips and said, "Using the alchemy mask at night reminded him of Professor Swinton again, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. At the same time, he secretly scolded Swinton for not being upright all day long. He didn't know how many letters to write during this long trip. Don't worry too much, maybe he's been busy recently and hasn't had time to write to you," Hermione said with relief. "It's also possible. After all, he said that he was going to start a long adventure and it might take some time to end. Forget it, I don't want him anymore. This guy should be able to take care of himself. There should be news in a few days." Qin Yu said with a shrug. "Well, just wait and see," Hermione agreed. In fact, Qin Yu has another unconventional way to get in touch with Professor Swinton, which is through the long sword made of alchemy material, because the long swords of him, Snape and Swinton all come from the same kind of alchemy material. Gold materials, the three have certain commonalities and can be connected in certain ways. However, this method of contact requires relatively harsh conditions. It is a combination of meditation and alchemy. It is still a bit difficult to achieve it with his current ability. Well, you still have to study hard and work hard to improve yourself. Qin Yu thought to himself that this had added some motivation and direction to his studies. Then, he quickly finished his breakfast and took Hermione to the library to find some alchemy-related books to read. Time flies by, September is coming to an end and October is here, and the weather continues to get colder. The students at Hogwarts are busy with their own things. Or they study magic tirelessly and complete their real work as students, or they do some messy things, engage in mischief and other non-professional work. Or they find every opportunity to be lazy and sleep without wanting to do anything. In short, everyone has his own life which may be fulfilling, exciting, or dull. For Harry Potter, he was really satisfied with his life at Hogwarts during this time. Not long ago, one early morning, he received a very long package as soon as he walked into the auditorium. He and Ron opened it privately and found that it was a very exquisite broomstick, Nimbus 2000. It was exactly the model owned by Qin that Harry envied, which made him very happy. He became more comfortable in Quidditch training and made rapid progress. Apart from some happy things, what made Harry feel unhappy was that Malfoy really liked to show off recently, rushing to answer questions in class and looking very proud of himself. In Qin's words, this guy is a conspicuous bag. This is an Oriental term used to describe those who like to show off and like to be in the limelight. Harry feels that this word is really suitable for Malfoy. Sometimes I seem to see my own shadow in Malfoy. Am I also annoying sometimes? Hermione pursed her lips, shrugged, and said helplessly. It's dinner time now, it's not dark yet, the orange sunset shines into the hall, giving the entire auditorium a dim tone, making it look lazy and leisurely. Everyone is enjoying a sumptuous dinner in this lazy and leisurely way. Everyone could tell that after Miss Granger said that, she didn't want to get a definite answer. Therefore, Harry and Ron both wisely chose to remain silent while Neville was busy eating. Something as if it has nothing to do with him. Well, it does look a bit like it. Adam took a sip of corn soup and gave his opinion. A group of friends all cast a surprised look at him, secretly thinking that this boy from Egypt was a real warrior. He dared to speak so bluntly about eldest sister, and he was not afraid of being punished by Qin. Fortunately, Qin hadn't come yet. Hall. Just when Hermione's face turned gloomy, Adam made another change and said slowly, "But he is using knowledge to show off himself, and you are happy because of gaining knowledge. At this point, you are different." Harry and Ron looked at each other, and both felt that Adam was indeed an emotionally intelligent guy. They had learned something again and couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Adam. They didn't expect that sleeping little Adam turned out to be such a wise man. Adam, on the other hand, was a little confused by the two of them. He felt that he was just saying his true thoughts. Sure enough, Hermione's expression changed from gloomy to bright after listening to Adam's next words. She was obviously satisfied with this answer and deeply agreed with it. After waiting for a while, Qin Yu arrived late. After listening to the content of their conversation, he thought about it and said to Hermione and others, "Do what you think is right, and there is no need to care too much about other people's opinions." In this way, Hermione completely let go of the not-too-big entanglement in her heart and smiled. Several other little kids also thought seriously for a moment and nodded, feeling that what Qin said made sense. As for what they thought of specifically, others didn't know. In short, different people have different feelings when hearing the same words. Just like Adam, his eyes showed a kind of admiration for those who share the same path, as well as the determination in his eyes. Qin Yu took a few more glances at this little boy with naturally curly black hair and felt that this boy was quite energetic when he wasn't sleepy. Several people talked about what happened recently. After Qin joined in, the atmosphere became relaxed and pleasant, and today's dinner quickly ended. Then, leaving the auditorium, everyone dispersed and headed to their respective destinations. Harry and Ron headed back to the tower where Gryffindor dormitory is located, while Qin Yu and Hermione went to the library as usual. Since Professor Swinton had not been in contact for a while, Qin Yu thought to see if he could make contact through the method left by the other party, that is, through the resonance of his alchemy long sword with Swinton's, so as to achieve communication on a magical level. However, I have been researching this for half a month and there is still no progress. He just arrived a little late, so he dropped by Dumbledore's principal's office and picked up some study materials, mainly some alchemy notes written by Old Deng, as well as some ancient books on alchemy. If I guess correctly, the method of combining alchemy and meditation that Stephen mentioned is essentially a category similar to spiritual alchemy, which is different from our common physical alchemy. Magic should be a kind of magic created by Mr. Flamel in recent years combined with ancient alchemy. You might as well study it yourself first. If it doesn't work, we can discuss it together. This is what Dumbledore just said to Qin Yu. According to Dumbledore's explanation, ancient alchemists not only performed alchemy at the physical level, but also tried to communicate with alchemy products at the spiritual level, which is the so-called spiritual alchemy. Of course, this kind of ancient alchemy is now in a state of being lost. What Nico Flamel can do is a conceptual reference, and it does not really restore this ancient alchemy magic. The general direction is there, the rest is to explore and try. Although our old Deng seems to be in good spirits, after all, he is old and has limited energy. Qin Yu can't bother him for such a trivial matter. He should study it by himself first and at most ask him for some doubts. What's more, the alchemy sword belonging to Qin Yu has a recognition contract similar to that of a wand. Even if Dumbledore wants to use it, it will be very troublesome. He must take it away from Qin Yu. Therefore, Qin Yu still needs to continue to devote himself to the difficult study of alchemy. I strongly suspect that Professor Swinton deliberately left that method before he left. He didn't immediately teach me how to use it just to leave me an alchemy homework. Qin Yu suddenly looked up from the pile of old papers. He complained as if he was feeling sleepy. Looking at his tangled, indignant, and helpless expression, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle and restrained herself in time before the administrator, Mrs. Pince, discovered it. Then she leaned closer and whispered to Qin Yu. "It seems that Professor Swinton, you are still very responsible. Even after you left, you still did not forget your responsibility as a teacher, leaving you with such a difficult problem." Qin Yu turned his head and looked at Zio Nizi, who was speaking jokingly in a serious manner. He couldn't help but pinch her cheek fiercely, of course. It was just the expression that was cruel, but the force on his hand was very light. This caused Hermione to snort and pout at him, dissatisfied. The two people who already had experience quickly put an end to this behavior of disrupting the order of the library. When Mrs. Pinksy, who was patrolling the territory, looked over, she did not realize that someone was causing trouble just now. Of course, the librarian definitely couldn't see that under a certain table, a little foot wearing white stockings and black strapless leather shoes was stepping on someone's foot next to him. The owner of the little foot was still raising his chin slightly. Looking at the latter, his face was filled with pride and provocation, but the latter had no choice at all. Although this may be a trick left by Professor Swinton which made Qin Yu a little distressed, Qin Yu still decided to complete this homework. After complaining a little and seeming to draw some strength from the brown-haired girl next to him, Qin Yu calmed down and continued to chew on the alchemy notes. Then, while he was distracted, he thought that after a while he could test Professor Snape's long sword to see if it could produce any effect. He had mentioned this to Snape before, who was not as good at alchemy and meditation as Swinton, especially meditation. On the contrary, he was not as talented as Qin Yu, who had been trained by Swinton for a year. Of course, Qin Yu didn't think that he was really gifted. He secretly guessed that it was because of the urgent need to stabilize the influence of Obscurus in his body that he forced himself to put a lot of effort into meditation. Thinking about these, Qin Yu sorted out his thoughts and gradually found some useful knowledge from the complicated alchemy notes and ancient books. He opened his notebook and recorded it with a quill pen. "I have to say that the learning materials provided by Dumbledore are still very useful, of high quality and full of useful information." Hermione next to her looked at Qin, who was writing seriously, and saw his brows gradually unfurling. She also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. "I have talked about dragon blood before, and I think I should have made it clear its uses. In addition to dragon blood, other parts of the dragon's body are also important potion materials, so..." In the potions class on Friday morning, Professor Snape spoke in an indifferent tone. Then he looked around, paused for a moment, and continued, "Who can name a potion that uses dragon liver as the main ingredient? What's there?" Without any surprise, our Miss Granger raised her hands high. Professor Snape's gaze did not linger at all and chose to ignore it. "Hermione, if you do this again, I will tell Qin." "Snape, are you kidding me? Can I be afraid of that kid?" Malfoy on the other side raised his hands higher, even half of his buttocks left the seat for fear of being ignored. "All I have to do is say loudly, 'Choose me, choose me.'" Professor Snape took a few more glances and felt that Lucius's son had been acting a little unusually recently. He didn't know why. It couldn't be related to that kid Qin, right? "Qin Yu, I'm busy, don't cue." "Thank you, Snape. If I have wronged you, then I say." "Qin Yu, not really." "Snape, don't leave after school." Juan points at people.jpg. There was a squeaking sound of tables and chairs scraping against the ground not far away. The aloof potions teacher turned around and saw that it was the one who made him care a lot but didn't want to show how much he cared, and who was very annoying in his memory. The boy who the man looked like Harry Potter. Looking at Harry Potter, who also raised his hand, and the way he glanced at Malfoy from time to time, Snape could easily guess the general idea. Sure enough, just like his father, he is a pushy person. Thinking of this, Professor Snape closed his eyelids slightly and decided to teach him a lesson again. It seems that you all have mastered this knowledge, so... He paused for a moment, looked around, and under Harry's expectant gaze, he turned around and continued, "Malfoy, you answer." When Malfoy heard this, he subconsciously straightened his body and said loudly at a volume that could be heard clearly by the entire classroom. Hu Mei Zai Killer. Dragon liver can be used as the main material for making Hu Mei Zai Killer. This is a potion that can eliminate Hu Meizi. Upon hearing this, Snape nodded imperceptibly, and then said in his usual indifferent tone, "You have earned a deserved point for Slytherin." Hearing Slytherin's extra points, Harry couldn't help but mutter to Ron sadly, "I know this question. You also said that your mother often uses it, it's all your fault." When Ron heard this, he quickly used his eyes to stop Harry from continuing to say things like, "It's all Snape's fault." After all, even if Harry didn't say it out loud, he could instantly understand what the other person wanted to express. On the contrary, if he said it out loud, he would be easily caught by Snape, who was not far away, and then be ruthlessly beaten for reasons such as disrespecting the teacher. Deduct 5 or even 10 points from Gryffindor. Sure enough, Harry and Ron turned their heads to look secretly and found Professor Snape casting a not-so-kind look in their direction. The two of them quickly sat upright and stopped whispering. Snape's eyes swept over the few little kids, taking in all their reactions. Then, after a pause, he slowly said to Hermione, who also had a look of regret on her face, "I see that you all are very concerned about this issue. Keen then, Miss Granger, it's up to you to answer what other ingredients are in the Hu Mei Zai Killer." As soon as this question was asked, Harry, who had been so active just now, immediately put out the fire and shuddered because he really hadn't studied so deeply. After all, they were only first-year students and they could not remember such magical things as Hu Meizi Extinguisher. Dragon liver is good for medicine, but more in-depth potion formulas and preparation methods are too difficult for them. Malfoy, on the other side, is similar to Harry. After all, he just got the notebook not long ago and has not finished reading the basic content. He has no energy to do more extended learning. Therefore, he is a little lucky that he answered the simple question just now. Instead of being asked about the ultra-difficult formula of Hu Meizi Killer. Professor Snape, who asked the question, added in his mind, "Don't say again that I won't give you a chance. This opportunity is obviously not what many people hope to get. After all, most people have never heard of the name of this potion." Just when many people were either pitying, gloating, or indifferent to Hermione, she folded her hands on the table in front of her chest and said in a clear and smooth voice, "In addition to dragon liver, there is also a color-changing giant snail. Spotted mango, poison hemlock essence, water hemlock essence, and potentilla tincture." As soon as the girl's voice came out, the little magicians in the classroom were a little shocked, but they were a little unsure whether what she said was right. Professor Snape's eyebrows had subconsciously raised. She even knows this, she is worthy of being Qin Yu's younger sister. The cold potion teacher couldn't help but feel this way in his heart. While the students in the classroom were stunned, Professor Snape had already made a judgment and reward for Hermione's answer. 2 points for Gryffindor. Hearing this, Hermione smiled brightly and clenched her fists excitedly. 1 point more than Slytherin, obviously due to the higher difficulty of the question. In this regard, the Slytherin students, including Malfoy, although a little envious and jealous, were all convinced. The faces of the Gryffindor students were full of joy and pride, especially Harry, who looked at Malfoy and said secretly, "The eldest sister has suppressed his limelight, let him be proud again." Who knew that as soon as Harry's smile appeared on his face, he was interrupted by Snape. "It seems that you are also interested in this question, Potter." "Hi." Snape's words were like a spell, giving Harry a cold chill in his heart and giving him a very bad premonition. Sure enough, Snape continued, "Then it's up to you to introduce to everyone the habits of creatures like Hu Meizi." Harry was speechless. "Why, you raised your hand so high just now, can't you even answer this kind of question?" Snape squinted his eyes and looked over indifferently, his tone was equally indifferent. Did you know it was just now? I can't do it now. Harry's face immediately turned red and he felt extremely embarrassed. After holding it in for a long time, he stammered. But teacher, who Measy only learned it in the magical creatures class. We haven't learned it yet. In other words, you don't know. That's what I say, but since you admit that you don't even know such a simple question, then 1 point will be deducted from Gryffindor. How could I admit it? Although it is indeed not possible, is this going too far? Harry's face turned even redder and he wanted to argue with Snape, the teacher who was deliberately looking for trouble, but in the end he didn't say anything more. Because he knew that if he continued to say anything, Gryffindor would probably deduct more than 1 point. In that case, the 2 points that Hermione had finally earned would be deducted by him, and she might even change into negative points. All I can say is 2 points are added and 1 point is deducted. Today Gryffindor will gain 1 point. If you don't deduct points, it's progress. If you add 1 point, isn't that a big step forward? Harry could only comfort himself and calm down his turbulent mood. If you don't even know the habits of the creatures you want to deal with, then what's the point of making the Who May Zai killer? Professor Snape raised his voice so that everyone could remember what he said. Although there are some strong words who let him have the final say in this classroom. Well, Snape convinced people with reason. During lunchtime, Harry didn't say much to the pushy Malfoy, but he complained a lot about Snape. He's targeting me on purpose. Harry came to this conclusion very clearly. After Qin Yu ate a piece of cheese toast, he said slowly, "If Hermione can't answer the formula for the potion, then Professor Snape should be targeting her." These words silenced Harry for a moment, because he understood what Qin meant. If he could answer that tricky question like Hermione, then Professor Snape would not only not deduct points from Gryffindor but also add points to Gryffindor. More than 1 point. So, if you defeat him within his rules, he will be unable to do anything to you. Qin Yu said something that sounded very convoluted again. This is like a security guard who manages access control. As long as you swipe your card in and out, he can't control you. If you insist on forcing your way in and you blame the security guard for using chicken feathers as arrows, you are just looking for trouble. Of course, Qin Yu also knew that Snape was indeed targeted, and this was undeniable. Therefore, when meeting him that night, Qin Yu protested to him on behalf of his little brother, and then Professor Snape explained it with a wand which convinced Qin Yu. The more you know, the more you find yourself ignorant. You probably want Harry to understand this, Professor Snape. Qin Yu explained to Snape thoughtfully while lying on the ground. No, I just don't like him. Snape found his long sword and threw it to Qin, asking him to take it back for study today. Oh, you didn't like me at first and deliberately made things difficult for me, but now you're also tutoring me carefully, Qin Yu said proudly. You are really a little too narcissistic. Do you think you are the protagonist of the story? Professor Snape mocked. Isn't it? Qin Yu asked as he stood up holding the sword. As long as you are happy. Snape was too lazy to talk nonsense to him. Humph, I am the protagonist. I have a gold finger, Qin Yu said reluctantly. Oh, Snape, you don't believe it, Qin Yu. Okay, Snape, what's good? Don't imitate those unscrupulous bosses who communicate ineffectively, okay? Qin Yu. Okay, Snape. Qin Yu, forget it, let's end this ineffective communication. First, go to Madame Pomfrey for some trauma medicine. Today's one-on-one training was a bit exceeding the standard, and I was beaten so hard that my whole body hurt. So Qin Yu carried the long sword wrapped in cloth on his back, dragging his aching body after being tutored by Professor Snape, and limped to the school doctor. Although he was stumped by Professor Snape's overclass question in that potions class and caused Gryffindor to be deducted a point, Harry seemed to have turned on some kind of switch and followed Malfoy was in full competition. Well, the main manifestation of the competition for conspicuous bags is that they rush to raise their hands to answer questions in class. After all, he has the top student in the same grade, Hermione Granger, and the myth of the senior class, Qin, as his backing, which can be said to be a unique blessing. In short, the advantage is mine. When Harry told Qin similar thoughts, Qin Yu was silent for a long time and cast a meaningful look at him. Who can you imitate? If you imitate Caishan in speaking, do you still need to keep a diary? No serious person can write a diary. Qin Yu was thinking about some random things in his mind, but of course he couldn't say them out loud, but encouraged him seriously. Yes, you have to have confidence. If you have any questions, you can ask me or Hermione at any time. You should also read carefully the notes I gave you before." However, he silently added, "Sorry, Harry, I'm an undercover. As long as you don't complain that studying is too boring." Hermione shrugged and said that she could play the role of study consultant. "Well, thank you, Qin, thank you, Hermione," Harry said excitedly, his expression very solemn. "Do I want to come too?" Ron on the side said with some anxiety. Learning is a painful thing for him. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to learn, it's just that his instinct is a bit repulsive. How can there be so many people in the world who really like to learn? However, since his old friend Harry Potter began to focus on studying, he must accompany him. But the pain is still pain, therefore learning happily is a false proposition in itself. "I want to be with you too," Neville mumbled. Looking at Neville, Ron felt much relieved. He smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, let's go together." Teenagers are actually not afraid of many things, especially if they have friends to do it with. It will actually become more interesting. Pain is pain as long as someone is with you. In order to appear gregarious, Adam also said that as long as he didn't sleep, he could study with them and make progress together. The Progressive Party has added another child who is not so keen on progress. In any case, Qin Yu feels that the development of the situation is quite good. Not only did Malfoy start focusing on learning magic as if he had been given a shot, but Harry, Ron, Neville, and others also seemed to be threatened or infected and did not want to be compared to each other. However, Qin Yu himself was a little tired. He not only had to help Harry and the others with their homework during the day, but also had to pretend to be a mysterious old man and have a secret meeting with Malfoy late at night. When helping both ends, you must be careful not to break the balance of the game. It's like a game dog from the previous life was planned and he's a real-life version. Fortunately, he only needs to put on a mask and see Malfoy once every Friday at midnight to check on the progress, answer questions, and provide pointers on new magical knowledge. Immediately, the real long sword he was holding trembled. In addition to these similar study and training arrangements as before, he has recently allocated a considerable amount of energy to alchemy. Since he has almost guessed that this is an assignment left by Swinton, he wants to try it again. If you want to communicate with the other party through alchemy at once, then study it carefully. And the eve of Halloween is really a day that is difficult to ignore. Qin Yu, on the other hand, has also made some progress in the alchemy communication method through his tireless research. This is probably due to the coexistence and confrontation with the power of the Obscurus in his body, coupled with his own talent and hard work, and the careful guidance of Snape and Swinton, which made him progress far beyond ordinary people in learning magic. Immediately, Qin Yu lay on his back on the ground, fatigue coming over him like a tide. Immediately afterwards, the long sword placed opposite from Snape made a sound of collision with the ground. Unexpectedly, he heard Hermione say, "Halloween is the day after tomorrow. You wrote before and said it would be lively. It really makes people look forward to it." Dang dang dang. Snape's sword successfully resonated. In this way, time passed day by day and the little kids started a fairly healthy competition in and out of class. Even Hermione, the primary school bully who originally liked answering questions in class, was overshadowed by those guys and became less prominent. This actually made her less ostracized in the Muggle world. Of course, no one dared to do anything to her at Hogwarts. Of course, helping the kids study can only be regarded as a small part of Qin Yu's campus life. He also has his own things to be busy with. "Yeah, it's up to you." Qin Yu nodded obediently, then opened his mouth to bite the bread she handed over and indicated that he wanted to eat a grilled sausage. As a result, Qin Yu's life in the second grade at Hogwarts was more fulfilling and busier than in the first grade. Following the method left by Professor Swinton, he recalled his understanding of alchemy in his mind, tried hard to imagine the materials and alchemy used in this long sword, and tried to restore the alchemy in his mind. The sword is used to achieve spiritual resonance with it, and through this long sword it resonates again with another long sword placed 1 meter away on the opposite side. Completing his second-year courses is just the most basic. This is basically not difficult. He has even gone very far in potions, spells, defense against the dark arts, and other courses. Qin Yu suddenly felt happy, and his tentacles of thought reached out to the imaginary sword. "Yes, the day after tomorrow is Halloween. Well, I used too much force today, I'll just take it easy." Qin Yu gave her a smile that he thought was very warm. Buzz. After eating and drinking, Qin Yu's energy recovered a lot. He leaned back on the chair contentedly and listened to other people's chat. It was as if a metallic trembling sound sounded in my mind. In addition to studying, there is also Quidditch training, which is considered physical fitness. After all, the body is the capital of learning magic. Without a good body, it will be difficult to wave the wand. Once, twice, 3 times, I don't know how many times he tried, the sweat on Qin Yu's forehead oozed out, but the long sword opposite did not move at all. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes with an unconcealable smile on his lips. Although the resonance this time was very slight and the distance was short, we finally took the first step. Hermione pouted her little mouth, and while getting him something to eat, she muttered, "Don't I know you well? You don't care about you when you are busy. Now eat more food quickly. After you are full, go back and have a good rest." Hermione saw that he was really tired today, so she reluctantly fed him. On a certain day, he was meditating in an empty classroom as usual, holding his own chain gold sword. Just when he was about to give up due to excessive mental exertion, the long sword he had conceived in his mind suddenly became clear. "Master Tao, I am done." "Qin, you look very tired," Hermione said with concern during dinner time. "Well, not only is it lively, but there are also a lot of delicious food," Qin Yu said. Slightly stunned, Qin Yu has been very busy recently, and he feels like he is forgetting to eat and sleep, and even the concept of time is a bit blurred. If Hermione hadn't accidentally mentioned Halloween, he wouldn't have known it was the end of October. In other words, without his appearance, according to the original historical trajectory, this year's Halloween would not be peaceful. Hermione would also be in danger because she was ostracized by her classmates, mainly Harry and Ron, and hid in the bathroom crying. However, now that Qin Yu is involved, things should change. At least Hermione wouldn't be hiding in the bathroom alone. Even so, Qin Yu still said to the girl thoughtfully, "If someone bullies you during this period or encounters something unhappy, remember to come to me." After hearing what Qin Yu said, Hermione looked at him with blank eyes and said in a puzzled tone, "Why did you suddenly tell me this? Why am I being bullied?" I'm just saying that if, after all, at your age, it's easy to encounter something you can't handle at this time, you can ask me for help." Qin Yu was stunned for a moment when he was asked, and he knew my words were a bit abrupt, but I couldn't explain them in too much detail, so I had to explain them forcefully. "What do you mean, my age? Do you also want to recall how old you are?" the girl pouted and said with great dissatisfaction. "Female human beings are so strange, they care so much about their age. When they are young, they will find it objectionable that others call them young, and when they are older, they hate being mentioned about their age. And Hermione doesn't like being treated like a brat by Qin all the time. After all, she has grown up and can go to middle school in the Muggle world. In a few years she will be, well, in short, she has grown up." Looking at the angry girl, Qin Yu raised his hands in surrender and said with a smile, "Okay, if I have anything unhappy or am bullied, I will go to you for help." "Well, yes, I will help you get rid of those who bully you." Hermione nodded seriously, but she obviously thought it was a joke and started laughing as she spoke. After dinner, since he had made some progress in alchemy, Qin Yu decided to put aside today's study tasks and take a good rest, so he took Harry to the Quidditch field for training. Hermione returned to Gryffindor's girls' dormitory, intending to feed Crookshanks, who had been picked up from Hagrid. Others also went to do their own things and left the dining hall. It's dark. No one was walking around on the 4th floor of the main castle of Hogwarts. In a dark corridor corner not far from the defense against the dark arts classroom, 2 voices with deliberately lowered volumes suddenly sounded. "You should take action, you can't wait any longer," a hoarse voice said sternly. Master, well, the defense there is too tight, it's hard for me to get in," another person said in a humble and fearful voice. "This is something you need to figure out. Do you expect me to complete it?" the hoarse voice said in an extremely impatient tone. No, I will definitely find a way, please believe me," the solemn voice said quickly. "Well, hurry up, I feel a little weak and can't stay awake for a long time. I'm going to rest first." The hoarse voice gradually became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Not long after, a tall but timid man came out from the shadows in this corner. This man was pale and had a thick turban on his head. If someone gets close to him, they will probably smell a garlic-like smell coming from him. I need a chance to leave those troublesome professors for a while. He muttered something as he walked, his eyes gradually brightened, and he obviously thought of a good idea. The next day, which is the day before Halloween, there will be Halloween activities in the evening, and the most important thing is that there will be a sumptuous dinner in the auditorium. Early this morning, the aroma of roasted pumpkin once again wafted through the corridor, making students passing by couldn't help but twitch their noses to smell it. Feeling the festive atmosphere, smiles appeared on their faces unconsciously. Adam was walking among the crowd, smelling the tempting aroma of this food from time to time, and was full of anticipation for the evening meal. Harry and Ron were in front talking about the Quidditch match. According to the practice of previous years, after entering November, there will be a competition between each hospital team, with 2 teams competing against each other, and the winner will be selected to enter the finals. Counting the days, the first game Gryffindor will participate in will probably be in 2 or 3 weeks. At that time, Harry will officially replace Charlie Weasley, who has graduated, as the new Seeker and represent Gryffindor. The time was so tight that it was hard not to be nervous. Even though he was training very hard, Harry still couldn't reach the level of cooperation with other teammates. "I really don't want to be the one holding Gryffindor back," Harry said worriedly. "Well, don't be so stressed." Ron could only say some words of explanation, but the effect was average. After all, he was not a good talker. All he could think of was that Qin was here anyway and you just had to complete your task. However, after they talked like this for a while, Harry's nervousness eased somewhat and it did not affect his appetite for breakfast. Adam listened to the conversation between the two and was looking forward to this game. Well, he was always looking forward to unknown things, and Hogwarts brought him so many unknowns. Of course, what he is looking forward to most is definitely not just a dinner or a game. After enjoying breakfast, the first-year students headed to the Charms classroom on the 4th floor. However, as soon as they stepped onto the stairs to the 2nd floor, Harry discovered that Adam, who had been there just now, had disappeared. "I guess I'm looking for a place to be lazy again," Ron shrugged and said with an unsurprised look on his face. "I think I saw him going to the utility room next to the women's bathroom on the 1st floor. Neville paused and added, "He often goes there to take a nap and says it's quieter there." "Well, I hope he can get to the classroom before class starts," Harry muttered. At this moment, Hermione, who was walking far in front, waved to them and urged them to go upstairs quickly. So they quickly walked up the stairs to the 4th floor without hesitation. As for Adam, the straggler, they were used to him. After all, even the teachers now know that Adam is a little boy who loves to sleep. As long as he does not violate other school rules and can keep up with the progress of magic learning, they can give him a certain tolerance. As expected, the Charms class had been going on for a while, and Adam was late. Professor Flitwick just asked him to quickly find someone to form a team with so that he could practice the new spells he learned today. "Let me tell you more about the essentials of the levitation spell. Remember, the wand must be waved first and then shaken." In order to take care of Adam, who was late, Professor Flitwick deliberately told this new curse again, and in conjunction with the movements of his hands, he recited the curse. Yingidim Leviasa. A long feather then slowly rose up and floated in midair. After the demonstration, everyone can practice on their own. Adam sat next to Neville and Hermione, forming the only group of 3 in the classroom. Everyone else had been assigned to groups of 2. I saw little fat Neville waving his wand vigorously and reciting a spell, but the wand placed on the table remained motionless. This happened several times in a row. The only time the feathers moved slightly made people suspect that he was leaving. Too close, blowing it when exhaling. Anyone who has studied magic knows that when casting a spell, whether it is the trajectory of the wand or the tone of voice when chanting the spell, even slight differences in these aspects may cause the spell to fail. Therefore, there are still many people like Neville in the whole classroom who cannot levitate feathers. It can be said that most people have not been able to successfully cast this new spell so far. Malfoy noticed this, so he was very cautious not to try it immediately so as not to fail and be laughed at by some people. Some of the people mentioned here mainly refer to Harry Potter and others. "Huh, it seems I can't do it," Neville slumped his shoulders dejectedly, feeling frustrated. "Don't worry, take your time. Once you find the feeling, it will be easy to use it," Hermione comforted her. She also spoke from experience. It was difficult for her to cast this spell at the beginning. It was only after Qin taught her step by step that she truly realized the correct trajectory of the wand's casting and was corrected by Qin in terms of pronunciation of the spell. In short, after knowing the correct method, you need to carefully figure it out and find the feeling before you can successfully cast the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione recited the spell with extremely correct pronunciation, and when the spell ended, she waved her wand and pointed at the feather on the table in front of her. The feather slowly floats up and the spell takes effect. The other students all paid attention with different expressions. In fact, when Hermione first recited the spell, most people looked in their direction. After all, Hermione was quite famous in the entire first grade, and everyone wanted to see if she could do it. Without any surprise, Hermione Granger became the first student in this classroom to successfully cast the levitation spell. Seeing that the Gryffindors were far ahead, Malfoy suddenly regretted it, secretly thinking that he shouldn't have hesitated just now and should have the courage to try. After all, he was certain that he could do it. Just when he asked Gower in the same group to stop and replace him, a spell sounded again. He subconsciously turned his head and saw that the inconspicuous Gryffindor Adam Quinn was waving his wand. "You still want to succeed?" A mudblood from a rural place like Egypt, Malfoy instinctively smiled mockingly. Since he just focused on familiarizing himself with the essentials of the movements, he didn't know if the other party could do it faster than him. Maybe things have changed. Thinking of this, he felt a lot better, and at the same time, he silently thanked the mysterious teacher who took the trouble to teach him every Friday at midnight. Malfoy said the spell quickly. Malfoy's originally calm face also showed a happy smile after seeing the flying feathers. Then, he raised his chin and looked in the direction of Harry with some complacency, but he also saw that the other person's feather also appeared. Floated up, Wingardium Leviosa. The two seemed to understand each other's thoughts in an instant and turned their heads at the same time, waving their wands and chanting spells. As expected of me. Damn Gryffindor, even the second place must be taken away. Malfoy regained his composure and regained his composure. HMPH, I guess you can finish it at the same time as me, Malfoy muttered rather dissatisfiedly. However, after waving the magic wand, it had no effect. "Just wait and see, I will definitely be far ahead of you next time. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, someone will successfully cast it again." Slowly, his heart calmed down. Time seemed to have passed for a long time, and it seemed that it had only passed for a short while. In short, he felt that he had gradually become familiar with the various details of this spell. "The feathers are flying," Gower couldn't help but exclaimed. It would have been better if he didn't say it. As soon as he said this, Malfoy suddenly became extremely angry and glared at him with a fierce look. This made Goyle shrink back and dare not say another word. When Qin Yu walked in, Hermione was already sitting at the dining table with a happy face, waiting for a sumptuous dinner. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. At least, this girl didn't hide and cry for any reason today. There are decorations in line with the Halloween theme, full of magical magnificence and mystery, which immediately make people feel a strong, festive atmosphere. After confirming this, he opened his eyes without any hesitation, waved the wand with his right hand very steadily and rhythmically, and shook it. At the same time, he also chanted the spell in his mouth. However, when the banquet officially started, he still saw no sign of Professor Quirrell, and he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Malfoy's smile disappeared, his eyes widened, and his originally pale face turned a little red with excitement. He repeated it anxiously, still without success. He closed his eyes and recalled in his mind the essentials of movements that Professor Flitwick had just described, and recalled the various techniques taught to him by his mysterious teacher. However, just as he raised the corners of his mouth, he was stunned because the feather in front of Adam also floated. Time passed quickly while studying. When the afternoon class ended, everyone walked into the auditorium with great expectations. "This is impossible, Malfoy, don't worry, this is very difficult, you see many people have failed." Gower saw Malfoy's anxious look and thought he was being considerate and comforting. When he thought about it, with Hermione as a friend and Qin as a super senior student, it was normal for Harry Potter to master the levitation spell so quickly. On the contrary, it was him who completed it in about the same time as him, which was considered more powerful. Malfoy subconsciously looked in a certain direction again, and his eyes happened to meet Harry Potter, who was also looking in his direction. Bad news, I didn't make it. Good news, neither did that guy Harry Potter. Malfoy made up his mind. The dinner party on Halloween was extravagant. Various roasted meats, delicious soups, fragrant bread, as well as various vegetables and fruits were placed on the long dining tables of the 4 colleges, and everyone sat on both sides of the dining table. There are plenty of them in front of everyone. Food, something that can trigger the most primitive desires of human beings, conquered everyone visually and olfactorily, making the atmosphere of the dinner very lively. Several first-year students were discussing the morning's charms class. They mentioned that few Slytherin students had successfully cast new spells. Even Malfoy only succeeded in casting them after Hermione and Adam. This made Malfoy opportunities for the limelight were severely suppressed. Adam, one of the parties involved, was not around. I heard he didn't show up all afternoon and he probably went to find a place to sleep again. Of course, Qin Yu is not very interested in the tit-for-tat confrontation between these little brats, so they are the only ones who take it seriously. While everyone was chatting, Qin Yu looked at where the professors were again but still did not see the shadow of Professor Quirrell. Obviously, that guy still has to do things according to the original plan today. All he could do was probably protect Hermione well so as to avoid any accidents happening to her. He also thought about whether to stop Professor Quirrell in advance. However, on second thought, due to the inexplicable limitations of the system, I couldn't kill that guy for a while, and it was easy to alert the other person, causing many things to deviate and develop in a direction that I couldn't predict. Rather than facing the unknown, it is better to let things proceed on a roughly established track, as long as you can protect those around you from danger. At least, he knew that Dumbledore, Snape, and others were not for nothing. Everything is under control. Thinking of this, Qin Yu stopped worrying and started to eat like a wolf. Qin, why did you eat so fast today? Hermione asked with some confusion while eating a small sausage. You'd better eat quickly. You may not be able to eat it later, Qin Yu said vaguely. Hermione had a question mark on her face. Others are also a little puzzled. After all, the table is full of food today and can't be eaten even if it is open to eat. How can we not eat it later? Qin Yu was too lazy to say anything more, so he put something on Hermione's plate and urged her to eat faster. Okay, I'll eat tilde. Hermione smiled and started eating as he asked. She felt that Qin might have had some convulsions again today. After all, he often had some strange thoughts. Well, just cooperate by yourself, my uncle dotes on him so much. As a result, in the whole auditorium they were the only 2 who ate the fastest. Even Slytherin's big foodies, Goyle and Crabbe, couldn't compare with them. The latter 2 had a bit of difficulty in choosing today and hadn't opened the door yet. However, even if Qin Yu speeded up his eating, he was still interrupted by a sudden B***** G sound before he was full. With a dull crashing sound, the door of the auditorium was violently knocked open. However, before they had gone far, Hermione followed him, stubbornly determined to fight alongside Qin Yu. The prefects shouted loudly to maintain order. He walked quickly to Gryffindor Tower with the first and second grade students and asked several first grade students about Adam on the way. Then, he easily learned from Neville that Adam often I would go to a utility room and sleep lazily. Qin Yu frowned in confusion. So, under the leadership of the prefects of each college, everyone began to leave the auditorium in a panic. Then, Qin Yu left the dormitory area and returned to the first floor of the main castle. Sure enough, after Professor Dumbledore asked about the reason, he stood up and said to everyone in the auditorium, "Everyone will stop eating first and follow the prefects of each college back to their respective dormitories. The utility room is next to the women's bathroom on the first floor." Qin Yu looked at this scene, wiped his hands and mouth helplessly, and stopped eating. Although Percy Weasley is Ron's brother as a prefect, he has to bear the responsibility of maintaining order and cannot leave easily. He can only ask Qin Yu to help find his troubled one. "Brother, the troll is a very destructive magical creature. Breaking into the campus will bring great danger to the young wizards who are still in the learning stage. Evacuation to the dormitories of various colleges is a safer plan. When Qin Yu gathered the first and second-year Gryffindor students together, Hermione said anxiously, "Qin, Harry and Ron are missing." At this time, Harry and others couldn't help but look at Qin Yu, wondering if he had learned some prophecy skills from the divination teacher Professor Trelawney. Otherwise, how would he know that they would not be able to eat this dinner? After shouting a spell at the fat lady's statue, the door opened. Qin Yu took everyone in and arranged them in the public rest area. In the basement, the troll seems to be going crazy," Professor Quirrell said with lingering fear. It was Professor Quirrell who had not shown up just now. After doing this, he explained the situation to the prefect Percy Weasley, who came after him. Looking at the girl with a serious look on her face, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile a little, took her hand, and ran all the way to the destination. With Qin Yu's fame and prestige in Gryffindor, the first and second grade students are still willing to listen to him, which is why Percy asked him to evacuate the students together. Moreover, some timid children already showed confused and frightened expressions and even screamed loudly, making the whole auditorium seem a bit chaotic. However, there was a bit of chaos now. Several junior students from Hufflepuff Academy panicked and ran into the crowd on the Gryffindor side. Someone on the Slytherin side shouted something, and there were many people in Ravenclaw, blocked at the door. The first floor is the closest place to the basement, and the giant monster is likely to come to the first floor from the basement. A figure wrapped in a thick turban stumbled in and ran to where the professors were. Qin Yu responded and went to greet the Gryffindor students of these two grades. "Qin, please help me bring the first-year and second-year students back to Gryffindor Tower and ask them to gather in the common rest area and stop running around." Gryffindor prefect Percy Weasley found him. He asked Qin Yu for help. "I seem to have heard them talking about going to find Adam. There was some confusion just now, and when I wasn't paying attention, they disappeared," Hermione continued. How could these two boys disappear at this juncture? These two warm-hearted people are really speechless. "Okay, I'll take you back to the public rest area first and I'll go find them later." Qin Yu didn't hesitate much. "Dang Dumbledore, Professor, there is a troll," Professor Quirrell said in fear and panic. "Don't worry, tell me specifically, where did you see it?" Dumbledore asked in a calm tone. "Pig snout, go forward a little bit in time." Just when Harry and Ron left the auditorium to find Adam, Draco Malfoy, who was standing in the Slytherin team, saw their figures disappearing at the door of the auditorium, and it was obvious that they were not going to Gryffindor Tower. Direction, where are they going? Malfoy was instinctively alert. At this time, Harry was acting alone with the poor Weasley family. What on earth was he going to do? Are they going to deal with the giant monster? Yes, that's right. They must want to defeat the troll on their own and then show off in front of all the teachers and students at Hogwarts. Malfoy thought for a moment and came to this conclusion. Harry Potter's proud look even appeared in his mind. Letting Harry Potter take the limelight is simply worse than killing him. No, I can't let that guy succeed. Stand in front of me. Malfoy, one by one, grabbed Goyle and Crabbe and asked them to block the sight of the two male and female Slytherin prefects. Finding the right moment, he hunched over and quickly broke away from the Slytherin team, slipped to the door, ducked away, and then trotted in the direction where Harry Potter and Ron Weasley left. He had just walked not far when he saw the two boys again. They looked sneaky, as if they were afraid of being discovered. Moreover, Malfoy seemed to have caught a glimpse of someone walking upstairs just in front of them. He secretly thought that there was probably a teacher looking for the troll. However, wasn't the troll discovered by Professor Quirrell in the basement? Why would that person go upstairs again? Just when he was puzzled, Harry and Ron had already accelerated their pace and moved forward, and Malfoy stopped thinking about it and followed closely behind. No matter what others do, he will definitely not let these two guys get what they want today. He had also thought about it. If he really encountered the troll later, he would hide first and let the two unlucky guys Harry and Ron struggle with the troll first. When he was about to defeat it, he would jump out again. Take down the giant monster in one fell swoop. What a good strategy. What do you think Snape is doing upstairs? Harry said softly to Ron as he walked. The two of them ran out secretly because they wanted to inform Adam to go back to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, they met Snape walking hurriedly in the corridor. Not long after walking, The two followed him for a while and found him going up the stairs upstairs. Maybe he went to protect his potions, Ron gave a casual guess. The potions classroom and office that Snape was responsible for were on the fourth floor. I heard that he usually stored precious potions in a small room on the fourth floor. Ron's guess had some basis. The troll isn't upstairs, Harry muttered. We'd better leave him alone and go back as soon as we find Adam, otherwise Percy will have to teach me a lesson if he finds out. Ron said with a worried tone, not wanting to care what Snape did. Percy is his third brother and the current male prefect of Gryffindor. He is old-fashioned and strict in his work. If he is caught by the other party acting on his own, he will definitely be scolded. Ron could even foresee that Percy would most likely inform his mother in the village of Otterisant. An eardrum-shattering scream. Thinking about this, he began to regret that he had followed Harry out to find Adam for a moment. Maybe Adam will go back on his own. Do we need to go find him? Ron said with some guilt. Probably not. You also know Adam. If he falls asleep, he won't wake up until he has had enough sleep. We'd better find him, Harry said his reasons. Ron thought about it and felt that it was indeed the case, so he nodded but still added, we are only looking for him on the first floor. If we really can't find him, we should go back and notify Qin or Percy. After Ron reminded him, Harry remembered that it was the best option to inform Qin in advance about this kind of thing. Qin was much more reliable than the two of them combined. I only blame myself for being a little anxious and not thinking too much, thinking that it would be enough to rely on the two of them. Troll, this kind of monster that appears in many legends, must be very dangerous and terrifying. Now calm down and think carefully. If they really encounter a troll, they will probably only get beat. I hope that Ron and I will have better luck and not meet that guy, Harry thought to himself. After losing sight of Snape, the two continued walking in the corridor on the first floor, becoming more and more anxious as they walked. Just when they turned a corner, they heard heavy footsteps and the sound of heavy objects rubbing against the ground. The two of them looked forward at the same time and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. I saw a tall figure not far away. The figure was more than 10 feet tall, about the same as two adults combined. It has exaggeratedly thick limbs and torso but a very small head. Its broad, flat feet stepped on the ground, making a muffled sound with every step. At the same time, it also held a thick wooden stick in its hand. The wooden stick just dragged on the ground, rubbing against the floor, making a harsh sound. There is no doubt that this big guy is the legendary troll. Harry and Ron looked at each other and understood what the other was thinking at this moment. We are so unlucky. Fortunately, the giant monster was facing away from them and was not too alert, so it did not notice the two little ones behind it. Good. So the two of them slowly retreated. Do we think we have done something big? Ron asked. Forget it, we successfully trapped it. Harry was also a little excited about this. Now that we have encountered a giant monster and Adam can't find it for a while, we should go back first and find someone to help. What's wrong? Ron stopped and asked in confusion. Therefore, the two of them probably locked the troll and Adam together. Let me take a look. That room is easy to remember. It's right next to the girls' bathroom on the first floor. Harry tiptoed to look in the direction of the room and said to Ron, Merlin's beard can't be such a coincidence, right? It was precisely with this in mind that Harry and Ron were so anxious. That's really easy to remember. I don't know what that troll is doing there, Ron murmured. They quickly turned back. Harry pointed to the room the troll had just walked into and whispered, We can lock it inside. Okay, let's go quietly. Ron agreed to this plan. Now is not the time to act heroic, not to mention that they have no intention of acting heroic in the first place, they just want to come to Adam. After running for a while, they stopped and took a big breath but couldn't hide the happy smiles on their faces. Of course, Harry agreed with this idea and nodded quickly. The whole process went very smoothly. Wait a minute, Ron, Harry called to his companion, utility room. So the two of them tiptoed toward the room. No matter, let's go back quickly, notify Qin and Percy and ask them to come with the professor to catch the troll, Harry said and walked away. They looked at each other at the same time with a blank look in their eyes. After doing this, the two ran away quickly. Ron followed closely behind. Immediately, the two of them shouted at the same time, Well, let's remember that room and bring someone over later, Ron said. Just when they were about to turn around and leave, they saw the giant monster dragging a wooden stick, bending down and turning into a room. When Ron heard this, he blinked a few times and felt that although this idea was somewhat dangerous, it should be easy for them to do it if they just closed the door. This will kill him. When they reached the door, they quickly closed the door and locked the lock. However, as they were walking, they suddenly stopped at the same time, next to the women's restroom. "Let's go," Ron opened his mouth wide and said in an extremely soft voice. Because they also remembered what Neville Longbottom said this morning. He said that Adam often went to the utility room next to the women's bathroom on the first floor to take a nap, saying that it was quieter there. In the Muggle world, a man named Murphy once said, "If you think things are going to be bad, they will definitely get bad." This sentence also applies to the magical world. For example, when Harry and Ron thought they might have trapped Adam with a troll, Adam might actually be in the room where the troll walked into. So the two of them quickly returned to the door of the room and finally confirmed that this was the utility room that Neville mentioned, which was where Adam often slept. Think about the small body of Adam and then think about the giant body of the troll, which is more than 10 feet tall. Harry and Ron's faces immediately turned green with fear. The two looked at each other and quickly opened the lock and carefully opened the door. They were afraid of seeing a little boy being smashed into meat pies, so their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, the bloody scene in this fantasy did not happen. The bad news is that Adam is indeed inside, and the troll is reaching for his head with its huge hand. If that huge hand were to hold Adam's head with just a little force, his head would probably be easily squeezed like a watermelon, and red juice would burst out like a watermelon. That picture is terrifying just thinking about it. Harry and Ron both had this association. Adam seemed to be frightened just looking at the giant monster in a daze, not knowing how to avoid it. "Adam, danger! Run quickly!" Harry and Ron shouted anxiously at the same time. The troll and Adam, who were in the utility room, turned their heads towards the door at the same time. The former's ugly little head had a blank look on his face, while the latter had a puzzled look on his face, as if he had been suddenly disturbed. Adam must have been frightened. Ron noticed this keenly and said quickly to Harry, "Let's lure it away and let Adam take the opportunity to escape." Harry also quickly gave a solution. "How to distract?" Ron asked timidly. However, he soon no longer had to worry about this problem because the giant monster's expression had changed from blank to angry, and he opened his mouth and roared at them. From a distance, Harry and Ron could smell a foul stench approaching their faces. The smell was even scarier than the incorrectly prepared potion in potions class. However, they did not have time to care about this. The angry troll moved its bulky body, dragged its thick wooden stick, and rushed towards them in large strides. In a panic, the two of them quickly ran away to distract the troll. As expected, the troll didn't know who to chase for a moment. Then, when it saw Adam beside it, it simply raised the stick and hit the little boy. "Hey!" Harry's voice sounded, and the troll was stunned for a moment. Immediately, a black shadow flew towards it, hit its strong body with a clang, and then fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces. But it was an old crucible placed in the utility room. The troll became even more angry, let Adam go, and ran after Harry, who was throwing things. Adam stayed in a daze for a while, then quickly slipped to the wall. Since they were running around for a while, the giant monster was already blocking the door, so it was a bit difficult for the three of them to get out. Seeing Harry being targeted, Ron followed suit and found a broken brass scale and threw it at the troll. Just like that, the troll's attention was attracted by Ron again. When Ron was attacked, Harry threw another metal funnel. Repeatedly, the troll moved back and forth between Harry and Ron's alternating attacks. Just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief because they found a way to deal with the troll, Ron accidentally stepped on something thrown on the ground and slipped to the ground. The fall was so painful that it was difficult to stand up for a while. The troll seemed to have become smarter, and even though Harry smashed several things at it, it persisted in walking toward Ron. At the critical moment, Harry jumped up, hugged the arm that the troll was about to raise with both hands, and hung himself on its body. The troll was hugged by the little kid, growled again, and threw his arms vigorously, trying to get rid of the annoying little kid. Although Harry hugged tightly and did not dare to let go and was not thrown out for a while, he was only an 11-year-old boy after all, and his strength was limited and he could not hold on for long. And when Harry was thrown away, he would probably be thrown half to death. The situation is extremely dangerous, idiot. Just then, a voice that was both familiar and annoying to Harry and Ron sounded. The two of them turned to look, and sure enough they saw that annoying blonde boy, Draco Malfoy. Malfoy now had an angry and annoyed expression on his face, as if someone had stepped on his tail, if he really had a tail. At the critical moment, Malfoy's appearance surprised both Harry and Ron. This is really more surprising than meeting a troll. Moreover, what was even more surprising was that after cursing "idiot," Malfoy also jumped up and hung on the arm on the other side of the troll. The other arm was hugged again, and the troll became even more angry, twisting and throwing it around. Both Harry and Malfoy were about to vomit, but they both knew they couldn't relax now. "You called me stupid, why are you stupid too?" Harry took the opportunity to retaliate. "Shut up, you two guys who are stupider than trolls," Malfoy said angrily and finally shouted anxiously, "Find a solution quickly." Harry said no more and quickly thought of a solution. However, his first thought was he shouldn't have acted without permission. Wouldn't he have known better and informed Qin earlier? He believed that Qin could kill this giant monster just by casting a magic spell. Thinking of this, Harry thought of the wand in his pocket, so he struggled to climb on the giant monster and climbed up to its neck. Immediately afterwards, he took out his wand and stabbed the troll's nose hard. Malfoy followed closely behind, took out his exquisite wand and followed Harry's example and stuck it into the troll's nose. The troll's nostrils were poked, one on the left and the other on the right, and he was extremely angry. Now it wants to use the stick in its hand to smash these two little ones into meat pies. "Weasley, what are you doing stupidly? Think of a way!" Feeling the anger of the troll, Malfoy shouted in a slightly horrified voice. Ron stood up with difficulty at this time and wanted to help, but it was difficult to get close, so he could only worry on the outside. After being scolded by Malfoy, Ron said angrily, "You know how to scold people, but you should find a way." "Idiot," Malfoy said angrily. Both of them knew that now was not the time for internal strife. After scolding, they stopped in time and said nothing more. Ron looked at the wands in Harry and Malfoy's hands and took out his own brand new wand that he had carefully put away. "Use the spell," Harry shouted. "For what?" Ron asked subconsciously. "Whatever, idiot," Malfoy couldn't help shouting again. Ron tried to think back, but for a while he couldn't think of even half a spell. It's true that when the magic spell is used, I regret how little I have learned. However, the troll would not wait for him. The huge creature raised the wooden stick in his hand and was about to hit Harry, who was hanging around his neck. It was foreseeable that if Harry was really hit by a wooden stick, he would probably be beaten to a bloody pulp. "Yingadim Leviosa." At the critical moment, a spell blurted out from Ron's mouth. Wand waved. One wave, one shake. The giant monster's thick wooden stick flew up immediately when the troll was hit on the head by a flying stick and fainted. Malfoy, who was lying on the ground gasping for air, realized how stupid his behavior just now was. He was following Harry and Ron at a short distance, and he also saw the troll figure like them. Then he saw that the two cowards did not step forward to fight the troll, but locked the troll in a room very despicably. Of course, the despicableness here was from the perspective of the troll. Said, according to Malfoy's original expectation, he would take action when the two of them were about to defeat the troll. Who knew that these two guys had no intention of fighting the troll at all, which made Malfoy inevitably look down on them. Courage. After locking up the troll, Harry and Ron walked back, and Malfoy guessed that they were going to call someone for help. So he turned around and planned to leave without being discovered. However, just when he was about to go through another corridor to notify Professor Snape or other teachers, the two cowards actually returned to the door of the room where the troll was locked. It's really hard to understand what the two of them are thinking. Malfoy had no choice but to follow cautiously. His purpose is very clear, that is, not to let these two guys steal the spotlight. If I leave to call for people, wouldn't it be an advantage for them both if they have defeated the troll when I come back? Thinking of this, Malfoy moved closer. Soon, he heard them shouting, "Adam, run!" after opening the door. Adam was also inside, which was unexpected. Then there was the sound of bang bang, bang bang, and things being smashed. It seems like a fight has started. So he continued to get closer, wanting to see if the giant monster was about to be defeated. However, the truth was exactly the opposite. It was the Weasley boy who was knocked down, and that idiot Harry Potter actually hung on the troll's body. One of them was knocked to the ground, and the other was about to be thrown away by the giant monster. No matter how they looked, they didn't look like they could defeat the giant monster. Instead, they looked like they were about to be defeated by the giant monster. Malfoy found that the opportunity he had expected no longer existed.
Idiots.
These two useless guys were so angry that Malfoy blurted out curse words. He thought about turning around and leaving them alone. However, looking at the thick wooden stick in the troll's hand, it was obvious that it did not leave him much time to hesitate. Malfoy had no choice but to imitate that idiot Harry Potter and hug the other side of the troll. At the critical moment of fighting the troll, Malfoy's mind wandered for a moment. He thought to himself angrily, "I must have taken the wrong potion to become as poor as Harry Potter and the Weasley family. As stupid as a ghost. However, things have become like this, and I have joined this battle under very unfavorable circumstances, so I can only grit my teeth and persevere. I am the son of the Malfoy family, and I will never shrink back." He encouraged himself in his heart and at the same time angrily urged the two guys to find a solution quickly. Fortunately, stupid people sometimes have moments of cleverness, and the poor boy from the Weasley family finally came in handy and correctly cast the new magic spell he learned today, the levitation spell, at a critical moment of life and death. The giant monster was hit on the head by his thick wooden stick that flew up. Its head was so small that it was knocked unconscious immediately. "I almost got killed by you." Malfoy was lying on the ground, looking at the ceiling feebly, and said with an angry tone. "No need to thank me." Ron leaned against the wall, looking very generous. The conversation between the two of them was just about each talking about their own things, and it was a complete incoherence. Malfoy didn't bother to talk nonsense to him and continued to lie down to relieve the fatigue just now. Although it was only a short confrontation just now, he felt that his entire physical strength was exhausted, and now he just wanted to lie down without moving, let alone talk too much to the stupid guy. Then he wondered inexplicably, did he stop the two of them from being in the limelight? Or, on the contrary, was he helping them to be in the limelight? Just a little help. "If I hadn't come, you and the Weasley idiots would have been beaten to death." Malfoy finally couldn't help but widened his eyes and interrupted loudly. He had already mastered the technique of casting the levitation spell. If it weren't for the fact that he was holding the giant monster and couldn't move, then he would have been the one to defeat the troll in the end with the levitation spell. Who would have gotten Ron in his turn? Looking at the three people who were so frightened that their faces were a little pale, and then at Qin, who looked a little exaggerated in his acting skills, Hermione couldn't help but shrugged, thinking that this guy really likes to tease people sometimes. "Can any of you tell me what happened?" Qin Yu was most concerned about this. Malfoy felt that Qin's tone was unkind. Fortunately, Qin didn't say anything for the time being, which made him secretly relieved. "Tusk, why is the reaction so big? It's not like he did something shameful," Qin Yu secretly said. "Hey, you guys." Of course, Qin Yu doesn't care what their relationship is, and he is not a Deha party. "It's not. I saw, next to a hill-like monster that fell to the ground, Harry was trying hard to pull up Malfoy, who was lying on the ground, and the latter had a look of reluctance on his face, as if he was being forced to do something very annoying. In short, the two people who just worked together to deal with the giant monster now began to dislike each other. After saying this, he regretted that his voice was too loud. If this angered Qin, a rough guy, he might not have a good result. He had not been able to stand firmly, and with this twitch he swayed and almost fell down again. He had to help Harry next to him, and the latter also staggered, which made Harry look dissatisfied. Seeing the three little kids acting awkwardly, Qin Yu secretly felt funny. After Qin Yu left Gryffindor Tower, he quickly walked through the corridor with Hermione. Are you scared now?" "Just wait for the points to be deducted," Qin Yu snorted and said coldly. After discovering that outsiders were coming and it was Qin and Hermione, and feeling the looks they were looking at, Malfoy seemed to be electrocuted and quickly took his hand out of Harry's hand. Sure enough, Qin Yu continued in a serious tone. "You just think about competing for credit. Haven't you thought that you will be punished by the school if you go out without authorization to fight the troll and risk your own life? So Harry and Ron talked to each other and talked about the key points of what had just happened. Malfoy did not speak the whole time, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He probably felt that he was a Slytherin and had nothing to do with the situation. The people of Gryffindor have nothing to say. In the end, I knocked the troll unconscious with the levitation spell and saved Harry and you, Ron said angrily. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that things had developed beyond his initial expectations. And when he came to the door of the utility room, he saw a scene that surprised him a little. Although he could get a rough idea from the signs at the scene, he still felt that he should listen to the story of the person involved. I hear you guys want to compete for the credit for dealing with this giant monster. However, he did not show it on his face but said in a playful tone. Qin Yu's eyes wandered. You're just lucky you cast a spell at random, Malfoy muttered rather unconvincingly. Harry and Ron quickly denied it. Hearing the word punishment, the three little kids realized that their behavior was a serious violation of school rules. After all, Principal Dumbledore asked everyone to go back to the dormitory area to wait, but they just came out. Lounge! His first destination was the utility room on the first floor of the main castle of Hogwarts, which was probably where the two little brats Harry and Ron were going. Here, I would also like to thank Malfoy. He helped a little bit, Harry said reluctantly and glanced at the other person. After scaring the three little kids, Qin Yu casually cast a fainting spell to prevent the troll from suddenly waking up and launching a classic villain counterattack. Cautious and steady, this is what we focus on. Seeing Qin cast the spell so easily and casually, the three people who were originally awkward were stunned and a little shocked. In the past, Qin had always acted mature, strong, violent, wise, or something else in front of them. It seemed that he had never used a magic wand to cast spells. As mentioned before, the casting of magic spells is very complicated and requires in-depth understanding and research of spells, spell casting trajectories, etc., in order to successfully cast them, just like the levitation spell they recently learned. Now in the first grade, not many people have successfully mastered it yet. The fainting curse can cause the target creature to faint directly. It is a more complex and more aggressive spell. The difficulty of casting it is naturally not at the same level as the levitation curse. Now, they really saw Qin cast a high-level magic spell up close, just like 3 elementary school students saw a high school student solve trigonometric functions. They didn't even know what trigonometric functions were, but Qin was able to do it with ease. Just an ignorant person? It is necessary to interject here. If you compare a human being to a high school student, it does not mean that he is not strong enough. On the contrary, as we all know, high school is a stage that many people cannot surpass in their lives. It can also be said that Qin Yu's level of casting magic spells is already stronger than that of many adult wizards. As for how much stronger it is difficult to define. The factor that determines strength in the magical world is not just magic itself. And considering that Qin was only 1 grade higher than them, Harry, Ron, and Malfoy all felt that they were really weak and scumbag when it came to learning magic. Of course, these are just the thoughts that flashed through their hearts for a moment, and outsiders have no way of knowing. Qin Yu doesn't care what the 3 little brats think. He knows best how much he weighs, and there is nothing to be proud of. Of course, he will belittle oneself. The movement on the first floor quickly alerted the patrolling teachers, and Professor Minerva McGonagall, the vice principal and head of Gryffindor House, arrived first. She glanced at the troll on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Then, when she saw the 3 boys with messy robes and gray faces in the room, her frown deepened. Anyone who sees this scene can make a guess. A look of anger and worry appeared in Professor McGonagall's eyes. However, judging from the current situation, at least everyone is fine. Can any of you tell me what happened? Professor McGonagall asked the same question as Qin Yu in a cold tone. However, this time Harry and Ron did not dare to answer out loud. They were nervous and didn't know what to do. The angry Professor McGonagall was quite scary. Of course, Malfoy didn't dare. After listening to what Qin said just now, he was afraid that Slytherin would be punished for his unauthorized actions. However, he also knew that he could not hide. Then let Harry Potter and the Weasley boys take the lead, since I was just passing by anyway. That's right, I'm just an enthusiastic wizard passing by, Malfoy thought to himself. Then wait for Harry or Ron to speak first and then pretend to be innocent to add something. Professor, it's all my fault. I'm hiding here to sleep. Harry and Ron are here to find me. It was Adam who spoke first. Only then did Malfoy realize that there was still this guy in the room, and then he couldn't help complaining in his heart. I only mentioned the names of those two guys. Why didn't you mention me? What do you mean? We never thought about fighting the troll, but Adam was about to be attacked by it, so we had no choice but to go over and save him, Ron explained. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, it's all my fault. I should have told you or other teachers in advance. Harry quickly admitted his mistake. He really knows how to avoid the important and take the easy. He obviously just wants to be in the limelight. I don't really care about Harry Potter and the Weasley boys, I just have to pretend to admit it out of desperation. Leaving the team of this college and acting without permission. This is a very serious violation of regulations. Yes, he is not the focus is the three unlucky children. Why are you here, Mr. Malfoy? Professor McGonagall suddenly asked by name. Then Adam paused for a moment, looked around and said in a gentle tone. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, also grinned and stepped away from this guy, completely disbelieving what he said. This kid was quite calm and he almost forgot about his existence just now, Qin Yu secretly thought in his heart. Sure enough, after hearing this explanation, Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement and told the young wizards present. Although the troll has a bad temper and strong destructive power, his brain is not very smart. He can attack the weak point of his head by attacking it, to defeat it. Just when everyone's attention turned to Harry and the others, no one noticed that the faint white light in Adam's eyes gradually disappeared, just like no one noticed when the white light appeared just now. Only the devil believes he cares about them. After all, points were deducted. Malfoy felt flustered for a while. Malfoy cursed inwardly. They were very worried about what Professor McGonagall was going to say next. Malfoy tried his best to defend himself. When I arrived, the troll had already been knocked to the ground by them. According to what they said, it was Potter and Malfoy who hugged the troll's neck, creating an opportunity for Weasley to cast the levitation spell. And knocked the giant monster unconscious with this wooden stick, Qin said, pointing to the thick wooden stick next to the giant monster. After a moment of pause, Professor McGonagall turned to the three first-year students who lowered their heads and considered his words. Malfoy also knew this, so he had no choice but to tell the truth. I saw Potter and Weasley leaving the auditorium, so I was curious and followed them. Just passing by, Professor McGonagall obviously didn't believe this answer. After saying this, before these stunned children could react, Professor McGonagall raised her voice slightly and continued in a solemn and serious tone. However, I still do not recommend that you take the risk of dealing with the troll, even if it's 3 people together. Qin Yu thinks this makes sense. I passed by, Malfoy said the reason he just thought of in a very low voice. When Harry, Ron, and Malfoy heard this, they all felt doomed, wailing in their hearts and looking bitter on their faces. Mr. Queen, Professor McGonagall looked at Adam and said sternly, you disobeyed school rules during class and meal times and therefore put yourself and your friends in danger. I think you will deduct 5 points from Gryffindor. It makes you realize your mistakes. I guess I'm not the focus. In other words, you left the Slytherin team and acted without permission out of concern, right? Professor McGonagall continued to ask. Of course, considering that Malfoy also helped save them just now, the two of them naturally would not say anything questioning. Qin, you should have arrived earlier than me. Tell me what you know. Professor McGonagall was thorough and did not miss asking Qin Yu questions. After saying this, he felt as if he had eaten a fly, feeling queasy and nauseated. However, Adam nodded calmly. I accept this punishment. At this time, if you say that you casually passed by a room with a troll, who would believe it? Others also nodded slightly, including Snape, who arrived belatedly, and Quirrell, who looked in pain behind him. Harry and Ron lowered their heads when they heard this. When Malfoy saw this, he quickly pretended to be an ostrich and buried his head very low. The stick was as thick as a giant monster's head, so it was normal for it to be knocked unconscious. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and said, Indeed, out of concern regarding your behavior, I hope that the result of the subsequent treatment will not cause you to have a wrong understanding. Professor McGonagall first said this seriously. It's like taking a vaccination. Harry, Ron, and Malfoy, the three little brats, listened, and their mouths dropped unconsciously. In Qin Yu's view, they felt like they were waiting to be killed. They probably all thought that they would listen next. It's time for punishment. However, Qin Yu knew that their expectations would probably come to nothing. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall looked at the three of them and said in a slightly slower tone, "The three of you will each win a 5-point reward for your own college." Ha ha ha! The three people who were wilting all raised their heads and looked at the elderly witch who always showed seriousness with some surprise. "Why do you get extra points?" They didn't react for a while. Seeing their expressions, Professor McGonagall reluctantly explained, "At your age, it is still rare to have the courage to face and defeat trolls, except for a few people, of course." The elderly witch looked at Qin Yu specifically as she spoke. There was clearly something in her words. When Qin Yu heard this, he shrugged indifferently. For him, being able to defeat a giant monster was not something worth boasting about. He was indeed incomparable in terms of strength for magical creatures like the giant monster, but it was relatively easy to kill it. "Okay, now you go back to your respective college dormitories. The Halloween dinner is not over yet and will continue in the public rest areas of each college." Professor McGonagall began to drive people away and said to Qin Yu, "Qin, let them go back to prevent further danger." "Okay, Professor McGonagall," Qin Yu nodded in response. Then, he took a bunch of kids and left the messy room with a giant monster lying there. After coming out of the utility room, Qin Yu led the 4 first-year students from Gryffindor to the front. Malfoy followed behind with some anxiety and restraint. After all, he was the only Slytherin in this corridor now, and he felt like he was alone. When he reached the fork in the road leading to Gryffindor Tower and Slytherin Dungeon's Slytherin accommodation area, Qin Yu stopped, turned around, and looked at Malfoy with a smile. This made the latter stunned, and he became more and more uneasy. "Do you need me to take you back, Malfoy?" Qin Yu said in a somewhat enthusiastic tone. "No," Malfoy shook his head flatly. Maybe he thought his answer was too blunt, so he explained, I'm fine by myself. This place is very close to the Slytherin dungeon." "Okay, then please pay attention to safety along the way." Qin Yu didn't force it. Judging from Malfoy's reaction, sending him away by himself only made him more uneasy. "Alas, can't there be a little trust between people?" Qin Yu complained in his mind and led the Gryffindors to the left. Malfoy, who breathed a sigh of relief, quickly trotted away to the right. "It's a tie again this time," Ron muttered as he looked at Malfoy's figure gradually disappearing. Harry was stunned for a moment and soon understood the meaning of his friend's words and said, "Our house deducted 5 points and got 10 points, and Slytherin also got 5 points. In the end, it was indeed the same. It's really shameful that I failed to surpass Slytherin again this time." Both of them had a trace of regret on their faces. However, they also knew that Malfoy earned those 5 points based on his own ability. "Thinking about what happened just now, I have to say that when there is danger, that guy will really take it. I heard that going through big things together can draw a lot into the relationship between people." Qin Yu said, turned to Harry and Ron, blinked and asked, "So after what you just experienced, how can you have you and Malfoy become good friends?" "No. No way." Harry and Ron shook their heads decisively, just as resolutely as Malfoy refused Qin Yu's escort just now. Moreover, they subconsciously associated Qin's good friend with Malfoy, and the image of playing in love with Malfoy emerged in their minds. Thinking of this, they all shuddered in unison and had goosebumps all over their bodies. "Even if there was only one wizard left in the world, Malfoy and I would never be good friends." Harry thought about that guy's bad character, and even if he changed his mind slightly today, he still didn't have much fondness for this guy in his heart. "Me too, I would rather face the dragon than that guy," Ron said decisively. By the time the group returned to the Gryffindor common rest area, it was already very lively. "Ronnie, stay strong. Do you think the other two are important, silly?" However, Percy was not swayed by his brother's pleading and instead went to Harry, Adam, and others, warning them to communicate with their teachers more when something happened. One of them killed all the wizards in the world, and the other even moved out the evil dragons. Qin Yu really wants to know, have you ever considered the thoughts of other wizards and evil dragons? "Yes, I was wrong." "Well, you're fine. After Percy said this softly, he straightened his body and said solemnly, "Don't think that I will hide this for you, I will tell my parents." At this time, everyone was discussing the troll, wondering how it got into Hogwarts and which professor would subdue the monster. Some people said that if Principal Dumbledore takes action, it will be easily solved. This view has won the approval of many people. The fainted troll was dragged away by Uncle Hagrid. Okay, master." Thinking of this, he was about to say something to Harry, but from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Percy walking towards him with a serious and gloomy face. "It's all that Harry Potter. Damn little boy." Ron listened to everyone's discussion for a while and couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. He secretly thought Harry and and some other unimportant guy defeated this troll. So far, this emergency incident has been relatively satisfactorily resolved. I hope you can think about the dangers of something before doing it instead of acting recklessly, Percy said in a warning tone. After his reminder, Harry and Ron's stomachs began to growl. Although they had just dealt with the troll for a short time, their physical strength was extremely exhausted, which made them even hungrier. "Don't, Percy, Mom will eat me if she finds out," Ron said with a look of fear on his face. "Don't be afraid, Percy won't eat you." I know," Ron lowered his head and said timidly. "This older brother of mine has always been very strict, and he is also the prefect of Gryffindor, so he will definitely be severely punished now." As a result, their steps speeded up unconsciously. Except for the messy utility room, the damage was not huge. And in the dead of night, in the defense against the dark arts teacher's office, an angry roar came from the room. Damn it. Of course, he was just complaining in his heart. Ron's eyelids twitched and he immediately turned to stone. After the two of them finished talking to each other, they quickly got out of the way before Percy came over. Master, this time it's not just him, there are two others. If you find an opportunity, you must get rid of him. He is a stumbling block and always causes me trouble." "Percy, Ron made a grimace and wanted to explain something but was at a loss for words. "I'm just curious to ask." After Qin Yu said this, he waved his hand and said to several people, "Okay, it's time to go back. I was interrupted by the troll before I had eaten the dinner just now. I hope I still have something to eat when I go back." It is rare for a calm campus to encounter such an unexpected situation, and everyone's excitement is far greater than the panic in their hearts, of course, except for a few timid individuals. And his other two brothers, George and Fred, not far away, had no sympathy for his unlucky brother and even looked like they were gloating about the good show. "Ron, I heard about you." Percy walked closer and looked at Ron and said, "You don't know how dangerous it was at that time. If I hadn't appeared, Harry Potter and the Weasley boys would have been crushed by the troll." I rushed forward in one stride, and with one more vigorous jump he jumped on top of the giant monster's head. At the critical moment, the Weasley boy was frightened out of his wits. Of course, he has never been smart. Thanks to my reminder, he came to his senses and used a half-baked levitation spell. In short, Professor McGonagall should give me 10 points instead of just 5 points like them because I can beat both of them by myself. The next day was Friday. At midnight, under the oak tree outside the castle, Malfoy talked endlessly about the experience of that day and danced with gestures. Under the moonlight, you could see his pale face glowing with excitement, blushing. He looked like a heroic wizard. How embarrassing! Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he hadn't known what happened that day and seen the boy's frightened pale face and trembling hands, Qin Yu would probably have believed him. However, he happens to be one of the insiders, but he can't show his knowledge now. Therefore, Qin Yu under the mask could only endure the pain for a long time, watching Malfoy vent his emotions of fear or excitement, maybe both. After all, for children of their age, what happened that day was really exciting. Finally, Qin Yu tried his best to say calmly in a cold tone, "Well, my recent guidance has not been in vain." Hearing the rare compliments from this mysterious teacher, Malfoy grinned happily, revealing 2 rows of neat and beautiful white teeth. He didn't look like the usual noble young man at all, but more like a silly landlord. "Son." Immediately, he bowed to Qin Yu and said solemnly, "Thank you, meeting you and studying with you is the luckiest thing that happened to me in Hogwarts." Well, if nothing else, this kid still respects his teacher. Listening to his obviously sincere words, Qin Yu was somewhat touched in his heart. He didn't feel guilty about coaxing an underage kid, but he felt that this kid still had some merits. Thinking of this, Qin Yu had the urge to touch his nose, but in the end he resisted this move that was not very suitable for his current identity. Okay, this matter has passed, it's time for today's practice. I hope it will be you who uses magic to defeat the troll next time. Qin Yu put an end to this topic at the right time to prevent the boy from going on endlessly. In the middle of the night he couldn't help but listen to his talk for a long time without sleeping. Okay, I'll start practicing now. Malfoy probably realized that he was talking too much and wasting precious time, so he responded quickly. Then, he began to practice several magic spells he had recently learned under the oak tree. Qin Yu, standing aside, nodded from time to time. In fact, his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere, thinking about his own affairs. The incident before Halloween, regardless of whether it was important or not, was over, and he had to focus on other things now. Just a few days ago, he successfully used the method of meditative communication to make his alchemy long sword resonate with Snape's. However, distance has become a problem. With his current level of mastery, Snape's sword stopped moving even 3 meters away from him. If he wanted to contact Swinton's sword, it would be 1,000 miles away. So, why is Professor Swinton traveling so far when he has nothing to do? Why is he still saying, "The world is so big and I want to see it," when he is so old? This is especially true when learning magic. So, she activated her wisdom, and with Qin Yu's help, she used the magic spell she had just learned to seal a blue flame in a glass jar. In short, Hermione didn't have much fear about the cold winter that was getting closer and closer to Hogwarts. In this way, she locked in the warmth, allowing her to wait until Qin's hand warmed hers again. After Qin Yu said this, he cast a magic spell and lost track of where he was. This plain compliment made Malfoy ecstatic, and he kept saying thanks. Qin Yu can give appropriate guidance on key points, but if you want to master these various magics and turn them into an instinct rooted in your bones, you need repeated and boring practice. After Qin Yu finished explaining these essentials, Malfoy immediately subconsciously followed what the mysterious teacher said. Yes, Merlin once said that if your spell-casting movements are not good enough, then you must not have mastered the spell well. Qin Yu said seriously. The first-year Slytherin smiled from the bottom of his heart and looked at Qin Yu with gratitude for the first time. Lower your elbows and look in front of the tip of the staff. Do not hesitate and do not move later than what is in your mind. Not bad, Qin Yu commented lazily. Hermione's little hands were often icy due to the cold weather, and Qin Yu had to cover them for a while before he could warm them up. So that's it, Malfoy seemed to have some realization and then murmured, as expected of Merlin, he's so philosophical. Drop your elbow an inch further so that the movement is smooth. Focus your eyes on the 6 feet in front of the tip of the staff, not on the tip itself. Movements should be consistent with thoughts. Make it at the same time, don't hesitate to cast the spell after thinking about it in your brain. As the saying goes, the master leads you in, and cultivation depends on the individual. Probably stimulated or inspired by this incident, this kid practiced extra hard today. What should I do when you are not with me? The little girl was a little troubled by this. Today's Malfoy seems to be working hard. Yingidim Leviosa. The wand wave ended almost simultaneously with the spell. You mean, the movements are nice? Malfoy asked with some uncertainty. He really didn't think there was anything special about this sentence that came out of his mouth. As for whether Merlin said such words, Qin Yu believed that this old man who couldn't even take care of his own beard and trousers must not have the energy to care about how many famous aphorisms others said in his name. Qin Yu complained about the behavior of his second brother in his mind, while occasionally glancing at Malfoy, who was practicing his spell-casting movements with his eyes. Malfoy, on the other hand, looked at the place where Qin Yu disappeared for a while with eyes full of admiration and longing, then tiptoed back to the Slytherin dungeon by familiar means and got into his bed with excitement. Being able to say this, it seems that you have put your heart into it. Qin Yu nodded slightly with a mask on his face. Time passed by slowly and contentedly, unhurriedly. As the curse was released, a dead branch on the ground in front of Malfoy slowly and steadily floated up. I don't know since when the temperature has become cold enough that you can see the white breath coming out of your mouth. The young wizards at Hogwarts have also put on thick clothes and scarves belonging to different school styles. Qin Yu pointed out more than a dozen of Malfoy's mistakes or shortcomings, making Brother Law, who originally felt good about himself and had his neck raised, lower his head. Thank you. After your guidance, I found that not only the spell casting became smoother but even my spell casting movements became more beautiful, Malfoy said with emotion. Okay, that's it for today. Qin Yu, no matter what kind of encouragement education, frustration education, or PUA, if he can show little emotions when he talks about practical things, then this kid is really hopeless, and he doesn't need to spend an hour every week. Time was spent messing around with him. After all, you are a senior professor at Hogwarts. How come you can't even beat a dog? This wound has been around for 2 weeks and there is no sign of complete healing. Judging from the bloody appearance, it may still need to be healed. 2 weeks. Qin Yu muttered casually as he helped Snape change the straps on his legs. At this time, the two of them were in the staff lounge on the first floor. Snape's calf was indeed a bloody mess, as Qin Yu said. The shocking look made people feel pain. After the wound was wrapped, Snape put down the opened robe, glanced at the boy who had just shut up with a somewhat annoyed look, and said in a cold tone, "In your understanding, a three-headed creature, can a dog be counted as one?" Hearing this, Qin Yu thought about the three-headed dog named Lu Wei in his mind, and then shook his head in agreement and said, "Indeed, that guy is at least 3 or even more powerful than 3. If I don't die, my hand will probably be bitten to death." Hagrid was not very willing in the first place, Snape said simply and concisely. These words revealed another reason why he was injured, and also the reason why Qin Yu said he couldn't kill him, because the three-headed dog was raised by Uncle Hagrid. As Snape said, it was originally planned to let the three-headed dog serve as the guard of that important item. Hagrid did not agree at first. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore understood it with reason and emotion, and Uncle Hagrid also realized when they figured out who they wanted to guard against, they decided to donate their precious three-headed dog that they had raised for a short time. Because he was worried that the three-headed dog was his own dog, Snape did not take too high precautions immediately. Even if he was attacked by the three-headed dog, he could not use too powerful magic because of the same scruples. This is like a squishy mage who goes to the wild area to fight mobs. He can't use skills and can only level A if he doesn't get counterattacked by mobs he can already run fast. This imagination is very vivid in Qin Yu's mind. I really miss those days of fighting in the canyon. I have to talk to George and Fred about making a 5v5 board game. Isn't this more interesting than Magic Ludo? Qin Yu's thoughts had gone astray. Then he stood up and waved goodbye to Snape and took a book on the latter's table. On the cover of the book are written a few clumsy cursive words, "Cute Toad." Exactly what this book is called. There are probably no more than 5 people in the entire Hogwarts who are interested in the content of this book. Obviously, Qin Yu is not among them. Snape pretended not to see his movements and sat there sorting out some potion materials. When Qin Yu was about to leave the lounge, he seemed to have said something incoherently. "The one who died first will always be the boss. It's an arrogant person." Qin Yu turned around, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "These words are so philosophical, couldn't they also be said by Merlin?" "Snape, you can go and take that tattered book with you." Qin Yu shrugged, stopped pushing Lili, and walked away. Crack. A green-covered book was thrown on the table in the Gryffindor common room. Looking at the magical gif of a jumping toad on the cover, Harry, Neville, and Ron all had expressions of surprise on their faces. "Don't just take care of that toad, the Quidditch match is about to start. You have to adjust your condition." Qin Yu thought it was appropriate to put some pressure on Harry so that he would not be too idle. "Qin, you are so awesome, you actually stole the book back from Professor Snape," Harry said excitedly. Therefore, Neville found this toad-related book from the library, thinking that he would study it carefully so that the toad could survive its first hibernation safely. Harry Potter grinned and apologized to Qin for his inappropriate choice of words. Then, while he was reading in the corridor, he met the enthusiastic Harry and Ron. They heard about Neville's troubles and wanted to help together. During lunch break, Harry passed by the corner of the corridor next to the auditorium on the first floor and vaguely heard the conversation between Professor Snape and Hagrid. Professor Snape said, "Just think that I was just passing by and accidentally got caught by that. A dog bit him. So, Harry suspected that on Halloween Snape wanted to steal something and was bitten by that scary dog. That dog should be the one we saw that day, the one that arrived. As long as you don't make any big mistakes, you can win the game with Qin alone. This is what George and Fred said. So to a certain extent, Neville's efforts were in vain. It was taken for granted because for a person who disliked Harry all day long, especially after getting into trouble on Halloween, it was quite reasonable for Snape to do such a finding trouble thing. In short, Neville's little toad can finally hibernate after being tormented by the big guys. The advice in the book is to find a relatively stable and not too cold environment for it, and the one it has been staying in a candy box would be perfect. In this regard, Qin Yu can only say that this is also reasonable. It was the lovely toad that they had confiscated. Lovely Toad, as you can tell from the name, this is a book related to toads. Just in the past few days, as the weather has gotten colder, Neville's not-so-cute toad has begun to become less active. He spends most of his time sleeping in the candy box and only comes out to eat once every 2 or 3 days, and it is still full of food. Awakened by force. His original intention was to reduce Harry's mental burden and save him from stage fright during the competition. Then, when the three of them were gathering around to read the book, Snape appeared out of nowhere and confiscated the book on the pretext of taking out the precious books from the library privately and detained them. 5 points for Gryffindor. It's no wonder that Harry wasn't nervous enough about the Quidditch game before, mainly because he kept listening to Ron talking about Qin's performance in the previous game. However, if Harry happened to be passing by and heard just a few words, he would definitely have unnecessary associations. I was surprised because according to the original timeline, the book to be taken away would be the amazing Quidditch that Harry borrowed from Hermione, but now it has become this lovely toad, and Hermione also because he was with Qin Yu and did not appear at the crime scene. Qin Yu's face fell instantly. He rolled his eyes and said angrily, "What do you mean stealing? I'm going to get it, I'm getting it. Please pay attention to your wording, Mr. Potter." So, if one person always dislikes another person and stares at the other person everywhere, he will indeed find a lot of dirty information, right? Just when Neville returned the book, The Lovely Toad, to the library, there was only 1 day left before the Quidditch match. As for Qin Yu, all he could do was steal the book when he met Snape. Take it back. And just after school that afternoon, Hermione mysteriously told Qin Yu that Harry had discovered a shocking secret. When Harry told Qin Yu and others about this angrily, Qin Yu was both surprised and took it for granted. Ron had said this in Harry's ear more than once. Sure enough, when he heard Qin Yu mention the Quidditch match that was about to start, Harry started to feel a little tense and nervous, and hurriedly said that he must prepare well and go all out. Ron's goal was achieved, but it was a bit over the top and Harry was too relaxed. This can be seen from the fact that he recently took the time to help Neville study toad hibernation. He could roughly imagine the meeting between Hagrid and Snape. It was nothing more than an encounter between the two in the corridor. Uncle Hagrid once again apologized to Snape for Fluffy, the three-headed dog's mistake, but Snape was cold and cold. He said that it was nothing and said, "Just think that I was just passing by and accidentally bitten by that dog." Looking at the nervous little girl, Qin Yu was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. And Neville has a toad, although it's not very cute. Then go read this lost book with Neville and Ron. Neville had naturally heard of toads hibernating, but this was his first time raising such a little thing. He was not very professional. He didn't know at what temperature it would start hibernating nor what hibernation was required. What preparation, just like Harry to Snape.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.